Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, all you lovely people. Dota 2 Major at Arlington, Trent. It's all continuing today. We got the lovely Royal Never Give Up versus Fnatic over here on B-String. Did you have a good night's sleep? Did you rest
I really
well?
did. I actually had a great sleep.
That was good.
I have 3 kids at home. I'm now in a hotel room, and I wake up in the middle of the night. No one's yelling at me. No one's asking me for things. It's pretty great. I'm not going to lie, but I miss my family dearly.
There you go.
Yes. But I also
Shout out
missed
to the
sleep,
family.
so
No.
that's great.
Yeah, you should always miss something a little bit, you know?
Except sleep.
Right, yes. That's the one thing
Get
that
your
you
sleep.
shouldn't miss.
Get your hours in there when you can.
You know what else you shouldn't miss is Fnatic versus RNG, which we've got going here today. I'm really excited about this one. You know, we get to see the continuation of TSM Fnatic continuing their spree through here. And then we've also got RNG, which has looked pretty solid with the addition of the one and only Ana.
It's pretty good.
Dude,
turns out.
Do you think there's any way that he stays through everything? What if he's playing at TI for RNG?
No,
Can you imagine?
they love Ghost. They love
imagine?
Ghost. We miss you dearly,
Listen,
Ghost. All right, great
that's
player.
what we thought about Ice and Resolution. All I'm saying. I'm saying.
Our new speculation thread.
Listen,
I mean, I guess it did work actually for the exercise. But yeah. Bobby was reading that thread like, they make some good points.
There's some things that got posted on Weibo. That's the answer.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You could see there a little bit of a favor into RNG. They're feeling like this is going to be the team, but I'm really liking this Fnatic lineup. I think that we've talked about this a lot yesterday. The way that like you already have that same duo core of DJ playing together with Jabs and how strong that is, and then you just put in a bunch of other players and it still works.
Yeah, and it's almost like Dubu and like Tomato have the same energy.
Yeah, right.
Like it's crazy. It's like they're not even standing in.
That's true.
It's wild. It's like they've just played together for so long.
Okay, I see what you're doing here now.
Yeah.
I get
And then
that.
like the mid, he rotates so well with the safe laners.
Ah.
It's crazy.
They make the moves. Yeah, but I'm really pleased with Fnatic's performance here so far throughout the major. But it's only day 2 now.
True.
Day 1, you know, I talked about this a little bit on Twitter. Plug there. Great job for both of us.
Thank you. Well done.
But day 1 gets that like chaotic energy, right?
Yeah.
You sort of have everybody coming out with what their style of Dota is that they think is going to be good. And day 2 is where it kind of gets a little bit more focused and things start to come together a little bit more. What do you expect to like stick around from the meta?
That's the question. What was day 1? We had Razor.
Yeah.
I remember when the first drafts opened. We were
Right.
in the green room looking at 4 beautiful screens
it's pretty.
of Sony in-zone 4K TVs.
It was so
That's right.
crisp.
I read the sponsorships.
It was really
I know
detailed.
who's putting it up for us right now.
I felt like I could just see better when I looked at it.
Yeah, that's what it was like.
Yeah.
I so agree, Lyrical Dota at
What were
Twitter.com.
we talking about?
Yeah.
Trip
So
Packs at
these 4
Twitter.com.
beautiful screens. I saw Razors, I saw Dawnbreakers, I saw Pucks, I saw Tinies. I don't see them going anywhere. All right. And guess what? We might see them right now.
Right. We might, because we already have a draft. We're hopping into it. Day 2 underway. Sometimes you just get right off the bat into the game. That's lovely. That is just lovely right there.
That's what we're here for. Alrighty, so like you said, it's just day 2, right? It's fresh reset. Both these teams though, they're doing okay. No one's at like the bottom of the group. There's this is Fnatic, of course, the best performing North American team currently.
That's good. I like that. We should keep this going.
They're helping us out a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
NA needs it right now. These are our guys.
That's true. All of our fellas. But yeah, I would agree. Like you look at sort of the results from yesterday, and there was definitely some like moments there. RNG end up going 1-1, so they have a 2-2 score towards the end. And then on the other side, Fnatic also 2-2. So it's very much like a middle of the pack Group A. There's a lot of battling going on in there, but they're playing against outsiders as well as Sonic. So Sonic's picking up a much needed win in that one.
Yeah, the only team so far in Group A who has like jumped out of the pack is just Liquid. They had their 2-0 versus Sonics and their 1-0 versus OG. Other than that, the table is now set for 5 straight teams that are at 2 points because you know you got LGD who got 0-2'd but also 2-0'd. Or sorry, they 2-0'd but then they didn't play. My bad.
Yeah.
LGD getting 0-2'd. Can you imagine?
I can't.
So yeah, RNG and Fnatic both equal in this group and looking to separate themselves from the other. They don't really want to go 1-1, but they definitely don't want to go 0-2.
Right. Well, and keep in mind, there's still, 1, 2, 3, 4 more days of Dota to be played in the group stage. So a lot of games still to be decided, like what it is that's actually going to happen. And I think that within this group, anything can change. Like even though I think for Fnatic, you leave yesterday feeling pretty solid. You go 1-1 against OG and outsiders. If you lose a series here, suddenly you're like mega on the back foot. So sort of taking, and look at just what we talked about, Dawnbreaker, Razor, Tiny, all banned out, along with Zeus, which has been a really pesky hero, but that does leave open the puck for Fnatic.
Yeah, no surprise there. That's what I would want to do if I see those bans with these teams, right? So I'm sure that likewise RNG would know that with that setup prep of them banning out the Tiny, they kind of know that they're very likely to take the puck. So we get to see what sort of options they favor.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Previously, we saw some Doom and Dazzle from them in the first phase. They played, obviously, Tiny with Enigma and Tiny with Nature's Prophet. And they're going to go back for the Nyx Assassin. So they picked this in the second phase 2 games yesterday. Interesting.
All right, so when we were casting a lot of Eastern Europe, we kept bringing up, I would say, the Nyx a fair amount as something that because of the Dawnbreaker, that was a big reason, but also just Nyx very good versus all of these heroes. I mean, you look on that left-hand side, they all have uncontrollable damage that you can carapace, which is very helpful. A lot of them despise Mana Burn, right? All those banned heroes plus Puck, they're all very annoyed. Even Nature's Prophet doesn't really like Nyx Assassin that much. So the heroes got some tools. And in China, a region we were not casting, there was lots of Nyx Assassin. It's kind of all over the place. It wouldn't be that unusual to see it even banned in the first phase.
Yeah.
So to have it picked up here, not too much of a surprise from them. So I'm happy to see it. I think they likely assumed it would be banned in the second phase if they didn't grab it now.
Yeah.
And so they can grab that. And that can be a bit of a flex. It doesn't necessarily have to be for Kaka, but more than likely we're going to assume it is. But it could be a 5, right? That is a hero that you can definitely get away with as a position 5 as a melee hero.
Right, and I think that flexibility is part of what makes it so dangerous, particularly against a hero like a Puck. You know, if you're in a 5-roll or a 4-roll, you can just be running around, scouting things out, setting up for kills on that hero that wants to split push. But the other hero that this has all left open is Beastmaster, continuously banned out in the first phase throughout so many of the games yesterday. And then, like, you know, when you sort of weren't able to find the Beastmaster pick, oftentimes we'd see something in little nods towards a Visage. But early pressure, strong laner, takes that tier 1 tower in the off lane very quickly. I'm wondering if RNG might have given up a bit too much getting this through, but they have a plan.
Just a hard hero to deal with in the laning stage because of the options he has. The Axes are at a point now where, sure, maybe the Agnum's build isn't good.
Yeah.
Right? That's not really a thing.
No.
Maybe, I mean, I'm sure you can make it work with the right lineup, but the Axes still at least work in the lane.
Yes.
Without going maxing into, like, for an Agnum's build, you can still just go Axes when it's necessary. If you feel like they have too many counters versus the boars, you're going to get your levels, you're going to get that space taken over, and you're hopefully going to get that tower. And then what I love about Beastmaster is, number one, the direction the hero gives you, as I call it, where, like, he just wants to smoke and roar people, and number two, that shard.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that shard is so good.
The shard is insane. And just having a vision-oriented hero in general is really nice. Granted, Nyx does kind of disrupt that a little bit. So we're going to have to see the interplay between, like, what the gem situation is, if they get one earlier, how the Century Wars play out. But that's definitely going to be something to watch, because you could maybe feel safe as a, you know, whatever safe lane Fnatic takes here. And Tomato all of a sudden gets jumped on by a Nyx, Nature's Prophet, TPing in. That's just going to be death.
Now, where's the Wolfman? Because when I see Beastmaster, I start thinking about the Wolfman, you know? A little bit of that Lycan as well.
Running him safe lane?
You know? No, not necessarily for the same team, but just this, like, same concept, you know? Like,
Gotcha.
is RNG going to look at this and be like, is there an option here? Like, should we be thinking about that at all?
I was kind of wondering which role they were playing the NP in earlier. I think that they were playing it mid. I could be wrong about that, but regardless, that's going to be something to watch for. Is like if they were running this NP safe lane, or if they wanted to run it, you know, in a different position.
It was for Chalice when they lost to Sonics.
Okay,
so we'll see.
That's an interesting one, or just another one of those heroes that, like, once you win a fight, you take objectives that much more quickly. Double ban out there of the Chen and the Ench. Fnatic not wanting to give up those boars. That makes sense.
You know, speaking of some stranger heroes, they did manage to pull out an OD recently.
What?
Which is pretty crazy for Somnus.
What in the heck?
Yeah. I mean, it was a game versus, like, a troll.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool.
I mean,
right? Just, like, mega annoying with Astral and stuff. Oh, yeah, you pick anything versus a troll. Who likes that hero?
This is the other hero that I think people are talking about a lot right now, is the Wyvern and how good it's looked. You know, to counter out that thing that you're talking about, whether it be the Lycan or whether it be the Beastmaster, even the Puck. You know, this is a hero that doesn't want to buy a BKB. A giant area gets controlled by the curse. You're going to feel bad if you get caught there.
Yeah, that is your itemization does not really help you versus that as a Puck. So certainly an issue. Also, I like to call it a game-winning 5. It's something where, like, that 5 player can really have a huge impact just with, like, a single moment, and that's. They're just so well set here. Could also be, of course, a mid. That could be a Somnus when a Wyvern, if it ends up looking good for their draft. So that flexibility is always very good when you're second pick. And Fnatic, like I say every draft, and will continue to say, as first pick, are now into the phase where they have the 2 most important picks of their entire draft. They need to either keep things really open with their flexibility, since they're going to get counterpicked twice in a row now, or they need to have such a strong answer, such a strong concept and idea that they're not mega concerned about versions of, like getting counterpicked in the lanes, for example.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I mean, already I think their lanes are pretty solid. Maybe there could be some vulnerability amongst the safe lane, which they haven't picked yet. But Beastmaster Rubik, to me, feels very strong.
I feel like with the carry pool, a lot of teams are taking their carry in this place because there's going to be those 2 bans after, and it can be a little bit rough. But they're going to go for the Dazzle. Now, mind you, the Dazzle fits extremely well with Beastmaster, right?
Yeah.
No doubt about that. It's pretty good versus Nature's Prophet. Oh, I wonder how the Shard works versus Nyx.
That is an interesting
I guess
one.
the Carapace would still work, right? You just get hexed after.
Exactly.
I haven't ever tried to Carapace it.
I mean, and also that instance of damage at the start isn't, like,
so
super huge.
you should still,
It'll be still hexed. Oh.
That was quick.
Didn't they do this yesterday? Who was it that did this yesterday? I saw a couple different Pudges.
There were a couple Pudges.
Nothing to Say played it.
Yeah.
For LGD, and Liquid played it. I think Mickey played it mid. when Matumpa was playing Lone Druid.
I think that's right.
10 seconds.
Interesting.
Are you a Pudge fan? Do you think the hero? I mean, aside from obviously being like really hype and fun to watch,
Right.
do you think the hero's good?
I think the hero is better than it is more fun to watch right now. I think it's less fun to watch than it is good at this point.
Oh, interesting.
Because I think that people are playing much less around like the hooks.
It's
Just this, like,
it's a
meat
rot
bag.
Yeah.
This giant rolling ball of flesh.
That Agnums is something else though, huh?
Oh,
When
it's great.
When he gets that AoE and the damage, and then it's got the health regen on there
gotta love
too.
it.
Like, what's going on there?
I mean, that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Like, who builds Vessel? Are they even going to get Vessel? At this point, like, you know, you think about Puck maybe getting it, but that feels terrible. You want
10
Witchblade, you want Kaya Sange, Beastmaster, you want Helm of the Overlord. You want to get in towards, like,
5 seconds.
I mean, I guess afterwards you could go Vessel, but it's, like, late for a Vessel. I don't think you can go Vessel here.
Well, I know that our resident Pudge expert and friend of the show, Jenkins,
Yes.
he says that Ursa's the #1 hero. When he
And it's
plays
banned.
Pudge, he hates Ursa, and for all the reasons you'd imagine. If you try and ult him, he might have the Agnums. He just punches you and eats you live at all stages of the entire game.
Rough.
It's a logical one to go versus. I can't remember the other ones we were talking about. I mean, he's already picking to a Rubik, which every time I feel like you give away Hook at least once a game. I know
But now
you're
you
supposed to
have
hit
two
Rot.
different ways to do it. You can do Flesh
I
Heap or
know,
Rot.
but doesn't it still happen? You know, you're so you're tunneled on getting this sick
true.
hook. We'll see.
I'm sure we'll cover it. I'm wondering if it's Somnus playing Pudge. I feel like it is. Because I'm pretty sure at this point, Ex-Nova Wyvern, Kaka Nyx, obviously some flexibility, although I think it's most likely Chalice NP. You know, I would be
5
the type of
seconds.
dude to play freaking Pudge, wouldn't he?
Maybe, yeah. Could be for him. Could also just go for like a harder carry if they want.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very
That's
fast
amazing.
draft already, though. Jug band.
That's just, I mean, that would be the concept of like, we don't care what you pick. We're
Right.
going to pick Jug, Beastmaster, Puck with a Dazzle. Like that core lineup has been, I mean, I feel like everyone's played against that exact lineup before.
Right.
You know, they just,
Yeah.
they do okay in the lanes or good in their lanes,
10
and they just run at you. They take the top tower. They pressure Roche. They get their Jug really firm. They fight you.
5 seconds.
So, good choice. They could try the Lifestealer like some teams go for.
I think you go like PA or something here. You need a big hitter. I
a
wanted to say
monkey?
like Troll but then like the damage block, if you've got like all those little instances of damage, it's not as
It's
good.
Dire's
I like
turn to
Monkey.
pick.
Okay.
Monkey.
Yeah,
There he
Monkey
is.
good. Monkey
Get the
very
monkey.
good. So what I love about Monkey is the Boundless Strike versus Pudge. So you
Okay.
can help people out who are like far
Yeah.
away and they got hooked, right? So you can actually cancel, which is really interesting. You're playing Monkey King Core versus Nature's Prophet. I think that's very good. The Wyvern
10
obviously is
seconds.
some issues, of course, because you have a lot of physical damage, but
Right.
that's okay, because if Wyvern
5
is inside your
seconds.
Wukong's command, she's going to be very sad.
True.
Doesn't like that. And they have a good amount of time here for RNG for the counter pick, though.
I mean, the other thing is just it's a tomato hero. You know, this guy
Yep.
plays that. I think he's probably played it like 3 or 4 games now. In out of 5.
He played it
games.
twice. He played it 2 to 4 games. So,
Okay,
or yeah,
got
this
it.
will be his 3rd game. So yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah.
It's a lot of Monkey King Dota going on. RNG, where are you gonna go? Is this a mid Pudge, a safe flame Pudge? What's happening?
Oh wait, DJ played it last time. My bad.
Oh,
So
okay,
this will be
never
his
mind.
2nd game.
That's fair, reasonable.
I knew we saw that on Monkey.
They all played it together, you know.
That's right. The team played the hero, and isn't that what really counts?
That is, it's true.
What about
I love it.
Bat Rider? If we wanted to try and do something silly. Oh, okay. The Wiper. That's pretty good.
What in the Sam hell? Why? What? Okay, so it's Chalice. All right.
Yeah.
So Somnus NP, and it is on a Pudge.
That's really good.
What do you like the changeup? I mean, we've
Yes.
talked a lot about the Jingu and Monkey King being super annoying with Viper. Is this a good enough lane to sort of punish the Monkey King?
I think so, because I'm also curious about what Jabs and DJ's lane is going to look like versus the Pudge and the Winter Wyvern. I feel like that could kind of go either way. Like if one starts snowballing, you know, if you start like whittling down the Pudge with like the axes or something, that could be all right. But at the same time, if you fall behind as Rubik and Beastmaster and he's just like rotting you and being healed by Winter Wyvern, that sounds miserable.
It sounds
With the
terrible.
threat of a Somnus TP on the
Right.
earlier end.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a good point.
The the team fight is rather even, I would say. There's nothing too crazy. We got like Wukong's command on one side and we got Winter's Curse on the other. But other than that, it's mostly like single target with some like AoE damage and Dream Coil, of course.
Right.
Although you tend to think of it as like starting a fight on like one person all the time these days, but still.
Well, the Beastmaster can maybe fulfill that role. That's something I want to see how Jabs does. To me, he feels like a very key part of this. And then for RNG, it's a lot about Kaka, in my opinion.
Fnatic's first jump looks a lot easier in engagements than it looks for RNG.
Okay.
RNG, you need to like hit a hook or like get a Vendetta initiation. Or we're going to have to rely on Curse, which isn't great. You don't really want to start a fight with Curse a lot of the times, right? You want to like wait for that good moment.
But you can Curse into hook. The dream.
Boom. You only need those 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Who cares if it gets
And then
slowed
it
down?
pulls the whole rest of the team in, right?
Come on, guys.
Come join us.
Whereas Fnatic, though, they can like Boundless Strike, Coil, like Roar. Even those late game telekinesis that we saw from Tim's yesterday from Boom was,
so
man,
good.
the range on this Rubik, it just gets so absurd. It blows my mind every time.
That is a good point.
How come my Rubiks don't look like that?
Well, because you play with me. That's the main reason. Want to go Ags.
It happens.
Game 1, RNG facing off against Fnatic. Day 2 of the Arlington Major as both teams wanting to break free of the 1-1 curse that's been going on. Last time we checked, it was the odds slightly into the favor of RNG, but Fnatic certainly not going to give it up without a fight. Brile, look, everybody's so happy with each other. There's some little all chat going on. It's very wholesome stuff. You about the wholesomeness?
I'm so about the wholesomeness, but I need to, you know what? Remember when you were like, Trent, don't do that Overwatch case. You're going to ruin your client when you're trying to spectate. Don't do it. And I was like, but I want to know if they were actually feeding.
You have to restart Dota. Spoiler alert, they weren't.
Okay, yeah, that's right. They were innocent. So I saved someone, okay?
That's right.
I did my Overwatch case. I did my duty.
How to save a life.
That's me. You're welcome, Crusader Necrophos player.
Yeah, that's right. The Invoker reported you unofficially. It was not good.
Yeah, that was not a fair report. You know what? They were just, sometimes you're just
We
bad.
get freebies now. Wait, is that a line?
Apparently.
Oh, is that a Pudge line?
No, it must be one of the...
I think it's a Pudge line.
No. Oh, maybe. I guess it is, yeah. You're right. My bad.
Nice.
I saw that icon. I didn't realize it was the Arcana. I thought that was Dazzle for a second.
What if Arcanas gave you voice lines? Listen, I'll take...
They do. They changed it. They put them in.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they put in the Arcana voice lines.
Okay.
On the,
but
on the hero
you
chat
get
wheel.
different voice lines.
Yeah.
Oh.
They recently updated it.
Okay.
Because Valve cares about the customer, all right? And that's what I've always said.
Now the battle begins.
Oh no, he went early. That does not bode well.
Oh, no, it's just a good strat. He was trying to hook the Rubik instead of the rune. Right?
He didn't hit it though.
Well, yeah, because he moved.
Such a good strat. The sidestep.
No Pudge has ever seen it.
Yeah, that's right. It's too dangerous. Although they did get that D ward though, it looks like up on the high ground there. So
All right. So they're doing the lane dodge, right?
Whoa.
Because they see the monkey going up top. And they do not want to put the Pudge versus the monkey, obviously. That would be very bad. They want to make sure the Vipers versus the monkey.
Okay.
So this forces Chalice to do the big walk. Because if he walks all the way up to the Monkey King, if you guys haven't watched a lot of musical lanes before, you can't TP. Because if you TP, well, then the monkey's just going to TP to the other side. And now you got an issue. Because you can't just TP back. You have to run and blah, 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 blah. So the Viper's forced to walk all the way up here. That means he misses out on a little bit. Still sitting at 0 XP. And we'll see what the response is from Tomato and Dubu. You can either say, all right, we really want the matchup versus Pudge, so we're going to swap, or our XP advantage could perhaps give us an edge here if we hit 2 first and just kill and take over the lane.
Right. Tomato only has Boundless Strike right now. Xnova's taking a bit of a beating there. But I would imagine that, at least for the moment, if he had Tree Dance, maybe he thinks about going. But bottom's going like pretty okay here. Jabs is a whole level ahead of Ana too.
Not while I'm around.
Well, it's level 2 for Tomato, but no chance there. And yeah, that bottom lane, as you said, I mean, that's the cost, right?
Yeah.
Is that likewise, same thing, Chalice being low level, Ana's going to be low level too. They did their big swap-a-roo, and yeah, DJ just battling out here with Kaka.
Really hard to do that. Ooh, good hook onto the boar. That is nice. I mean, you know, we always talk about Mirana arrows or Ench creeps, things like that, but I guess hook works too. I mean, it's pretty expensive, but making it happen.
I mean, if he commits for the boars, yeah, you'll take that. I think you'd be pretty happy in that situation. And Mid lane here, though, we got Brian on the puck versus the Nature's Prophet, so not a match we can see too much anymore as, oh, there's Punish.
Chalice trying to get something done onto Dubu, but he's going to be fine also. So they do manage to get a little bit of a frustrating kill there, I would imagine, for RNG. This was one of the lanes they're hoping would go well.
And they also, because of all the swapping and stuff too.
Whoa. Bryle? Oh my god.
All right, that was closer than I thought. I think I was maybe closer than he thought. I know he didn't pop the fairy fire, but like, whew.
Yeah.
A little bit spicy there. That tower armor coming in the clutch, it would seem.
Dude, those treants do a lot of damage.
I know that. To think they're like,
He's
what,
going
like
home.
30% weaker than they used to be too.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows you how broken that hero was beforehand.
So the issues of facing this is Puck, when you think about it, can typically control both runes as well, right?
Yeah.
And you can't do that versus Nature's Prophet. You can usually secure one because you can grab it before the treant can destroy it, but you can't then orb to the second one because if he wants to, he can just plant a treant at it.
True.
And just kill it. So that's pretty frustrating to deal with. Up top, because of this whole lane swap shenanigans, sure, you got the matchup you wanted, but Xnova was not able to control the camp like he wanted, right? Because you don't stabilize the lane. Oh, that's a good kill, though.
And lift away, DJ livid, actually. That would have been nice for him, but not able to get there in time. And love that beautiful mane of January.
That is nice, yeah.
He's such a good sticker.
He's looking good. And the best part is that DJ had so much regen there that if he died, it would have been really sad for him, but instead he's going to like utilize all that he purchased and brought into this lane and can continue to try and pressure. Meanwhile, Ana very low on mana right now and doesn't have her, so not looking for a while. He's got like one hook in the stick.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to that ringlet. Like you said, not having the might make that lane a little bit more scary. Dubu moving on in for a D ward, but maybe also go for a...
Oh, they're after Kaka down, but they just had a really nice play with the impale. He hit everyone. He hit all these. And them both chased him out of there, so we'll survive.
Dubu didn't want to tempt. Might have been a little bit too wise. Well, 4 minutes in, a lot of Nature's Prophet, but if you look at the levels, not that huge of a disparity. Just about half a level between the two of them. You see like 14 denies like that, it's really bad. A couple of those retreats.
Still not great though.
No,
You know?
no, it's not.
Not that playing as Puck right now. You've got to be a little bit concerned about Slum Gene somewhere, right?
True.
And issues playing versus a Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet wants to control your itemization when he plays versus Puck, right? He just wants to buy an orc. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And it's going to make a Puck stat. Can also help for some of these other heroes. Some of the Dazzle, they're going to have a hard time dealing with that. And essentially, not only is he winning now and doing quite well like XP, he also is going to slow down that like sort of like that you get versus a Puck because he's going to force defensive itemization as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Orchid ends up being, and then natural rotations that come out from Kaka making the moves and finding him in no man's land. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to watch for. NP sending over the trains might have some stacking action in a moment here. That would be a nice little way to do it.
Oh yeah, if he just like shares unit control too.
Yeah, I mean, or does it himself. Maybe
No, they're gonna really, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Oops. DJ on the lift back. Not sure if this is for, but still good chunk of damage. Does enough. Doesn't look like with the Richard, they turn it back around. DJ Dominus makes the rotation, and Jack, quite level 6 yet on the Pudge, does manage to escape.
We're so close on the XP.
Yeah.
5 away.
Dire don't look too scared against top tower.
Was a really close one there. Auto's taking a beating also. Yeah, these slip-ups, it's actually ending out okay for RNG. They've been able to get to the other side of it. Although, it's jumped on, strike, right on top of them. This Viper, countable on Tomato, looking for a couple more here. Has to be careful. Haven't made the rotation, so 4 heroes way up top, but they managed to get the kill.
I actually think they needed that.
Yeah.
I think here they either don't get the kill, potentially even lose somebody. Especially because you're playing versus those two, right? There might have been some fear that he could have had like a team or something. Wasn't
Right.
actually, but get the push here into that mid lane. Jay all the way back now. Has hold as well.
Gonna go for a quick little shout. Tomato moves in towards Boundless Strike.
Oh,
Yeah.
and here's low too. That could have been bad.
With no carapace, it's actually gonna be pressure there onto that. Nixon forcing him back across the side. Right now, eyeing up a blink deck, so wanting to be able to play this one first. And in the games where I've seen RNG, it does feel like they're sort of playing with a lot of momentum. See if they can keep that going. Faithful, Carapace, stun. Black has the silence afterwards, the bounty rune, and with the should be more than because this is really good. That's really good. Man, what a guy.
How do you curse that gank?
I did.
Usually trying to help the hero die. Saying, oh, he's gonna live.
Yeah.
Oh, well done. By Kaka, that is. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that might not miss, but the bottom tower does go down here to Somnus, rotates through Ana as he sort of like jungles in the shadow. And Pudge hero right now. We tend to see a very similar build, mostly like the Vanguard into the phase boost, and that's exactly what he's eyeing up right now. So I think that he's a little passive for a while. I think a Pudge is this big scary runner guy, but he's gonna be a little chill, I think, kind of controlling space, but more of like this off laner in a sense. And he's kind of mid this game, I guess, whereas like Somnus is gonna be that hard carry. You know, he's gonna be getting the actual regs later on.
Right. Well, and you know, you take a look at the sort of net worth difference between these cores. You've kind of got this core from Fnatic that are relatively farmed, and then RNG. It's mainly just in the NP that are sitting up top of the net worth. And looking for a hook here. Tomato on up each other, but no, they won't go for anything. But yeah, you can see they're taking over more of the map. They're getting them out of that area. Likewise, Fnatic for the dire jungle a little bit.
Yeah, I swear this patch, the tower is falling very fast, and it's just like into the enemy territory, and you just own this space that the map is flipped.
Yeah.
So perhaps part of the reason why Radiant Field 2 is just like being up at this side sometimes. I'd say most things probably prefer Dire overall, but there's some aspects of Radiant that are a little now, like that mid-game control of Radiant, sort of controlling this part is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. And if you can sort of that under wraps,
yeah,
troll that's over there, so they might start towards the mid tower. Again, Tomato and Ana playing against each other. Kaka, little spike, sending more of the creeps around. Orange, they really are just put this wall around the mid tier 1 tower. It's not gotten at all, and TSM is trying to do it with a few less heroes. But yeah, waiting for the next round of items.
Homes, really.
Pretty much.
To get these Nyx Assassin and this Rubik moving at the moment would be huge for them. Oh, look at this Observer. Bryle in the mid lane, that's nice. Spawn Tomato jumping through. Bryle's like running home right now.
Yeah.
So they know there's really nothing going on from Fnatic. Can happily go back to farming. Well, they do have that, good said, sending in all the little.
Yeah. I mean, if this is left and not, like dealt with, then they're gonna take this tower. Look at how much damage it's.
Yeah, typically this is what Wyvern would be here for, right? But
oh, and down bottom, because there was those rotations. He coil. I think. Maybe he can just.
Yeah, I think he just broke.
There's a chance. You could see that those rotations up top freed up some space to try and make it go onto Ana. Doesn't connect.
Oh, Cockload here gets roared up top under a sentry, then instantly cold embraced. So
just making the move over. Creeps damage. Has the spikes into the impale, but Abs takes over another creep, forces Helm of the Dominator.
I think getting up in that top area now for Fnatic is like said before, like most teams, I believe most teams at this point. There's some teams who have played like teams like Dire, so I don't know. But to me, like what Radiant is playing up in this zone right now, want to go as Fnatic, but held back, as you can see, this wall.
Boo. He will get caught here, does he? But can't get it off in time. Jabs, TP, he TP'd right into the area we're putting. A little miss on the hook there. And are they going to try and kick them out? Anna's very strong.
I love this positioning.
Yeah.
I feel like they're exactly where Fnatic want to go, and they're putting it down just kind of because they're heroes, right? They have a great way to get numbers advantage because it's Nature's Prophet, and the way this pudges gets the hook. What did I say? What did I say?
All right, DJ, get a look up onto the high ground, maybe get him up there, stay around for a little bit.
Oh, this is the I am ashamed. Not only did he my hook, he put me on the cliff. This is like a dunce catch.
It's unavoidable. He's just gonna hang out for a little bit.
He should be in timeout.
Oh, he's gonna get his farm on though. Sorry.
And we'll DJ hook on top of your snap. Oh, he couldn't snap it.
Chalice is still gonna die, but all this time he's just stuck up on the cliff. My man's happening.
He still has 30
The
seconds.
strongest hero in the game, and he can't get down. Where's your Tumbler's toy now? Kaka makes the move over towards Dubu, gets the grave off. Somnus, all right, orchid reveal. Does have stitches afterwards to try and survive, but it won't be enough.
Right.
Without him.
Back to Anna, please. Thank
Hello,
you.
sir.
Yep. 13 seconds. Just want to make sure we don't lose sight of what he's doing here.
Another one. Farming up, getting what he needs.
Oh my god. All right, DJ just got Carapace mid instead.
Listen, they need to send me over there to cancel his TP. Oh, the fun's over. Sad. Does Rubik still hook? I think he does.
Yeah, that early level.
Oh,
you
no,
gotta,
Viper. Viper.
Yeah, get for like 3 minutes, so you gotta take the good spells when you see him. So Viper Strike, classic, obviously. I mean, Rubik versus Viper, by the way. This Viper was picked into it. That is one nice part they ended up with, right? You love playing Rubik versus Viper. Steal the break and do the breaker.
Roar. Kaka. Trying to bait out. Oh, what? Dude, the Hurricane to stop the Carapace from hitting.
He's too good.
That was wild. I've never seen that before.
The haste was running out here, too. I think Brown knew.
Yeah.
With a Vendetta.
Chase? Don't move. Can't get him.
They didn't. Oh, they did scan, but it missed.
Kaka is maybe on his way out. There's a couple sentry wards around, which is a little scary. Obviously, have to be really concerned about any rotation coming in from the NP afterwards. But that sentry ward, Kaka, it's close. Skittering right on by the edge. He sees all these heroes right on top of Jabs now. Tries to back away. There's another sentry ward up on that cliff, but Jabs in sight. Moves in. Viper Strike. Hurricanes himself.
Okay.
But it's not going to be enough this time. Wait. Maybe TP? Maybe TP? Maybe he doesn't need it? Okay, never mind.
Alright, that was sick, though.
It was
He was
cool.
so ready to do that, to push himself over the tree line.
Yeah. Oh, they find another. All right, RNG are second. They're kind of cooking now. They need this kill.
Well, we'll see if Fnatic can get him.
Move on in. Bryle gets the silence out. Afterwards, the coil gets the dismember. Stolen dismember, DJ. Ready and waiting. Meanwhile, the Orchid, the turnaround, but the Wukong's command down. Can they kill Ani? He's not going to be able to get chased down. They look instead for Somnus, so they get a return kill onto the Nature's Prophet. And maybe if he stuck around a bit longer, they could have found the Pudge. But you can see that guy's just too hard to kill.
And he's back to business, just hitting creeps, trying to get his Aghanim Scepter right now.
Yeah.
Become the hero that they're looking for, so. Big punish on the Somnus, just I guess a poor choice there, I think, for that TP. It did look like there was a chance for like the full turnaround, but sacrificing your Nature's Prophet at this point doesn't feel that great.
No.
At least he didn't have a streak yet, as he takes his first fall. But Fnatic, they're looking to get things moving here. No steals for DJ quite yet. We'll have a coil in another 20 seconds, so I imagine they'll go on a smoke and a warning mission sometime around then. And Tomato, you know, he's got Battle Fury and 1,000 gold towards BKB, so yeah. Having a great game so far, 2-0-1.
I mean, that is something to consider, right? Like, as much as we've been talking about how strong this Pudge is, how much the Nature's Prophet can just be a menace in the late game, you've got a very farmed Monkey King, and I think he's going to be the strongest hero in this game. Yeah. I mean, Pudge is always kind of hard to trace, like how it's going to look, but It'll be interesting.
Look at that ward up there too by the top staircase. That's an excellent ward.
Yeah.
Sort of seeing like it's not gonna get D-warded very often right above the pillar. Yeah, like down on the low ground. That's a good one because it just spotted these rotations where everyone's moving to the Beastmaster left the top, so they could go hunting for Tomato in the top jungle right now, and that is what they're gonna do. They're gonna smoke up because they're looking for this based off of this ward, and they're gonna see him move back in now. And the question is, do you want to push any further? That's a bit of a spicy one.
I mean, the one thing about that ward is that you don't see that the rest of the team is coming up onto the high ground, although they're going in for Roche now. Helm of the Overlord done. This is really interesting. Jugo's walking right by.
This all goes back to when RNG shut them out of the Ancient earlier. When they were like playing this top half of the map, they stopped the invasion to the top part of the jungle. They stopped them from taking that over, getting that mid-tier 1.
Moves in. They have vision, but do they have a sentry ward down? He walked just in sentry ward vision now. They spot him. Kaka turned on. Gonna get the spike carapace off. They're all under a ward right now, but they get the D ward on it. Chalice, Ana, move on in. Dismember is out, and they will get him.
Okay, so this is all such good Dota. So because RNG understands exactly how this lineup plays, because we've all seen this lineup a million times from Fnatic, and the way they want to control the map, they just put a big roadblock at that top half of the map. They stop them from going into the dire jungle, and when you take the dire jungle, you're supposed to take the tier 1 mid, and you're supposed to then go Roche, right? Because their lineup wants Roche at this moment, but they've missed that timing. They didn't get the mid tower, and now they're still trying to just like force the Roche, because they have this vision of the Hawk, and like they feel pretty strong, but RNG, they have some pretty scary tools around the pit as well. They're going to have that meat hook. They're going to have themselves the winner's curse. And it just becomes too risky. And so they're not able to like find this comeback mechanism that Fnatic needs right now.
Fnatic are looking for that opening, and at the very least there's a chance that they could try and like sneak it. The lineup would take it kind of quickly, but you can see RNG are really covering that, and as soon as they see like Monkey King down bottom, it's not possible anymore. Ana gets the D ward there,
and they have the Pudge now with the Agams, right?
Yeah.
And this is just an insane amount of damage.
Oh, he got netted! Dude, the creep's getting in there too. Gotta be careful, run away, Roar is down. They do a good chunk of damage there. Onto Kaka, just blow him up with the fireball. Okay, so that is still a strong answer, but no Roar for a bit.
And it's still not a big enough kill to move into the pit either.
No.
For now, Fnatic, I think they just need to lean on Tomato pretty hard here.
Yeah.
Wait till he uses those bigger items. BKB into Scotty will be amazing versus these heroes, no doubt. And Ana, of course, part of this rot is that it does cause it to reduce the enemy health regen by 25%. So always something useful when you've got things going on that are just gonna, got lifesteal things. So all kinds of nice little HB bonuses here that he's gonna be trying to reduce on side of Fnatic.
You know, the interesting thing also is I feel like we haven't really seen that huge effect yet from Kaka. As he is going in, Dubu trying to do a little ring around the rosy action and get away from this Nyx assassin, but very few kills set up from Nyx that are on meaningful targets. Like getting Dubu here is fine, whatever, but it hasn't been that puck, for instance, right? I think a lot of the reason that you see this this Nyx get picked is to deal with the puck, and it just hasn't happened.
That's true, but I also think that's easier once you have the Blink Dagger.
Right.
And we've heard a little bit about that relationship where some players think that the puck is actually fine versus Nyx, whereas other players think that it does counter with the Carapace. I think what Kaka's done for me this game is he really helped facilitate this whole idea of the roadblock by playing up there a lot, giving the vision with the Vendetta. And he's hard to kill. Like, sure, he dies a couple times, but they're usually worthless deaths. And they just help ensure that there's going to be rotations in time to cover this space and take it away from the side of Fnatic. So they're having a hard time getting gold on their other cores outside of Tomato.
And you can see that the other thing is those deaths on the Dazzle do start to add up. Almost no net worth on that hero, whereas you compare the other 5. Blink Dagger done on Wyvern now. And I think Blink Dagger done for Kaka as well. So double blinks at the same time
That's
the BKB is done for Monkey King. So there's some interesting dynamics here. You hit a good Winner's Curse. I don't know if they have enough to kill the Monkey King in the Winner's Curse, though. But Bryle jumps in, finds the coil, only gets onto one silence onto X-Nova, isolating him. Kaka does get a decent stun with the Blink turnaround. And the Winner's Curse onto the Monkey King. Meanwhile, the hook comes out, going for the Dismember. Where's his help? Tomato all alone, no friends. Nearby, but the Grave. Oh, that might be enough. He needs to get a Boundless Strike off for the regen, but it doesn't look like it's going to quite be there as Ana cleans up the Monkey King, but they already killed off the MP. So 3 for 2 is the final tally out of this fight. Not bad for Fnatic.
It looks like he tried to play a little bit sneaky down there with the Shadow Blade and got roared.
Yeah,
into silence because there were sentries in the area. So, I mean, overall, I'd say, well, yeah, I guess I would say it felt like it was going to be a good fight for RNG. But yeah, indeed, you're right. Because of that kill on the NP and the comeback gold mechanics and everything, that was really nice. Probably got like 667 gold.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of XP as well.
I guess, like, you know, getting the BKB reveal in that fight is a huge part of the reason why he was able to do so much.
Yeah, he took a lot of effort, huh? It was like curse into the hook, into the dismember, and it just ended as he was dying.
Wow. 3,000 gold lead, a Crimson Guard done for the Pudge. So all these little summons, you got damage block on damage block working together. Still, they can't really go for an easy Roche themselves. They kind of just need to keep fighting, it feels like, on RNG.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah. Runs in, gets vision down, spots someone, misses on the hook. Hook stolen? Oh, no. Oh, no, sir, that's 2 times.
Yeah,
Whoops.
that's bad. That's hurt.
He knows.
Like, you guys would actually report this Pudge. I just want to make that really clear that this guy won TI twice.
Yes.
And yes, he's standing in, and it's been a while, and he might be a little rusty, but you would all report him, and that's not fair. You have too high of expectations to the players you play Dota with.
Have empathy. Have empathy, folks.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Smoke up. TSM, all the smoke's broken. Kaka sees everything.
Whoa.
Dust after. It's a little late. Doesn't connect. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts. You hate to see it.
They're still trying to triangulate with Brow, though. Brow's still smoked.
Vision down. They caught him there. Coil. Not bad. Tries to get away. They get the D-Ward too. Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. They still get him. Bryle manages to find that final touch. I'm feeling good about Fnatic right here. This Monkey King's getting mega farmed.
Yeah, I'm curious how Somnus will be able to participate in these fights now at this point, too. Because he doesn't have the BKB yet. He's opting instead just for the damage into the Satanic. So he's going to try to like heal his way through these engagements. So he's basically saying, like, if I don't get roared, what's controlling me? Which is fairly accurate. But, man, he just can't be separate. He really needs to ensure that, like, there's the enemy team, then Ana, and then him. You know, he's like, I don't want to be on the other side of my Pudge.
Right. Well, and it's so tough because often you want to find that backlines, right? You want to get the dazzle. You want to, you know, keep him out of the fight.
It's
Another
go time.
smoke.
Go time. Fresh BKB on jabs.
They've got the hook ready.
Alright, that's
to find
free.
him. Pulls him on in, and Chalice, cold embrace, needs silence. Oh, Pudge, he's going to do some good damage there, but afterwards they get the roar down, the force staff, but it's... Dude, is he really going to live?
Dude, they still have Curse.
What?
They still have Curse.
How? Oh, he can't dive in for that. Dude, he was on nothing.
He had
DJ
Essence Ring.
almost gets destroyed. That's so wild. Smoke afterwards. They want to keep going.
I wonder what the total damage was that he took right there.
More than a bit.
More than 2,600, I'll tell you that much.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, casual 4,800 damage out there.
Are they really just going to go into Roche now? Cold embrace with Rock going.
This is so painful for Fnatic. They wanted this Roche so bad. They've been like playing this part of the map and trying to force it, and they just, you know, no Puck. They can't do it. No roar, no anything.
Jeez. What a turn. And Pudge with the Blink Dagger now. And that fight looked like it was really going well for them for a sec, but you don't bring down the Pudge and you've spent everything. It's, oh man, what a force staff.
And this is the timing right now for RNG, right? Like this is where probably they're the strongest they're gonna get, because you don't want to get in this case where the Monkey really starts to get those bigger items and into those, especially the talents later on, like that level 25 with the additional ring. I feel like you actually just can't fight this hero at that point.
True.
It just becomes too much. So right now for RNG, I do think there's a little bit of pressure on this Aegis just to make sure that you really take a stranglehold on the map. Maybe not necessarily a full Rax, but I'd like to see just total vision control and like threat placed upon Fnatic.
Right. I think that that's going to be one of the things to watch for is like, what do they decide to do with this one? Are they going to go all the way out, or do they wait for like these next items, play it a little bit safer? BKB's coming out soon here for Chalice. He just has it completed. Yeah, and it looks like that is going to be the call. Force staff also done for Nyx Assassin. Yeah, that was great versus the Wukongs, right? Like the force staff from Chalice, and then now we'll have it from Kaka too. So very good against the Wukongs. Very good. Ana searching up towards the top side. There's a dazzle there.
Dubu's just drawing the arrow. He said, like, I'll die for this. Doesn't have the shard yet. That's what he's trying to farm up here.
TP out. Kaka blinks in. Doesn't get him. And yeah, they're going to go and claim their own outpost right before the minute mark. So trying to get that XP as much as they possibly can. Monkey King about to hit level 20. And is getting closer and closer to that Scotty.
Honestly, getting close to a BKB though.
Jeez. Yeah, they need something. That's for sure. Not sure what it is exactly yet.
My territory.
I think I heard a dive bomb.
Yeah. That could be something.
Thanks, mate.
That's for sure. Because like, if you steal the hook again, you just dive bomb into hook. It's gonna give you an even longer range of like relatively free initiation. You've already seen the telekinesis and how good that can be when they call Chalice.
Ooh, and we've got a Titan Sliver done for the Pudge as well. That is going to be a really good one. It's got the base damage out the wazoo, extra status resistance. Oh no, he switched it over to the never mind.
I mean, he's terrifying, honestly.
No matter what he gets,
Yeah.
he's just a monster.
8% spell lifesteal. Yeah, I think he'll take that, huh?
All right, 7K gold lead and a tier 2 tower going to fall as RNG have been nursing this lead for a little bit, but the last couple of minutes in getting that Aegis have really allowed them to turn the corner and blow this game wide open. We were talking yesterday about how we haven't seen that many comebacks across most of the games going on, but if Monkey King can get there, this might be one of them.
Yeah, we have seen a few, so it's not without any hope here. And, you know, vision, of course, always going to be a key factor of that, which they have with the Beastmaster. So, for now, the smoke, though, going right through some Hawks. Dubu in trouble.
Oh, they scanned. They knew that this was going on over there to the side. But, yeah, he's all alone over there. Hook pulls back in Dubu. More stab. Get away. What? Oh, no, he's floating again. He's dead.
The rod is just too much.
It's so insane. Ooh. Tomato.
And behind there, yeah, Anna
And
just...
over here,
Oh, is he switching it up?
Oh, interesting. I'm not sure what he's going for there.
That's Shiva's.
Okay.
I don't know where his courier is.
I mean, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, he's got that just about done.
His courier's way up top. Okay, cool. Things just on the move here. So, yeah, things certainly looking great for RNG. What more is there to say? They've got Dota Plus putting on an old 81%. Sounds about right. Game's not over, but they played this one out. Going high ground. Hitting towers, not necessarily the best. I mean, they're pretty good. They have Nature's Prophet, who's got a damage build for sure, but you know that does leave you fairly vulnerable on the hero, especially with things like Dive Bomb and potential for just like a telekinesis lift out.
Yeah.
But sieging high ground, you know, just one hook. That's all it takes to break base sometimes, you know. Oh, Sentry spots Samus trying to go for jabs. That forces the curse out from Xnova.
They do have Bryle in the area as well. Moves on in, coiled down, misses on the Somnus, but still, the damage is there. The right click's coming through, and he is going to fall. Xnova maybe next afterwards, although the Spike Carapace is there. Boundless Strike not going to connect onto the Nyx Assassin. Xnova not able to make the turnaround happen. Interesting. So they get a couple quick kills there as the Aegis is expiring.
All because of this like double sentry that was left up here from they were chasing Kaka like ages ago.
Yeah.
Right? That's what that was.
That's crazy.
And Somnus dies because of it while they have the Aegis. That's actually really important for Fnatic. They need this way to like slow down, right? And,
yeah.
Achievements with the Aegis, not great. I will say, I think RNG missing a bit of a peak timing for their team right now. And there's that Scotty. So Tomato just so much more of a threat now with this available. Changes the way they have to play the fights. And now Chalice, he's alone.
He's completely isolated. I mean, even with the BKB, I don't know if he gets out of there. Wants to get a little bit more separation, hoping to get in with the rest of his team. And Anna in the area, the turnaround. They try and bait this one out, but the Grave is there. Tomato already popping the BKB. How much damage can they do? He realizes, I can't stay here. Dubu's going to die also.
Oh, that was so sick.
What a bait.
Oh, they're so fast.
Because if he just BKBs TPs out, they don't go after him.
Yeah.
They made him think he didn't have cooldown or something. Oh, that's sick.
And then, of course, Mag, they didn't bring enough heroes because the fight looked kind of okay. It was just going to be like a quick pick off there. Very nice.
I also say
I got baited.
That doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence in the Monkey King if he just had to run away in that moment. But I guess everybody else showed up too. But Right now, RNG looking very strong. Trying to claim the first tier 3 tower. The decision is go high ground now. No Wukongs, no problem. Does he get Carapace there?
He keeps phasing just in case. Yeah.
Smart.
Kaka's onto it.
And over here,
The glyph comes out.
And now just punching buildings. And again, same thing.
Yep.
Keep careful. I mean, oh, that's bad.
That is not good.
He stole it again, though.
Yeah, he got him. I don't know if it matters that much, but force stab? No, not gonna live. Buyback comes. Rubik is back with them. Ana, it's a hard kill to get. Bryle jumps into all of them, goes for the BKB. Coil is down, snapped onto one with the winner's curse. Turnaround getting eviscerated. Jabs gets bodied. They're all gonna die. Tomato might pop the Wukong's command. Does he even have to take down the punch? A buyback coming out, but the force staff, they can't keep him in the circle. And Bryle, nowhere left to go, so they buy back on the Dazzle, but they can't quite keep him under control.
Everyone being low there, but no way to get the big finish there. You know, Bryle just not really that terrifying puck. Like, he's got the damage, but he can't stay in place and just get the finish on there, even with the BKB. So difficult fights for him right now. And likewise, too, that Curse is just perfect, right?
Yeah.
I mean, going for this Blink Dagger hasn't really found many big team fights where you've had a moment to do this. But Xnova, when that moment was there, he struck hard. Gets the ideal target, honestly, of jabs. Just like the aura's there, and they're all just whipping into him.
Yeah. Well, and then that's the Lotus Orb, right? Like, even if puck gets on you, you're going to be able to take it off now and then get the blink turnaround.
Yeah.
So, really well played. It's been a super solid game from Xnova. And the side of Fnatic needing to come up with answers. They need a way to keep that Pudge in the ring. Obviously, that would be the roar, but just a little bit of an outplay coming out earlier.
All right, Rave this. Kaka, he's going to cut the tree into the stun. It's going to be like 6 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. It's coming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's some good stuff.
Well, Silver Edge hit. Is he going to try and survive? 10 seconds until BKB. He's done.
Now team's
But
coming.
Boundless. Tomato. Bryle moves in. A couple seconds left, but it's not going to be enough.
Anna doesn't have blink yet. 5 more seconds.
Bryle gets away. I mean, no BKB, and he had the TP, but obviously it wouldn't have mattered.
Dude, Kaka, that was so sick. Just stalking. I mean, you don't really expect that, right? But having the Quelling Blade this whole game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just, and that's such a perfect moment.
Throws out the Viper Strike, doing literally nothing to Ana. He's going to be perfectly fine. This is a hard game for them to deal with at this point.
I would like to see him get 25 here.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more talent on this Pudge. Something more than 40.9 HP regen.
Okay.
I feel like, you know, it's a little
fair.
low,
It's
you
true.
know.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Get the good ones. Well, this Roche might put the stop on it here, as is going to be the Aegis and the Shard.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Munch up some teammates.
He's ready.
Immortality.
Battle time. AC done on Viper. They finally finished the Kaya Sanj on the puck. But all these heroes just feel impossible to kill.
Kaka's on the hunt down bottom.
Let's try it.
And they couldn't quite find Bryle, though. Very sneaky. Dubu.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Goodbye,
Oh,
poor Dubu. His TP's out. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. Bryle, in the meantime, does manage to escape.
Yo, she took like 300 damage from that mana burn.
It's not insignificant.
No. I guess he's a pretty smart guy, that Dazzle, huh?
That's, well, maybe. I'm smart enough. Gets caught there. To be fair, that's just pretty good little movement. This Nyx assassin seems solid. Got 25. Ana jumps into everybody, not going to hit on the hook. But whenever they want to, they just turn it up to 11. Satanic done for Somnus. They're going to move in for the tier 3 tower yet again. And Fnatic, I mean, they're going to have to battle this without the Dazzle and give up at least 2 lanes now. God, that's a lot of damage. Another Viper Strike. Hoping to stop this from coming in, but Fnatic, no answers here, 36 minutes in, as the Pudge Nature's Prophet combo is just way too much.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
He's like lying in wait back there. Just for this like blink dismember, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he ate somebody. No, he's not doing that. That's gonna be the play.
Oh, take them in?
Yeah.
You never see that. It's always the save.
Eat the Nyx, jump in, then the Nyx can blink afterwards.
No, then he puts down his burrow.
Oh,
He's got the eggs just finished.
See. I like it.
You transport the burrow into the middle of the base.
Burrow inside of Pudge?
Isn't that how you get in there?
Yeah, probably. Kaka's ready to go. And Fnatic sensing
they smoked
the danger. Stun off the mark. Stolen stun. Okay. They find one. I think that's a Nyx assassin. Oh, Winter's Curse. Nyx gets out. He gets eaten. Kaka saved by the Pudge. It was never in doubt for Ana. Tomato, not quite going to get caught there, but Somnus, he's in deep. Follow-up stun comes out from the Nyx assassin. Gets the force staff away. Still not dying. The Grave comes out at the last second. Gets a couple more hits on Tomato. Will get the ring broken. As DJ lifted him away from it. He's going to go for the buyback afterwards. Jabs there. Boundless strike onto 2, but there is nothing they can do as Bryle will die. The gem on the ground. One last round of the glyph. Fnatic, they get those gems. He's caught again. Bryle, he just wants to catch somebody. They want to kill anybody. They got the Nyx once, but can they find any more? Actually getting the back line, but Bryle eventually, he's going to get silenced and taken down.
Mega kill.
One more hook. Ana's right on top of him. This is just devastation via Pudge. As GG is finally going to be called. They call mercy. And RNG will take game number 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously built up a very big lead, and then just great positioning all the way through there. You saw them trying to get the back line, try and catch them like the Wyvern in the end, but then you just give it silence and cover, and everyone like backs up and retreats a little bit to help out their friends, so life was just looking good for RNG in this one.
I know, it's true. I mean, I think that it was one of those, like, not foregone conclusions, but once we saw that Aegis get stolen, everything else went downhill from that point. And like you talked about, the blockade that they built the little blockade area.
Yeah, this was a really interesting game, because I think this comes down...
It's right there.
To me, it's like they got red, like super hard. You know what I mean? It's like... You're gonna like strike, throw, or grab. Like they knew. They had the hard reads.
Okay.
All right. And they stopped strategy in its tracks.
Stopped it in their tracks, just like we're gonna stop this broadcast in our tracks. We'll be back in a few for game number 2. See you on the other side of the break.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And welcome back, all you wonderful people. Again, taking a look at the B stream. Trent Lyrical
us.
going to be bringing you the action, and we've got a lot more action all around the entire other streams that are going on. Spoiler
better
alert.
believe it.
You better believe it. That's so good.
Us.
Yeah, you can see after that win, RNG feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about that one. Bet's feeling pretty good about them as well. There was also a couple other matches that are going on. I think there's still one more game that's still taking place.
Oh.
Aster beat Navi. Outsiders, I think, are about to beat Talon, although I think I saw there was like a rapier or something.
There
in
was
that
a
game.
rapier, yeah. We were just kind of peeking. We got up here with like 5 seconds to
Yeah.
spare before the camera turned on. We're like, is that rapier? oh, interesting. Huh.
And then LGD also were able to take down OG, and that one looked like a very back and forth game where there might have been some throwing action going on. But speaking of throwing, we can throw on over and take a look at the game now, as we're already into the draft. Game number 2, Trent and Razor, Tiny Band, Nyx Assassin, and Dawns. They decide Nyx Assassin too good. Get him out of here.
Any more Anna on the Pudge this game, you think? I'd like to see some more Anna Pudge. It was
could be
fun.
down.
It was exciting. Again, I know we didn't get a lot of chance to talk about it at the end of the last game, but I just want to say the strategy overall. The idea and the concepts of like shutting down this whole... It's just such a base lineup of like Beastmaster, and I mean that monkey may as well have just been a juggernaut. You know what I mean? Like that whole concept and idea of this like grouping and pushing and taking over this territory. They took the Beastmaster out of that jungle that we're so used to being given like essentially for free to Beastmaster teams, where he just gets in there and you sort of accept that is the way the game has to be, and you move that bottom half of the map. But instead, RNG staying up top, fighting, forming that wall, keeping them kicked out. It really slowed down all the other progression. And it was just such an excellent game from them that I'm really impressed. Like that shows me so much towards the future of how they're going to play this tournament.
Right, and this is the type of team that you would want to see having that type of success going forward. And I think that, like, in general, we've been waiting to see, all right, what's going to be the situation with China? They've been sort of isolated from the rest of the world in terms of their ability to come to the tournaments. Are they still as good as everybody thinks they are? And so far, so good. Aster, RNG, LGD, all really performing well. We do have Marcy picked up and then Zeus Wyvern into Batrider. What do you think about that Batrider pick so early?
Oh, I love me some Batrider. Like it's a extremely good hero. It's not underrated right now. It's just hard to pull it out at these earlier moments, so it often gets banned in the second phase. I think is a good way to think about it. So it's difficult to counterpick in the mid lane. There's not really much that shuts it down. You tend to think of like some of the supports as being more annoying, like that Nyx assassin or something to play versus.
Yeah.
Like maybe there's a chance they pull out a Nyx here or something from RNG even if they really like it again. They put the Wyvern on core. Or just the Zeus on core too, both as a possibility. Might be a worthwhile ban because offlane or mid playing versus Nyx Assassin is very frustrating, and they are banning Queen of Pain, which is one of those matchups that could actually give Bad a little bit of trouble in the mid.
That's a fair point. So it's sort of giving you a lot of still flexibility, but if you want to, can run it there in that mid lane for Bryle. You know, I think that it's worth noting here also, like, the more macro state of what each of these teams is going for. Because this is one of the rare group stage games where I think, like, keeping in mind TI points is really important. Right now, RNG is sitting at 15th. Fnatic is in the money. They're in 10th. But the teams that are below them that are vying for their spot are RNG.
Yeah.
It's also Liquid. It's also Team Spirit. It's also Aster. You imagine all of those teams after the early days, like, pretty good performances we've seen. If Fnatic can't manage to, like, make it out of groups and make it somewhat far, they actually could get pushed out of that direct invite to TI. Very, very possible. With them on the outside, with Liquid, RNG, and Outsiders, as well as Sonics, you know, there could be some major switch-ups here at the end. And each one of these series matters, because if you can get to the upper bracket and start there for Fnatic, it would just be such a huge win for them.
Yeah. You do not want to play in those qualifiers.
No,
especially
in C.
Especially in C, yeah.
Because it's only Boom right now. Like for the CA Boom. I mean, granted, they're not.
That's
secured.
what they want you to think, dude.
Yeah, it's fair. Like it could very easily go bad for Southeast Asia.
We'll see how many C teams make it free to TI, but how bloody that qualifier is going to be. And that though, we got some Bloodseeker bans, some T8 bans. Teams really taking their time here in this middle phase, and unusual to see so much time spent on the bans. It's kind of interesting. So really preparing for this pick out of the phase, they're almost like double banning for their thought process here. So they get rid of the TA, they get rid of the Timber, and then of course that last ban before they reveal what this will be, if it's Chalice's hero or not. They're going to get rid of that Viper because it's just very frustrating for multiple heroes to play versus.
I wonder if that's setting up for a Monkey King pick this time, if they want to run that again. I mean, it feels like it's their comfort, but at the same time, like, playing that into Wyvern even is a little bit scary. I mean, I guess that we did see, like, when they ultied the Monkey King, he didn't, like, die to it. I think it is very telling, though, that, like, they give Beast up and then Fnatic are not taking it this time. They're just like, no, we're gonna run the bat instead.
Yeah, because they have the Wyvern too, and I was thinking like Beast is still in, Rubik's still in. Like I don't think we're gonna get the Enigma.
No,
right? Even though there's not really much to deal, not easy for Bad Ride to really deal with that hero. The range he got on Lasso, just something that RNG have already shown has been pretty strong. The Nature's Prophet as well, obviously another very important hero that's still in here. Not so great versus Bat, so perhaps that's why Fnatic aren't necessarily banning it, but it's not like unplayable.
True. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I mean, I think that at this point, if I'm RNG, I'm thinking a lot more about just executing my strategy. I think last game there was some amount of like, all right, we're going to react to what they're doing. But, I mean, Pudge wasn't necessarily like, all right, this is a huge counter pick or anything. They take the Jug.
All right, so again, though, all of those heroes are still in. Like, they could Beastmaster +1 here, and that feels pretty okay.
Do you want to do that into Wyvern, though?
They could also Razor. They could do Razor 3 with Mercy. That's a really good lane.
Oh,
wait, sorry, it's first phase ban. Never mind. They can definitely not do Razor. They could DP. She's in a similar vein, but doesn't fit the draft quite as well and isn't as strong versus Jug compared to the Razor, unfortunately.
See, this is the thing. I just think Jug is so strong. Like, what do you pick against Jug that like messes with this hero? Like, he's sort of unanswerable. Well,
I mean, obviously there's the piercing, the spell immunity. That's always going to be a big one, right? Try and make sure that he doesn't have like free spin TPs.
Lane?
That's always nice. In lane, it's like Razor. It's true. I mean, we've seen like Slardar. That's always pretty good, right?
Okay.
You get absolutely bodied.
That's fair.
That can be a tough time. I mean, weren't we watching a Ramses game where he died 3 times right off the bat on Jug?
That
he ended up going Midas.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. That was in the DPC leagues, I think.
Yeah, it was. But
Man, that was so bad.
yeah, you can have bad starts on this year. Oh, you know what? It was a Dawnbreaker. I just remember.
Yes, it was a
Because then he
Dawnbreaker.
picked Dawnbreaker the next game.
Yeah.
And he was. We even asked him about Dawnbreaker in the interview, and he was pretty salty.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like broken hero.
Well, can't take that in this one. And with Marcy already in tow.
There was also a Knicks ban in the first phase. Man, I was really off this
I
draft.
was
My
talking
bad,
to you
guys.
about it. It's good.
No, but I was talking about Knicks existing is good. Did you mention it was banned? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I missed that.
That's fine. I didn't hear when you were talking about Nick, so
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
I was trying to give my little monologue about DPC points. Oh, Fnatic get it. Holy moly.
Okay. All right. They're hopping right into it, huh?
Brile or Tomato? That is the question. I mean, we know who's playing that one. That's the Dubu Classic. Interesting.
Dubu's best hero for sure, as you said. He just looks so good on Warlock.
Yeah.
Always getting the good bonds off, great ultis. Generally looks pretty good versus Batrider. Kind of okay versus Wyvern too. Because like obviously the Bat's on his own team this time. So this time, if the Wyvern goes for a curse, you can kind of cover that timing of the curse by throwing down the Golem, and it makes it difficult for the team to capitalize and sort of prepare for the end of the curse.
Right.
Yeah, get a little bit of chaos running in there, and then now RNG, though they are in the best part of their draft, they have the double counter pick, but they only have 13 seconds left and no reserve time to work with here. So if you're Fnatic, you're probably gonna try and pick pretty fast.
Oh, they go right in for it. Interesting.
So that remaining versus the Pudge again here, they're gonna grab that. That probably puts the Zeus or the Wyvern as core. More than likely the Zeus, but who knows what Psalms is up to these days. If it is, I'd like a Chalice hero of, what do we got? I mean, Brew looks kind of fun this game. Kind of like Brew. I feel like Brew's like generally pretty okay versus Bat if they don't have like a crazy amount of damage. But then sometimes you get lassoed and you die like 6 times in a row without splitting, and you're like, this was the worst pick ever.
I think in a way Wyvern kind of covers that, right? Because I was thinking Batrider Lasso, Dismember, even Golem, like Dispose, all these things that can be used to stop the split from happening. But at the same time, Wyvern can kind of interrupt, whether it's a Cold Embrace or whether it's with the Winter's Curse to turn. That stuff can be a pretty quick switch up.
All the other heroes versus Bat are kind of dead, huh? Yeah, they're offlane heroes like Legion, dead. Tide, dead.
Yeah.
I'm feeling the Brew. I really like it. I think that's what we're gonna get. But I mean, it depends. Obviously, Fnatic still have one more here to reveal. So if it doesn't look solid, then we can't really get the Chalice Brew. But
I don't really know what stops it. Like, what's really bad against Brew, or what's really good against Brew? I think like Slark or something maybe, but that's not even that good, to be honest. They banned the DP.
I think just like no cooldowns can be really bad. So
Yeah.
like if they go like Beastmaster, or like Lycan's already banned, but the Beastmaster's still in. I think they banned Beast here, right? After banning Night Stalker? That seems right.
I just don't think that they care that much about Beast with the Wyvern in the pool. I
Well,
mean,
they might want the Beast
I see.
as well, right? For
Yeah, that's true.
RNG. That would be lovely. That's actually just straight up better than Brew, I think, for how they want to play. They're basically going to show, like, they're basically doing Fnatic's draft from last game right now.
Yeah.
It's a very similar concept. Yeah, they're going to ban the Beast. All right,
Okay.
give me that Brew. Let's go.
Let's
Brew
see if
last
they
pick
do
for
it.
RNG and Fnatic. What do you need? Tomato Pudge, probably Brile Bat. What do we got? Oh, mix it up here. Okay.
I mean, this is just a lot of like, I mean, that's what, 3 BKB piercing disables that they take out of their last 4 heroes. I mean, there's no way this Jug has a good game. That's insane.
Well, you know, they're all not perfect.
No,
I
but
guess.
together there's a lot of them.
Oh, they end up with the end. This is so funny because we started the draft talking about this idea of like, oh, you know, like the Beastmaster's still in and like the Rubik's still in, and they kind of pick them up there, and they do wind up with the
Wild.
Chalice Enigma.
But again, you've got 3 BKB piercing disables to stop it, as well as Dismember to take somebody out of it. I guess the thing with Enigma is that it's much less about the black hole nowadays and like that early pushing with the Eidolons. And what do they have to deal with the Eidolons? Not really that much.
Man, this is so funny. So we'll see if Fnatic can execute the same concept. Can they kick RNG out of that dire side jungle? When they try and make that movement up to the top half of the map, can they stop that from occurring? That is the dream. That's the goal.
Whenever you say that's the dream, I'm reminded of Forrest Whitaker from Rogue One. Save the dream! Save the Republic!
Jeez.
No. Yeah, I think that's what it is, right?
That sounds about right. Great movie.
Save the dream.
Didn't know he was such a good Forrest Whitaker.
Thank you. I just sort of like exhale loudly as I speak.
That's like when everyone says their Slacks impression. They just try and do as much of a high-pitched voice as they can. You know?
Right. That's true.
Yo, the Enigma's picked! Oh!
Enigma.
Get off my lawn!
I can't do it. I can't do that one, to be honest. My voice, it starts to hurt. I don't know how his vocal cords are not just like...
They are free. That's why he exists the way he is.
It's just like, you know, we went out to go get the Brazilian little barbecue place, right? These like slabs of meat cut up. That's what his throat is right now. All right, that was a little intense. Game number 2, RNG versus Fnatic. And we've got Akaka, Rubik, Chalice playing Enigma, Jabs, Pudge. All the good things in the world will come around soon. 4 BKB Pearson disables. What more could you want, Trent?
Well,
5?
We have an offlane Pudge, so it's like
Yeah.
there is a big difference. I've been watching a fair amount of Pudge lately because I wondered if the hero, you know, I thought it was going to make its break a little bit sooner. It seems like it's taking a little bit longer than expected. As we're now getting quite a bit of the major, but I thought maybe more DPC Pudges would be happening. So benefits of the safe lane Pudge is obviously the build up into the Ags is much easier. The off lane Pudge, you tend to not get as much farm unless you want to play it like mega greedy, which I don't think Jab's going to want to. We'll probably see something more akin to like a Vanguard and a Hood.
Okay.
Right? And like a little bit more involved sort of a build, but we'll see. Maybe he's just dedicated to getting the Agnums instead.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to depend a lot upon how the sort of pace of the game goes, too. Oh, wait, there are 5 BKB saves. I forgot. Dismember, but then also Hook. God.
Boom. Got them all.
Like Pokemon.
Da-na-na. Da-da-da-da-na.
Does not sound like Pokemon.
Courage will pull us through.
Oh, there it is.
You teach me and I'll teach you. Dota 2.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
That was good, though.
30 seconds.
No one teaches you anything in Dota, though, unfortunately.
No, it was Yellow Gym.
Yeah. I guess that's how they teach you.
Well, game number 2, and they were going to head out, get the wards down early. Fnatic have one on their high ground. Meanwhile, RNG able to get one over on the top side as well. As the battles are going to commence for the bounties, Tomato runs into Kaka. Gives him a couple swipes on his backside, forces him out of there.
I like how Kaka saw him going and he just like still went in after. He's like, you know what are you doing?
Jabs. Oh, Jabs. Oh, Jabs. What have you done?
Oh, the speed.
Is he fast enough? DJ comes on in for the save. What a win, dude. Flesh Heap is so silly, too.
Well, how about 45% bonus movement speed for 5 seconds at level 1? Isn't that a little slowy? A little slowy, a little silly.
That's not so slow, actually.
No, it's quite speedy.
It's getting where it need to be.
Yeah, that needs to scale. Nice frog.
I mean, that's the problem. It also scales.
Yeah, the slow, yeah. He's like, oh, you wanted to scale 45, 50,
Yeah.
65% movement speed? Is this what you wanted?
Jeez. Well, so far...
Oh, Jabs is not in a great spot, don't you? This lane's very interesting because he's starting low HP.
Right.
And you already have some issues as Pudge, right? Where you're going to have the... oh, my God. Jeez, getting beat here by a Wyvern. You have no armor, right? He's got 1 armor right now and no items for it.
Whoa. Yeah, and he wants to, like, pop this salve to go to work, but it is kind of scary.
Now, the best part, though, is that he's versus the Wyvern, and the burn is your current health per second. So it does no damage.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a good point, although now he's getting healed back up, so he's going to be okay afterwards. You know, taking a look, though, at it, X-Nova.
Classic.
Gets a couple quick punches off there onto Jabs and DJ. And, geez, so annoying to deal with. And then, you know, if Jug comes in for the spin, it's going to be a problem. Up on the top side, though, Dubu throwing out the Fatal Bonds. Got some onto the Eidolons there.
Do you think? All right, for the non-Wyvern players, because maybe there's a couple out there in the chat. One thing that's interesting about the Wyvern for the Arctic Burn is you can actually get the debuff once per cast. That's why you often see him just instantly like hitting one and hitting the other. And like he'll get a few right clicks off, but he might seem like still flying away, and you're like, why isn't he like hitting him again? But like that's why, because I've definitely been yelled at for that before. I'm just like, no, it's not worth it, guys.
Yeah, it can get a couple extra hits in there every now and then, but if you're trading right clicks, it's not always the best. Up top, Chalice able to find the kill onto Dubu. Not bad, not bad. That's the Malefice used. Meanwhile, the spin, I thought about going in a bit more, but doesn't decide to fully commit. As DJ, get a dispose off, goes on in for the courier snipe. Not going to connect onto it. God, Jeb's taking a beating already. And that is a 2.5-minute earn on the Enigma. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Rushing this feels kind of amazing. Now he's going to send out like 6 tangos and a stick. So he just wants to plant himself in this lane to stay here. And Dubu on the Warlock, obviously very experienced on this hero. It's probably his best hero right now that he plays the most. And the level 1 Fatal Bonds is something that back when, you know, they were rocking more of the Warlocks, that didn't exist. This idea of just like, oh, that Fable almost worked. He almost stopped that pull, but they still get just the range creep. Yeah, but you can use that really well versus the Eidolons, of course. It's got multiple targets at the earlier levels.
That should help.
I mean, it's still like not necessarily the strongest harassment type of hero. It's much more about ensuring that the Faceless Void isn't going to die. But I mean, the problem actually is Jab's going to get away here. Chase, spin, right underneath the tower. Not quick enough on the Juggernaut. But the thing I was going to say is that it's good to keep alive, but if Enigma is just focusing on last hitting and denying out creeps, 18 and 8 right now versus the Void, which has only 14 last hits. I don't know. That's getting a little bit spooky.
Right, then you're losing the passive lane is the problem, right? Oh, there's a hook from Jabs on Ana. It's going to get some solid damage out there, but does have the healing ward rocking right now. Jab's doing a great job in this lane, I have to say. Jabs is an exceptional laner. Like, he is just so solid at all the little small things in the lane. When you think about how this lane started and being such low HP, but still able to stay present and getting like a decent amount of last in situation. He's keeping up there with Ana right now, so really well done.
Yeah, that's what they need from him.
Look at this big old wave coming.
That's tasty. Tasty.
Mate dripping down your chin, you know?
Okay, that's good. I like that. Somnus? Interesting rotation there. DJ making the move. And they actually canceled the TP towards the mid lane. So if DJ wants to, he could go back in again. Has to be careful about this. Somnus playing very safe as they get close to level 6. If they could find a dispose, that would be a really easy pickup for a kill there onto the Zeus. But in the meantime, we take a look back at top. More of the deny show.
Yeah, it is, but they also still have the camp blocked, so there's no hard camp spawning, so they can't get the pull off really. And so Tomato's still able to get quite a few of these creeps under the tower, even if there's the constant Eidolon nuisance happening here.
It's just so hard to last hit when you get the full split off there.
Yeah.
Very annoying to deal with. But you can see that Tomato's actually doing something interesting where he's time dilating Chalice so he can use it less often. Just kind of nifty.
So annoying.
But yeah, a very passive lane, but passively into the favor of RNG. As long as they don't lose a bunch of Eidolons along the way. Level 6s now done for the Batrider and the Zeus. So very much an opportunity to find some pickoffs there. Not a step too far forward, but Chalice turned upon, going to get him with that TJ rotation. That's enough.
Yeah. He's been away for quite a while down bottom, right? He went down mid and everything, but they couldn't quite pressure Jabs once he had the Vanguard and got up to higher HP, 2 points in the flesh heap, so he's just hanging out.
Very good.
They've kind of given up on pressuring him out here, so that's going to kind of open up a lot more plays in the other lanes. And Brawl
back towards mid?
Yeah, he grabs the DD, but Brawl will be all right.
Yeah, they can't get him. I thought maybe they were going to make a move there. But regardless, you know, it's still looking relatively even across the board for all these lanes. Even though there's been sort of some disparities in terms of last hits and denies. Top net worth 2,700, bottom of the cores is 2,500. So very little separating all these squads together.
Yeah, RNG see this movement up top here. They see Brawl with that ward on the pillars, so this should not result in anything. In fact, they bring X Nova to try and punish this play.
Everybody, 4 of them.
Oh, they can't get a grab though. Oh, Tomato. Ooh.
He's scared.
Careful. I don't think they have the chain stun, but
That's interesting. I was wondering if they were going to start trying to like stack up Sticky with Bryle in there too. Because that's the type of move where maybe you could find some type of like a blow up on heroes if they commit too hard. But doesn't decide to go for it. Meanwhile, Dubu trying to run, get away. Tomatoes nearby, ready to jump. But they won't do it. So again, lots of rotations up top. Nothing gained from it. And this is all tons of space for the Pudge to get off to a good start. Meanwhile, Juggernauts had to sort of head on back to the jungle afterwards.
Yeah, and just finding it faster to move through here instead. Get a little bit more farm, and obviously you don't have the threat of rotations coming through with that Pudge there, especially because you don't really know if he's going to be bringing out the Dismember at some point, and you're just dead, so don't have to deal with that. Chalice also closing in on 6 here, currently at 5.5, but there is the Chrono, there is a Bat, there's certainly an opportunity if you want to spend these cooldowns, but for now they're just continuing the passive play, stacking up their jungle, and fighting for runes. Well, that's too much.
Illusion for Kaka tries to go for the all-in play. DJ there as well. They've got Chronosphere if they want to use it. Gonna commit on to the Zeus. Is it enough though? Fatal Bonds onto both. I don't think they've got enough damage with the Cold Embrace there. Tomato, does he jump in? Chalice is also moving into the area. 5 heroes all the way over to the side, running down after Tomato.
There's just like such limited mobility and catch right now. On the side of RNG.
Just 5 heroes mid.
They have like Arctic Burn. That is their reach at the moment. It will get better, of course, with like some of the items and just like the levels, especially on a hero like Rubik. But for now, it's very hard to force Fnatic to fight, as we've seen several times.
They find Ella. Gets the spin off, but Bryle's there afterwards. Has the lasso, and well, bit by bit, DJ taking some damage from the tower, ends up dying for it. He gets the kill. But they will end up getting him nonetheless. But in the meantime, with everybody coming mid, RNG is going to be able to claim this mid-tier 1 tower. Interesting.
Yeah, you're going to take that as RNG for sure. And this is something exactly we're talking about, like the mirror of Game 1. So Fnatic played an extremely similar lineup on the Radiant side that RNG are playing now. And one thing they failed to do with their lineup, with their Beastmaster, was control the top part and pressure that mid-tower. And right now, they sort of like ran in there to RNG up top. They haven't really gotten that deep into the dire jungle. Like there's still a couple stacks there. Fnatic have decent vision in the area. But now they're moving into that space. They've taken the tier 1 tower. They want to get this tier 1 tower in the top lane, move in towards the outpost, and secure Roche.
Interesting. And the vision is already down a little bit, trying to stop some of this movement.
I love those sneaky wards.
Yeah.
Like at this stage of the game, they're not really expected to be there, especially that like cliffside one.
Yeah.
By Roche, that's a great one too.
Bryle in the meantime, gonna do a little bit of farming, leaving some trash on the ground, and will finish off his Boots of Travel recipe here. It looks like will come out in just a moment.
Where's this tome for
Pole,
Dubu?
Sir? It's fine. Nobody wants a tier 1 neutral item at this point in the game anyways. It's not like they're the only ones available. Oh wait.
Whoa. Jabs. He is still going straight eggs. I mean, I don't blame him. He is the safe lane. It kind of feels like this game, right?
Yeah.
Like he's been the one who's actually just sitting in the lane the whole time and farming. So being able to get with the eggs feels amazing.
I mean, it is going to be scary, as you can see. Like, you know, net worth wise, this Zeus is top of the charts, right up there with Jabs. But then you've got this like sort of tricore going on, where Chalice has a lot, Anna has a lot. The game could very quickly start snowballing out of their control if they're not careful.
Yeah, and
Dubu waiting for 6.
Even if you get a little bit bigger too, right? You get percent-based damage eventually from the Midnight Pulse, as well as the Zeus with the shard. So a big beefy Pudge isn't necessarily as strong as he'd usually be.
I will say, Fnatic has a lot of R keys.
Big ultis, you like those?
And they're pretty solid. That is one late game thing that starts to feel really good, and you know, getting a refresher, what have you.
I mean, you're saying that, but look at RNG.
Oh,
you know, Kaka gets all of those, right?
That's
potentially.
True. That's a good point.
You got Curse, you got Black Hole. We just got the big spells this game.
Chalice moving on in. Can they get him? Wanted to. Nah, there's no way he was gonna Black Hole that. But they also get all the Eidolons. Kill the babies.
And the ward that they left in behind too. So
everything.
Again, this Fnatic just doing exactly what RNG were able to do last time, really trying to shut down the ability to capture this zone for them. And Anna not able to maybe play as deep as he necessarily wants to. Again, as you point out, because we've got the Golem, we got the Chrono. There's so many of these. You cannot spin TP for free. So this Juggernaut won't be as farmed as he feasibly could be.
That's one thing.
That's a great way. Yeah, that's true. Any Boots of Travels enjoyers? Can I Merlini in the building?
We'll see. Where there's a will, there's a way. But yeah, again, very little separating all these squads. Smoke up together now, looking for Tomato. Do they get him in time?
Oh,
Lift,
beautiful.
Pull back, black hole. Dubu, big old goal, and Tomato tries to get out. They drop all the ultimates right at once, and Tomato eventually falls.
It's because he turned, right?
Yeah.
If he had ever like jumped towards them and Chrono, but I don't think they had the turnaround damage to make that worth it.
Stolen Fatal Bonds now, but Fatal Bonds was already there onto all of the Radiant. Buyback comes from Marcy. Ultimate Thunder Gods jabs right on top of the Rubik. So it's a buyback on the Marcy, but they do get two. So Black Hole used, Winter's Curse used, Golem used.
Yeah, it winds up being pretty even, and then after this, you're still gonna have the Chrono and the Lasso if they want to go for a smoke. So I think as long as you capitalize on the inability to use the Thunder God's Wrath to scout out your smokes, this seems like it could be a great moment for them. They're gonna join up top here. Find Anna in the building. Now X-Nova very low.
Oh my goodness.
You know, sometimes a fight ends and you're like, this is me. I am X-Nova here because like I'm low HP and I don't want to go back home and I don't want to wait for my courier. So I'm just like, oh, I got to get wards down. Like they're dead right now, right?
Yeah.
But you're kind of slow at the start of the game and yeah, you don't get there quite in time. So.
Well, you know, one of the things that's going to be interesting this game, too, is whereas last game, you know, we saw Anna go for a couple of other smaller items. First, Jabs is rushing right on into this Aghanim Scepter. He's currently top net worth in the game. He's going to get it about like 4 or 5 minutes earlier than they got it last game.
And he's just going to get chronoed. Like, he's literally just going to try and get in the middle of heroes, and he doesn't care if Tomato just plops him right in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, chrono me, bro. It's fine.
It's going to be really solid. Bryle, in the meantime, he's getting towards the Blink Dagger. There's some interesting things going on. Big fights.
Oh, he doesn't go for the grab? Damn, man, he is not greedy. I would have at least tried to see what I got.
Yeah.
Maybe he saw DJ cast Psychic already and knew that he'd done it, but like, because Kaga just wants another rebound, right? He wants some mobility spell so he can go for the same grab, because again, their initiation's very weak. The only reason they started that last fight was they had the time walk.
Yeah.
And he was able to just like jump in and grab.
Well, and that's something he's always going to be able to get from the Void, as long as he can find him before the fight starts, which is kind of why he's stalking over that direction right now. As Somnus and X-Nova playing together mid.
I will never forget that game where Eternal Envy ulted the creeps before the guy stole his blink. That was hype. When he's playing Anti-Mage, I was like, the new meta, it's evolving. Like, he might time dilation here if he sees Rubik, right? That's the play. Oh, well, nah, he didn't get it. He did not get it. Time dilation stolen. Sorry, I keep saying time walk. Yeah, he did not time dilation, ergo, time walk stolen. But they do smoke into him anyway. So these are those three heroes. They want to capitalize. There is the Thunder God's Wrath, though. They took some time here before going for this. They're going to try and pinch or Chalice in between.
Yeah. They also have Blink done on Batrider right now. So that's part of the reason they go for this. And going to try and save Lasso. Looks like it will come out in time. Get some flashing stacks. So Blink reveal, but Lasso's still available.
Oh, that's so good to save it, too. Now you just wait till Firefly's back up and you can go again.
Maybe if they find the right target, they can just go right away. Jabs is going to push in towards mid. They've got a catapult.
Yeah, he almost has his hood done, too, of course, versus this, like, I mean, so much great magic damage. Enigma shifting the Midnight Pulse to magic makes it really important to have the hood.
Tomato, Mask of Madness and wanting to farm up while the rest of his team pushes in towards mid. The question is, are we going to see a battle here? It doesn't look like it. Fnatic posturing, but not actually going in for the fight. Meanwhile, opponent to their own jungle. Bryle, they jump forward, looking for more. Stolen, sticky napalm. Now the chase down. Somnus gets caught. Is it going to be enough for the kill, though? The hook off the mark. He pulled him out of it. DJ turns on with the Unleash, but Chalice is there, has the black hole, and 3 dead just like that. That was all it took. Jabs.
Yeah, they're rapping.
They're moving in for him. Has ulti available, but Dismember just gets pulled away.
Oh, hello.
Meanwhile, Stolen off to the side. Tomato jumps in. The Chrono with the punch. It's doing a lot. Is it going to be enough, though? The Winter's Curse afterwards now doing more damage to Somnus. The rock still hits him.
Jabs?
As he tries to walk out of there. Jabs living through all of it.
Living?
He kills X-Nova. What is this monster?
Oh, the hook.
And they keep going for more. Tries to steal the hook. Dies to the tower. Oh my god. It is Pudge's world. We just live in it. And Chalice.
Look at this. Everything's just on cooldown. This guy is just,
he can't go
he's
anywhere.
crawling.
Dude, Fnatic. Big old fight for him there.
That
when
was
chronoing your teammate is the good play.
I tell you, the Faceless Void players, they love Pudge on the team, you know? Just finally, no one's going to yell at me when I hit my chrono on them.
Look at that damage. He did so much.
It is absurd. Like, truly. And they just couldn't kill him. I mean, once they run out of that early burst there with some of these heroes, you know?
Oh, here we go. Take a quick little look at the replay, and you can just see how it all starts, and it was looking bad.
Yeah, he dies right there. Then the black hole, he tries to hit 2. Like, he tries to maybe catch the Pudge on the tip because he's like running in, but he can't grab it. So they lose DJ, they lose Brawl, Dubu's dead. I mean, look at this. It's 5 heroes running into a tower. And Jabs is just like, I'm so slow.
Come and fight me.
And then he's just like, activate Flesh Heap.
Yeah.
You know, no damage taken. Pull Insomnus, die.
I mean, good call on Tomato. Take out that healing ward right at the restart, because that would have turned it all
Look
around.
at him trying to kill Jabs. Like, he's Winner's Curse. He's in like double digits HP, and it doesn't even matter.
Just completely flips it around.
And the AoE, too, the bonus radius is like 225, whatever it is. It's just ridiculous. Dubu just gets to kill Samus with a golem, and then almost get his kill stolen by that hook.
Not bad. Yeah, the Winner's Curse actually ended up saving the Pudge there. I think he might have died if he didn't get it.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
might
sure.
be right.
Regardless, 9-13, and Batrider did die.
Okay, that was before he had the spell Lifesteal talent on Pudge, by the way.
Yeah.
What?
This hero is a little bit insane. Maybe Pudge is the thing that we need to watch out for.
Oh, so he took like 2,200 Zeus damage. I see. That's how Broad died, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty rough.
Need to get a BKB at some point.
A lot of zaps.
Jabs running on in, finding Chalice. Does he get any hooks off here?
Hook in Dubu. Take him instead.
I don't know if it actually is going to matter that they try and go on him here. I don't think they can do anything.
Oh, and Chalice looking towards now the Wraith Pact as a way to try and just reduce some of this massive AoE damage. You know, you think about a Chrono there with a Pudge stuck in and just rotting. Maybe that'll help.
Have we seen an Omni Slash yet?
There was one in that last fight.
Okay.
But obviously not to any great effect.
It's going to be something to watch for. 9-13 still, and Ana still wanting to, you know, get a couple more items up and online. Going to the Manta, afterwards Mjolnir is in the sights. But keeping pace with the Pudge here is going to be really important. So I guess that's the thing to watch for Fnatic, is that as well as that last fight went, they kind of need to keep going with their ultis. They have to keep making these plays.
I mean, look at this. They're smoking with only 200 gold to blink on Jabs.
Yeah, they got to go for this. Dubu. Spotex Nova.
Oh, he missed
Ryle
the lasso.
has it here afterwards, but another lift away. Man, that was just the worst initiation. But Hook got him. Easy.
Saved.
Jab's God.
And that's actually the blink gold. So now they get the kill. Now they keep pressing forward while the courier brings in the blink. Ana still not committing to joining them right now.
And they didn't use the lasso there either. So, I mean, they've got everything.
Kaka still has the time walk. They want to start something here, but it's still so hard to set up for really anything. Like what is their like guaranteed start to a fight besides Curse?
They have that blink soon, and there it is. Kaka gets the
have
jump
to.
away. Golem is going to get dropped immediately after the black hole. Jab's trying to survive through it. The spell Lifesteal. He's healing up through it all.
Someone kill
Look
him.
at the heal. Look at the heal. It's too much. You can't stop Insomnus. There's no escape. Somebody stop us from this
Look at his HP.
impossibility. The Pudge kills them all. Why? Why is this a thing?
What was even his... where did Ana even... He died up top?
Oh, no.
He just got like chronoed and died while Jabs is just fighting them all?
No, he didn't even use Chrono.
All right. Okay.
That's wild. And now they're getting Roche. They take the mid-tier 1 tower. It is all coming up Fnatic here.
I'm just watching a Pudge. I don't even know what's going on
There it
anywhere
is.
else. He's got disposed and bashed to death, apparently.
Here's the replay right now of all the rest of it. Chav's living on just no HP.
And then meanwhile, there's 3 heroes up top who just killed the Jug. Like, it's just so absurd. This
that's
Fatal
so
Bond
crazy.
plus Pudge is just nasty.
Yeah. And like the Golem was the only reason that he almost died there.
Yeah. And, I mean, they had to put the golem too, right, to cover for the black hole, and so it's just like, you know, Dubu, he's got the strats, right? Throwing this Fatal Bond to that massive rod, it's just too good.
I mean, the real scary thing is this is all before BKB. We talked about the spell lifesteal talent, but when BKB comes out, it's really bad. DJ caught, good chrono onto both. Can they bring them down afterwards? They're trying to move in with jab. Somnus gets the jump away. Tomato gets the jump out.
He's back.
Pull him in. Get on in here. How you doing, baby? It's nice to see ya. Tomato chasing, looking for Ana, not gonna find him. Somnus is dead. And as they keep this slow, steady burn down one after the other, the winner's curse is no savior. As they keep chasing out, Tomato caught him right there. Chase for more, go behind the fountain. Who even cares? Tomato looking for a high five. 4 are dead as Fnatic ready to run wild over this game number 2.
This Pudge Hero's pretty good.
Not bad.
I guess he's winning a couple of games here. He's doing quite a bit of damage, as you can see.
That's 2 fights in a row where he's done almost more than the entire RNG team.
It's funny though, because you also have these games where it looks so bad, right?
Oh,
where
totally.
like you don't get this early agonyms and you can't find these fights. And I think part of the reasoning here is that just RNG just are unable to start a fight on their own terms this game. They did not itemize for it. They couldn't find a way to make it so like maybe the Rubik had an earlier version of mobility, or the Wyvern could get off better early game curses. They have a Tricore that's sort of unable to capitalize on the vision.
Oh no. Bashes. So many BKB piercing disables. Poor Ana. Can you escape? He has the Omni Slash now. Jumps in, jumps out, can't find his way out of there. The continued bashes. The poor Juggernaut. It's all waiting for longer. Jabs continues to survive through it all. What is left for you? Only sadness and GG's as Fnatic absolutely destroyed that game.
Yeah, everyone just tipping jabs.
Yeah.
I'm going to go find him later and give him a tip as well. I'm going to a couple ones out or something. I don't know.
Wow. That was awesome. That was one of the shortest games that we've had at the tournament so far.
Yeah, don't try this at home. I mean, just saying, you know, maybe if your buddy's going to play some Warlock, it's going to look this good. But there's no guarantees, okay? Because there was a lot happening there, and it was also just a lot of the factors of what was going on for RNG in terms of like lack of good initiation. It felt like Jabs had a good way to get into these engagements a lot of times, and a lot of magic damage that he did not care about.
Right. Well, and like as soon as he got that hood, it was just like go, 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 and then you got the blink dagger, and it felt as if like RNG at times are like, all right, well, we're gonna have the damage from the Zeus, you know, this like huge sort of physical or rather magical damage that's based upon your HP, and it just didn't matter.
Yeah, it felt like they were just trying to do essentially what Fnatic had attempted in game 1, where they just wanted to group up and they wanted to, instead of like, I'm talking about how they don't have good ways to start fights. The way they want to start fights is by going for objectives. But because they didn't garner that like early enough lead and get to that point where they felt comfortable enough to actually move into objectives, they were just kind of passive and they just got pushed into by Pudge, and well, they got eaten up.
Eaten up. Watch out for Jabs Pudge. It's a dangerous one. And watch out soon because we got another series coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned. More from the Arlington Major right after this.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello, Suns fan here with Jenkins. We got day number 2 of the Arlington Major.
That's right.
Mr. Jenkins.
Good to be here. Great to see you again.
We have Entity versus Tundra today, neither of which are actually doing super hot.
Nope.
Entity, I believe,
Entity's doing okay.
They're 2-2.
Yeah.
And they do have Saberlight as their position 1, even though he is an off lane for TSM.
He is.
It's a little strange, but their drafts have always been strange, so that's why I think we're going to have a lot of fun today.
Yeah.
But Tundra, on the other hand, 1-3, not looking good.
This
of course,
is
they
true.
have played some tough competition thus
That's
far.
right. That's right. Spirit, they just came in hot from the there it is, from the Riyadh event, doing very well, of course, at that one. And they did get shellacked a bit in the finals by LGD, but they still made it to the finals. And I think the games were they're weird. They're weird games. But up until the finals, they looked like an insane team. They looked like an insane team.
Yeah, we have some Entity stuff to show you, so let's take a little gander here. Are we? Oh, look at Saberlight. He's looking good. They call him Saber Chad for a reason.
That's right.
He is very good at Dota.
And Stormstormer.
Man, look at how serious they are.
Yeah, Stormstormer has the brightest smile officially in all of Dota 2. He's the only guy that if you watch the DPC and you look at the camera, he's actually enjoying himself.
Oh.
Which is strange because Dota is a very exhilarating and sometimes depressing game, emotional. But it's like when players are in the game, they're so in it that they can't even express emotion other than Stormstormer. He's the one guy that's not a sociopath.
That's right. And look at this. Look at our backdrop. We didn't really mention this. Just a beautiful arena here. Just can't wait for the viewers to come in person. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And the players too.
That's right. Make sure to bring your Purell, because when we shake your hands, we don't want to get sick.
Right.
But let's look at Tundra's video. I'm sure I can't wait to see Soxa's face. in this intro.
I wish they were wearing the cowboy gear that they had.
That's true. That video was great. That was a great one.
A good video.
All right, Soxa is going to have a deadpan. Look at this.
Yeah.
And of course, they had to get a crane in order to get the height that Soxa demands. Look at
Yeah, directly straight into the camera.
Man, he has a deadpan stare.
Yeah,
I taught him well while he was with
that's
DC. I'll tell you what.
That's good. What's your favorite memory with Soxa?
Favorite memory with Soxa.
Yeah.
He was a very quiet lad.
Was he?
But
beneath
he
the
loved
surface.
Wendy's.
He loved Wendy's.
He loved the whole team loved fast food.
Okay.
Well, maybe not Misery. Misery was like, I want to eat healthy, but then
Well,
he
that's
ate.
his name. It's Misery, so
He
of
wants to be
course,
miserable no matter the
miserable,
circumstances. That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, first time I saw him, he's quite tall, and I mean, I'm 6'1". You're probably 6'1".
Nobody's gonna believe that.
I mean, you can physically see that you're
No,
as
you
tall
can't
as me.
because the arena, there's no banana for scale.
Oh,
It's an arena for scale.
maybe
which,
production can bring us a banana soon.
Go and grab a banana.
But yeah, Soxa, one of my favorite players of all time because he's just so easy to work with. He didn't talk that much back then. I think he's talking a little bit more,
Yeah.
but like no drama with him. He just gets to work. And I've
Pretty
heard
good.
like in pubs, like back then, he would only play carry. That's the hilarious thing. Only carry.
Oh,
and then
was that
in
when
matches,
he was like rank 1 in EU.
yeah, he's been rank 1 like on 3 different accounts as we're gonna get into the draft here. But it's just weird to me that you can play carry like throughout all your off time, and then when you get into a match,
I'm
you're just playing
now.
support.
Yeah.
Very weird.
You know what? There's an argument for it. Not a
Really?
very good one, but there is one.
Okay, what is the argument?
That would be that you are understanding the primary role that you're supporting, which is the whole game is based around the carry position, and how to enable their farm and hit that timing.
Okay.
So he's trying to understand that and also get that juicy rank 1.
Yeah, of course. The 1 is very important to him, of course. So as we get into the draft, as we said, Entity versus Tundra. The bands, Alchemist, Tiny, then Wyvern, and Visage. So it's funny because these teams have a lot of specialty heroes. Because based on a lot of the games, even from like cross-regional play, which we're getting, or international play, I guess is the better word for it, the bands have been very similar. The picks have been very similar. We're seeing a little bit of a switch up here. Puck makes it through. Very strong hero. But then there's a Chen first phase. And then for Tundra, Zeus is very highly touted. But Doom, which in a way, like this is probably a Soxa Doom, I would assume. I mean, it could be 33, I guess. But this is almost like taking it away from Entity to some degree, even though Pure isn't. Actually, that's a good question. Pure is not here. It is Saberlight filling in. But he plays Doom. He plays Doom.
Yeah, he's an offlane player, and obviously Entity would have practiced a lot around the Pure Doom. So it does feel really good to have an offlane player come in. It's like, okay, we already have the strategy pre-prepared for our regular carry player, so let's just play that. Like, hey, yo, just go play normal Doom Saberlight, and then he's like, all right, okay, I can do that. So yeah, bit of a block pick.
The thing I do like about Tundra's lineup, and I talk about this every single time, is the flex, right? If you look at Entity, Chen, you already know is support. Puck, you already know is mid. Like, that's pretty much set in stone. Like, we've seen Puck support, I want to say like 2 years ago. It was kind of a thing. Never really caught on too hard.
No.
But this other side, like Doom could be a 3, could be a 4. We've even seen it as a carry, of course, more so on like Entity side with Pure. And then Zeus, probably mid, but we've seen it support as well, and it's pretty powerful as a 4 or a 5.
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely good in all 3 positions. Like people debate on it, but the fact that there is a debate means you can never really be sure. I don't know what it is exactly with Puck. I think it's probably that it feels like you really need levels in all of the abilities now. Otherwise, if you don't have points in phase shift by the time these big team fights start happening at like 15+ minutes, you just feed. But also you need points in the nuke so you can push out creep waves. So like it doesn't really function even as an offlaner for that reason. Maybe some like puppy 5 Puck is a thing, if Secret was around. But nah, it's like always mid these days, it seems. And it's a powerful mid too. Even though it gets first picked, people pick Tiny, people pick Dragon Knight, like these heroes to counter it. It still always feels like Puck tends to have a pretty solid game.
Yeah, it's hard to think of any kind of a hard counter to Puck. I think the closest thing you'll find is like a Skywrath, the instant silence, or some sort of instant hex. But a lot of those heroes just aren't popular. Like we don't like only one person I think plays Lion at this stage.
Yeah, that's
Shadow Shaman is probably the most common of the three, and then there's Skywrath, which is
Right.
pretty rare as well.
No, I had a similar thought of like if Lion and Shadow Shaman were both like already A tier heroes, then Puck probably wouldn't be S tier because those heroes would be too common and you'd want to pick them anyway. But now it does kind of feel like you have to make space in your draft to pick a Lion or a Shadow Shaman. Like they're going to be your like low tier but to solve a problem pick, and sometimes you want other heroes to be that. So yeah, Puck, very, very nice.
And something else that I don't know if they actually, how big of a deal is this? When you see a Chen, you got these big old juicy creeps, you got Devour on the other side. Is that actually something they think about? Like, I mean, it's not a hard counter, but it's nice to have. Because a lot of times if you're fighting, Devour is going to be off cooldown, and it's going to be kind of, you know, nice little
It's pretty
juicy
good.
meal for you.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's decent. Like you can,
And you're going to get Midas, and depending on the position of the Doom, right?
it's like really hard to get some Centaur stun set up on with Chen when there's a Doom on the enemy team. Like you're never gonna be able to stun the Doom because he'll just eat the creep. And the way that Devour scales and the way that the Chen creep the steal of the creep scales is that you're going to have the same level of Chen creep as you are of the Doom Devour. And so you can always eat it depending on the time in the laning phase. But I do feel like Chen also, you can play around the heal and the armor buff in lane too, and it's fine. A lot of people have been going penitence lately, actually. I've seen a lot more penitence skilling, sometimes even entirely skipping the healing passive, just leveling up that penitence because it's like 110 attack speed or something.
Yeah, it's underrated.
It's very underrated. It's an insane ability.
I do have a mechanics question here. So Nyx is picked up, which Spike Carapace against Scorched Earth, extremely good. Very easy to get a stun off on Doom. How does it work against Heavenly Jump? Do you get the full jump off, or do you get stunned in midair?
I think you get stunned in midair and you come down.
Okay,
I'm
so
pretty
that
sure you
sounds
come
like a
down.
pretty damn good counter to Zeus then.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I've seen Zeus get stunned in midair and he comes down, and it would be just a regular stun. So yeah, Nyx is definitely good. I think Nyx in general has been a fairly underrated hero for some time. Like since they changed the radius on his Impale, it feels a lot easier to hit those big ravages, which makes the Blink Dagger build on Nyx much better. And it kind of felt like before there wasn't really a super viable build on Nyx, and so whenever a build becomes strong because an ability getting buffed, it's like, okay, well now there's actually a way to like make this hero do something in fights. Like everybody's going like Blink Force, Yules, that sort of build instead of like the Ags Rush.
And we're going to see Warlock CK picked up by Tundra. Warlock, we kind of talked about a lot in the past with the Shadow Word being used in the laning stage. Brewmaster for Entity. Okay, so that's offlane number 1. Usually we see 3 offlanes with them. So you can't get to that point anymore.
No.
But it's pretty clear like what the positions are, right? So that's the one negative with Entity's draft is now they're going to be looking for position 1. But of course, like we talked about, it is Saberlight playing position 1, so maybe they don't go for traditional carry anyway.
Yeah, I mean, hell, this could be a carry brew. I feel like Puck as a mid these days in Dota, like for the last couple of years, people have just been running tri-cores and even these like int cores like Puck, you get a Witchblade, you can build into like the Revenant's Brooch late game, you go Sanjin Kaya. Like
Revenant's Brooch?
Yeah.
Really?
You can get that. It's a juicy one. There's a lot of late game scaling that happens even on the spellcasters these days, so I don't really feel like you can, especially when there's a stand-in situation like this, I don't really feel like you can even look at a brew and be like, oh yeah, they have to pick a carry next. Like who knows? They're obviously on the more experimental side, having
All right, I'm not gonna lie.
Saberlight as a
I
stand-in.
zoned you out for a good portion, and I woke up when you said Revenant's Brooch. Can you explain that part
5
again?
seconds.
What about it?
Who picks it up?
It could
Brew?
be Puck.
I was gonna say Brew makes no sense.
I don't think brew makes any. Yeah.
Puck, Revenant's Brooch. What makes it good then?
Well,
What makes the item good in general? Because we
it's-
just don't see it.
You build from a Witchblade, which Puck is naturally going to have, and any hero that has. You remember when MKB was really broken? Like
Yep.
there was that one patch where it was like very cheap, and the reason that it was broken is because you'd hit a hero like Terrorblade with MKB, and the equivalent like
5
physical
seconds.
damage that you would get like a Daedalus item or something like that, because of the armor, you would do like virtually no damage to the Terrorblade. But with MKB,
What's Radiant's
these
plan anyway?
tanky agility heroes, they don't have magic resistance. They have armor. And so this magic damage that pierces through BKB is extremely good in the late game, which I also think is why Puck, even without the Revenant's Brooch, is really strong in the late game. Is because like a TB, it's like BKB has such a long cooldown now
10
that
seconds.
there's going to be times where you take a fight and you can just blow somebody up with like Dagon Ethereal Blade,
5 seconds.
Puck spells, or with Revenant's Brooch. Like essentially, magic damage just trumps armor.
So Tundra is banning out more heroes that Saberlight plays, which aren't really traditional carries. I mean, Razor's maybe the closest, but they ban out the DP. Obviously, you see the Enigma before that. I mean, a lot of offlane heroes are banned on their side. And then for Entity, well, I guess, what is Tundra looking for? Because they have super flex, right? Warlock's the only kind of thing set in stone. CK could be offlane, could be a 1. Doom, we already talked about 3-4. Or 1, potentially. And Zeus, 3, or not 3, 2, 4, 5.
Dragon Knight.
That's a DK. Okay. And again, this doesn't really clear up anything.
It does not. It does not. I mean, the only thing we can be sure of, there's a couple of things, is that it's Skeeter, so he'll be playing CK.
Okay.
That's a given. It's his favorite guy.
So it's a 1.
It's a 1. Snake King's probably playing Warlock,
5
which makes me
seconds.
think that maybe this is just a Doom DK offlane, and you just cut waves. Like this is actually like Aoi was standing in for Arkosh like 2 weeks ago, and I remember we were talking about how like broken Radiant is, and he was like, "You guys are idiots. Radiant is terrible," and he's right. Dire has a 60% win rate on this patch, and I think a big reason for it, and what Aoi was saying was that you can cut waves on Dire, and they actually go for Zeus, but you can pick these like weaker laners, like a Doom, and get away with it because you just cut creep waves, right? And I would assume if Tundra had pick, they probably pick Dire because they actually have the lowest win rate on Radiant in this tournament, and like an 80% win rate on Dire for the last DPC.
Interesting.
Every other team has a higher win rate on Radiant, so I can see why Aoi was so like absolutely Radiant is garbage.
Right. Okay.
So they go
Well,
for
the last
the
pick
Bristle.
is the Bristol, so another hero that can be played as offlane or carry, which fits Saberlight, who is playing
10
carry. Do you know if they've put him in different lanes at all? Or has he
5
just been
seconds.
like in the safe lane for the most part, playing whatever the hell hero?
I'm not sure. I've not caught their
That's
game.
right. We've
We
been
have cast
casting together, so
That's
maybe a bit of a dumb question there. Well, that's fine. We can move on. It's all good. Jenkins, you're doing great. Keep up the good work.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Bristleback has gotten through to the last phase, and there's a carry being played by an offlaner on Entity, and it still makes it through because it seems like the most obvious one. But it's obvious to us because we casted A stream all day yesterday. And I remember I was hearing like Trent talking about how on B stream there were some Jakiro picks that surprised him, and then from us casting on A stream, we saw a lot of respect for Jakiro yesterday, or their bans or picks, right? So it's like that's the cool thing about group stages is that on every stream, and depending on the teams that are playing, and depending on the group, you have kind of different metas that are forming, and eventually they're going to obviously amalgamate together.
Amalgamation station, I like to call it.
That's right. You've never said that before. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
say it all the time.
Okay, yeah, he did say that this morning.
So the one thing I'm worried about for Entity is you have a Doom that is played by 33, and Doom against Brewmaster, exceptionally good. And if you get an Aghanim Scepter, which I know it's not common, but if you do, it's a break for a Bristle. So you have 2 potential counters from the same hero, depending on how farmed he actually gets. I know the Aghanim's like, it's kind of a late game thing. You don't want to prioritize it early.
You definitely get an Ags on Doom this game, though. Like, I actually think you're right, and we will see it.
So, like, how late into the game, though? Because when I've seen it, it's like 4th or 5th item. Like, it's pretty late.
Like, 3rd is probably the soonest that we'll see it. Like, I guess, like, BK, if you count Blink, like, BKB, Blink, with that, like, Ags after that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty dope.
All right.
Maybe you like Refresher first or Shiva's first, and then
Yeah, that's the problem. You have a lot of items.
there's a lot of good items.
Smoke here from Tundra. It breaks, and you can see the entirety of Entity waiting on the high ground. So that ain't happening. Away they go. Not going to be any action likely for
Slowly walking
the
away.
bounty runes here. But yeah, whose lineup
30
would you
seconds to
prefer
battle.
playing?
Shared beats the courtier race.
Maybe a bad question because you're Arkosh, right? So
That's right.
what side has a better lineup in your opinion?
I honestly like Entity's draft. I feel like Brewmaster is extremely good against CK as he scales. You can throw up the main guy and you kill all the illusions with the...
Does it auto, like how much damage do they do with the
It
spell?
does like 2,000 damage or something like that, which is enough to kill CK illusions at most levels.
They wanted to fight, but Soxa's just going to feed
He's got
instead.
lightning
Blood. Thanks and
Interesting.
have fun.
Not sure. I guess they didn't realize when that smoke broke that their entire team was there. And even if they thought they were there, they figured that they would disperse. So I guess I can understand that from some level. But didn't work out for Tundra, so Entity get the first blood.
I do like that Entity committed entirely to the level 1 runes. I mean, obviously it's... 9 is really harassing. Yeah, it's obviously it's a small thing. It's just first blood, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. But most lanes in Dota right now, you like push out the first wave anyway, as we can see down here at 33, just popping the Scorched Earth. So a lot of people are valuing fighting the runes and just hard committing to 2 of them instead of trying to get 3. It feels like just a more stable way to start the game strong.
So Puck versus DK, I've seen it a million times. Feels like DK doesn't really die.
No.
Once he gets level 2 in that Dragon's Blood, he'll just farm away. But at the same time, he's not going to kill Puck. Like, he might be able to pressure the tower a little bit, but Puck is going to get complete free farm. And I'm a little worried, actually, from Tundra's perspective, on how do you kill Puck in the laning stage. Doesn't feel like there's a straightforward way to do so, even with rotations.
There's not. It's 33. Like, they need to rotate the Doom to the Puck on level 6 at some point. Start with the DK stun.
Oh, Saberlight living on low HP here. Had the wand ready at the go, though.
He's got a bunch of sticks in his backpack. I suppose because he wanted to use his wand to be a little bit more efficient.
That's the old min-max that pros love to do.
Yeah, but he did get hit a few times.
Yep, he did.
Yeah.
That's a max min.
A max min situation.
Yeah. And Kataomi. It's going to be real hard for me to pronounce it that way, by the way. I want to say Kataomi so bad. Going to get harassed a bit, but going to get off that salve in the end. So in this lane, it is the old Brewmaster versus Skeeter's CK. CK, I mean, based on the nerfs in, I don't know how long ago that patch was, but how much do you think that has brought him back down to earth? Like, was it a big deal that basically the crit doesn't do double damage to creeps anymore, or whatever it is, right? It does less damage than it used to.
There's a few
And Roche.
It doesn't work on Roche, but it still does work on creeps. The big thing is that they nerfed Chaos Bolt so that the damage is like half at level 1. And I actually do think it's pretty impactful because CKs were strong laners almost exclusively because this ability would like take 20 or 30% of somebody's HP and also stun them for 2 seconds. It was ridiculous. So now it's a lot less of like this insane kill threat from CK. You kind of need a support that's going to be doing damage. And so I think it does bring him back to earth. But as a carry, all of the other changes, you get so many levels so quickly, and you're not supposed to be that active very early, that it doesn't matter as much. Because as an offlane CK, you'd leave your stun level 1, right? And you'd still run around and do stuff with it. As a position 1 CK, you leave your stun at level 1, but you're hitting jungle creeps. So it's like, does the nerf really affect you if all you're doing is jungling? A little bit less so for a carry.
Right. Well, I have another mechanics question for you, Mr. Jenkins.
Okay.
As we're seeing Skeeter just use some Reality Rift action on the creeps. I see Infernal Blade in the bot lane. Saberlight has a lot of quills ready to go, though.
33 got the creep. He got the creep.
What did he get? The Zappy Zap?
Yeah, the mana burn, and it's also going to be infinity mana for his Zeus, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, that is a really good combo.
Oh, but also
he's going to score
Fishman got it.
Infernal Blade coming. Saberlight's in a lot of trouble, and that is a big kill for Tundra early on in this laning stage. And Fishman's going to have to... he's getting blocked a little bit there, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good creep. All right, mechanics question. So I talked about the Spike Carapace against Heavenly Jump. I think I know the answer to this, but just in case. If he's Vendetta'd and they don't have Vision, does Heavenly Jump hit Invis units? I don't think so. I could be wrong, though.
I don't think it hits Invis.
Because that would be a pretty sick way to set up a gank.
It definitely does hit people that are in fog.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure.
Suicide action there.
Yeah. Killed himself. as top lane entity. They're cutting the creep wave because they have 2 melee heroes versus CK Warlock, which is a very strong lane. So they're just trying to get what they can.
Snaking's going to take an impale for his troubles, but he is perfectly fine. He's got the level of Shadow Word available to go.
Yep.
But 27-3 in the mid lane versus the 26-4, so as expected, kind of a wash. As Saberlight taking a lot of damage again. Thunderbolt, quite a bit of damage from Sox's side, but he has to be careful thanks to those quill sprays.
He's just getting out harassed down here because 33 has this mana aura. So Sox is constantly full mana. I assume that he has a Bassi too. Oh no, no Bassi between them, but they do have an Urn of Shadows on 33.
I believe he's getting Saberlight. I mean, what is his CS now? It's 25-2. I think if you compare that to Skeeter in the top lane, pretty similar.
He's doing all right.
So kind of a wash on all sides. But Tundra do have a 1K advantage. Where the hell does that come from?
They got the kill bot. Let's see, maybe there's a bounty or discrepancy.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, First Blood did go the way of the entity, so that usually.
Also, there's a Doom, of course. Let's see what.
Yes.
It's only level 1 Devour, so that's not really that important. It's only 50 bonus gold. I think it's the kill bot.
Okay, we're gonna see the first coil of the game. Nice rotation coming from Stormstormer. Soxa is almost certainly dead here, and Stormstormer will claim him for himself. 33 is gonna be perfully happy with that, getting some solo XP. And are we gonna see? Yeah, looks like we are gonna see the old Hand of Midas. He went for Urn first, though. That's interesting. So I would assume a Spirit Vessel at some point against Saberlight is gonna be pretty damn value. But I can't say I can't see the Urn very often on a Doom.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he even wants to finish the full Spirit Vessel.
As long as you can accumulate charges early, you can always just get that later, right?
Yeah, maybe third item, something like that. But I feel like it's just a really value early item. Like it helped him in laning. He used one aggressively for harass, and then used one to heal himself to full HP. So it's like already been very effective for laning if you can finish it off.
Yep, Toby getting gone on by Soxa. That heavenly jump slowing him to a crawl. Big kill for him, actually. That is a position 3 taken out by the 4. Solo XP and all.
Yeah, that's a nice rotation because Doom doesn't really need any help bot. It's just going to be a Bristle down there. Like if you're Tundra, you know that Bristle's going to be left alone because why would Bristle with the Vanguard need any help, right?
Yeah.
So as like a response to that, preemptively, Tundra's like, okay, well, we're also going to rotate towards top because we know that's what you're going to do as well.
Tundra sitting on this very slim lead at the moment. Still in the laning stage, not a huge amount of rotations as of yet. And, I mean, based on the feel of the game, would you say either side are happy with how things are going? I mean, Stormstormer got that early gank bottom, but like they haven't really contained the Doom at all.
Invisibility.
I think they're both... Oh, Toby.
Yeah, Toby's in a lot of trouble. Only level 4, so no ult to work with this time around.
Yeah, this is a tough lane. I mean, CK still has such an immense amount of kill threat if you pair him up with some good supports.
Oh, 9 actually blocked by the creeps. That is really unfortunate. Coil breaks immediately. That's going to set up the Impale. Even pops the Fairy Fire. But he's actually staying alive. Gets the Dragon Tail off. They don't have much catch here other than this Illusory Orb, which they will use to decent effect. But 9 looks like he might be able to get away here. Very good getaway from 9. All he did was run.
He did.
And it worked.
He's got max level Dragon Blood. So no extra points in stun, no extra points in Breed Fire.
That really paid off.
So tanky, yeah. If you have one less level in that, he dies.
Yeah, no doubt. But now this forced a bit of rotation from the side of Tundra in the mid lane. But 9 getting healed up thanks to the Shadow Word. And yeah, that's going to be a tough one for them to take at any point. I mean, the Witchblade, obviously, I would assume coming at some point for Puck is going to be pretty damn value against the likes of the DK.
Yeah, they need the Witchblade. All 3 of the cores can die to the magic damage, for sure. He's not that close to it, though.
No. Still, I mean, it's only 9 minutes in.
Yeah. We'll see quite a few coils from him between then and now. He's got to be very active, because as we can see, Tundra is farming incredibly well on all 3 of their cores. 9 gets ganked mid, still second on CS, and 33 is actually top of net worth.
Is that surprising to you? It is a core Doom.
It's not, but he's also being left alone, so it's not only that he has Devour, he's also completely free farm.
Yeah, and he's only 100 or so away from finishing the Midas himself. So likely not wanting to fight as of yet because of that. We're gonna see a smoke now from Stormstormer and Kataomi. Stormstormer does have the coil at his disposal as Skeeter feels like he has an idea this might be happening. So pulling the creeps a little bit here. But Stormstormer should be able to get the coil out, but will he have enough damage to follow it up with? He's not gonna break it immediately. Lots of damage coming through though, and yeah, Entity should be able to clean this up, but the Phantasm comes through from Skeeter, gets out the Chaos Bolt as well. Is he also gonna get away? Sox with a nice TP, Heavenly Jump slowing them to a crawl, and Skeeter gonna dodge the Illusory Orb, so the second gank now from Entity not working out in their favor. Both CK and DK live. The Knights, the Knights dire.
I feel like that should have been a kill. That's crazy how tanky Skeeter was. I mean, he had a Raindrop. He's got these, like, Iron Branches. He had a big Magic Wand as well. But even still, that's 3 heroes that do a good amount of damage. Like, does Brew... Oh, he only has 1 point in Cinder Brew. Maybe if he had more points in that.
Oh, he does have Primal Split.
Yeah. I don't know. It just feels like both of those ganks, with how many heroes were committed to them, should have worked. They got, like, low damage rolls or something.
Yeah, tough to say.
It's really unfortunate because Tundra's not even committing a lot to defending these rotations. It's like one hero TP'd in and the CK was fine.
Oh my god, just one Fatal Bonds and Entity have to stop their push. Just puts this to a halt. And not to mention, mid tower is already taken out thanks to the DK form. He actually went to the bottom lane to harass a little bit, so you can see the tier 1 bot already at half. So Tundra, a lot of pressure, and it doesn't feel like... I mean, obviously those 2 ganks for Entity would be talking a lot differently about how this game state is. But they didn't work out, so Tundra definitely at the advantage at the moment. And it is a juicy-ass stack.
Yep, this is going to be even more of a gold lead. I think Entity, at this point, they need to commit more to the kills. They definitely need the split to get a kill now. After those previous 2 attempts, it's kind of like, okay, a small commitment is not going to work against these Tundra heroes.
Yeah.
We need to commit like big abilities, otherwise they're not going to die. Because if they miss out on a few more ganks like that, Tundra's just slowly out farming them. It's not flashy at all what they're doing. They're kind of just like...
The fact that Skeeter is still top lane farming, by the way, at 12 minutes.
They're just calculating what they need to where they need to put their heroes to farm the most resources on the map, TPing only 1 hero in to defend their CK. And I don't think they thought that Skeeter would survive. I think it's more so they were okay if he died, if there wasn't a huge commitment to people defending him.
Yeah.
And then he survives, and it's like super high reward for them.
Indeed. Skeeter continuing to farm with this armlet. The bottom tier 1 tower was taken out, so Tundra's lead expands even more as the Lightning Bolt does scout out Kataomi. And I believe a Blink Dagger was picked up for the DK as well. So we'll see if this kind of prompts them to get a little bit more active. Not that it's really needed because they're just out farming Entity, really.
Yeah. They could get some Doom play off with the Blink.
Oh, they might be baiting this. The tier 1 tower very low. Bunch of TPs. Not sure how much the Vendetta actually spotted, but Stormstormer, the fact that he is TPing away. And yeah, Thunder God's Wrath is going to show that absolutely nobody is here anymore.
Okay. That's a nice little sniff out for Entity. That was nice. They avoid that gank narrowly. I mean, that's kind of what has been happening against them.
Yeah.
Prior to that, so they get their own little return.
And the difference is it was basically the whole Tundra team going there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But if they get this tier 1 tower before theirs falls, that's kind of insane. The DK form comes, fortification popped, and you can see some rotations from Entity are on the way. So it seems like they're going to want to defend this as 9 just goes back into the jungle. So Tundra kind of biding their time a bit. As Skeeter getting close to his Echo Saber, just 600 away.
You know what Monkeys Forever said to me about this Brewmaster?
I'm sure it's something very informative because his brew is very good.
Think about brew. You get level 6, all of your brewlings do as much damage as a single level 6 hero. But the more and more time that passes, they still stay that level.
Okay.
So when you get your brew ult at level 6, you want to use it immediately because that is when it is at its apex power for the next 6 levels.
Right.
Right? So it's like the more and more time that passes where Toby's just kind of sitting in the trees here is the more time that that level of Brew ult is just going to be useless in the fight because it's no longer equivalent to 3 of
I mean, we have yet to see that, and we have yet to see Doom by 33. Of course, he's been mostly just farming.
But he's got a Midas in Devour.
Yeah.
Like, Brew does not have an equivalent way of farming. You want to use that Brew ult.
And he is rushing the Aghanim Scepter on Brew. Actually went for the Staff of Wizardry first. I don't know if I've seen that before. I guess his mana, he has some mana issues in general.
Yeah,
Didn't go for Soul Ring or anything.
I'll take that.
Bit of mana regen for spamming spells, getting the Ags even faster.
Soxa is going to be spotted out. Coil is expended, and he's going to be brought to his knees. So score is tied 4-4, but we can see the net worth not really remotely close as 9 jumps in with that Dragon Tail, Snake King and company. Yep, Chaotic Offering goes off. Will this be enough to take out Stormstormer? Well, Impale comes through. He still has the Fatal Bonds attached, and he's going to drop as a result. So Snake King getting credit for that. Now 33 going to finish the job onto Kataomi. The Tundra getting essentially everything that they want. They lose Soxa, but they get the valuable mid kill on Stormstormer.
Yeah, Tundra is basically already in the area for that on their Warlock, so all they need is 9 to TP in, and all of a sudden that turns into a pretty easy counter gang for them. Unfortunately, Entity kind of chose to make a move to the area that Tundra was looking to move to anyway, presumably because they wanted to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower. With DK, they're more than happy to do this, and with the Warlock heal as well. Like, look how tanky this guy is. He's taking no damage, particularly because the Golem's getting hit.
Yes, that's right.
Look at him now, he's taking no damage.
The
Hell yeah.
The tier 2 tower, this is a very early tier 2.
Okay,
But
here we go. Here we
TP
go.
rotation's on the way. Toby uses Primal Split first, and the BKB activated from 33. That is a very newly, freshly minted BKB. And they might only be able to find the Warlock, which would be really bad. Although the BKB finally dissipates from 33. He's going to get lifted into the air. Snake King, his TP will be stopped thanks to the coil, but the focus is really on the 33. He's going to attempt to TP out. Will he be successful? He will! Oh my goodness, they get nothing. Snake King still stuck down here.
He Fatal Bonds the creep wave.
Yeah, they know he's down here.
Of course, they cancel this TP. They cancel this TP. Surely they know.
Oh my, they're not even going to bother trying to find it. Like, it's not worth it. It's just a Warlock. But again, Entity, that's over 3 on these big kills.
Yeah.
That is rough.
It's hard. It's hard.
Why is he still here?
He's just jungling at the southern part of the map. That's awesome. That's good. Yeah, just slowly walking out. Wish these shovels still dug up TP scrolls. That would be good. It's gonna waddle out of here. He's fine. He's fine. No, please tell me he does not set up on Toby.
No. He's making his way. He's just waiting for Toby to push one more. Oh, he's actually setting this up potentially.
Oh my god.
There's the shadow work.
Dude.
And the nice blocks come out. 9 with the Dragon Tail. Toby's just dead.
They're like, where the hell did he come from? The way this idiot was just hiding in the jungle the entire time.
Man, what a beast. Look at him.
Yeah, that was nice. Juicy, juicy Snake King.
Very well played. He's actually working on the Shard.
Yep.
That's going to be pretty nice.
He's got some nice cores to throw the heal on. 3 tanky, big, beefy boys. So why not throw it on all 3 of them?
Nice. Saberlight not. I mean, they're going straight to the Roche Pit. This is a gutsy move.
Without the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he's still not able to. It's only 200 away, so this will give him that. But
yeah,
they'll get it for free. So Entity, despite not being able to find much in this game, they do get the first Roche. 9 will get the first tier 2 though, and likely the outpost to follow.
I'm not entirely sure how important the Roche is, considering the state of the game, though. I do feel like they can kind of just kite Saberlight at this point for Tundra and kill everybody else, and then killing him twice will not be a problem with the amount of stuns that Tundra has. And they're even smoking into the Aegis. They're like, we don't care. Like, so what? You're weak. You have some weak guy respawning twice. Whatever, man.
He does have Aghanim Scepter now.
Yeah, we'll see.
He's got something. He's got something. And, I mean, how much are they going to prioritize getting some sort of a break? We talked about the Ags. I don't think that's going to come anytime soon, but you could also get... I mean, how good is that creep that breaks? Is that even worth?
Skeeter.
Looks like he just took a centaur.
No,
but still not going for the stun yet.
It's not worth it. It's a pile of shit, actually. I think Skeeter is more than likely to be the one to pick up a Silver Edge.
9. Gonna get gone on to start this out. As you can see, Snake King finally dies. So there's about like 5-minute delay on his death, it seems. But we can see that 9 is just completely segregated from his team. So this is gonna be a nice pick-off for Entity. A much-needed kill.
Yeah.
And they're gonna need a few more of those.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, it feels like the first 2 kills should have gone like that, and it was, I don't know. I hate to, like, unlucky. It just seems like unlucky because their calculations were off only slightly. But now, of course, they have more damage. They've got this Chen army. Fishman's just been farming. He's got a Vlad's. They have the Aghanim Scepter on Bristleback. Puck obviously has some more levels, so...
Are you surprised that 33 went for Boots of Travel instead of going for, like, a Blink?
Yeah,
That feels quite greedy.
It's extremely greedy.
And he is going Ags next. Okay, so not prioritizing any kind of Blink. I guess they have the DK initiation.
I think so, and CK as well. 2 initiators on the other roles. Of course, Skeeter does have his BKB now, and he's building into an Orchid.
Okay. And that's going to be pretty nice as see the CK stun onto Saberlight. BKB activated from Skeeter. This is going to turn into a good old-fashioned team fight. 33 has to just walk away, but Chaotic Offering comes in. Looks like Fishman is definitely dead here, but they're going to completely surround the DK, and it looks like he's going to be brought down in all likelihood. Just completely stun-locked. So a 1 for 2 as the puck dropped as well. 33 biding his time in the trees. Not going to be spotted out quite yet. Saberlight continuing to chase Skeeter on the outskirts.
He's out.
TP out is successful, but Skeeter brought back down thanks to that bruise split. Toby and company trying to focus on him, and
so close.
yeah, he's able to TP out, and that was the second primal split, so he does have Aghanim Scepter online for the brew. And
Soxa's out too.
he's also out, so very unfortunate for Entity. Could have been a lot better fight. Of course, Age is still intact.
Considering how the early game went with their ganks and rotations, this is still great for them. Their bristle timing is looking strong. They're probably going to get this tier 2 from this, I would imagine. All the BKBs are down for Tundra. Man, these skeletons genuinely gave a lot of damage. Also, such a pain that you have to like focus the Chen army, otherwise Fishman's just going to like destroy you.
Yeah.
Yeah, these BKBs got baited out, and now Tundra feels very afraid.
And that was the Aghanims being revealed from the Brewmaster as well. As we're going to see 9 initiate, this time onto the Nyx to start things off. Thunder God's Wrath is there as well. Kataomi finally drops. As Saberlight getting chumped. God, he 2-shot Sox. That is really unfortunate for him. Toby trying to get away, but that last right click from Skeeter brings him home. And this will be the end of the Aegis. Coil onto 3 heroes, but where's the follow-up? Stormstormer gets a nice waning rift, but that's not going to really save the Brewmaster in all likelihood. He is completely surrounded, and a double kill for Skeeter. And now the chase continues. 9 looks like he'll be able to get the Dragon Tail off relatively shortly onto Fishman. As Stormstormer, he's going to show himself, but that's going to be a pretty difficult kill.
Neutral creep, the Newt's got him.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. That is a bit unlucky for that. That felt like something that should have happened to Entity based
That's
on how
right.
this game's gone so far.
That's right.
So getting a little bit of retribution in a way.
True Chen player, though, in control of the neutrals, even when they're against him.
Yes, it's very,
Using them to
very
his,
skillful.
his own devices. Yeah, that fight was just Entity is running around in Tundra's jungle with no brew splits. He had used both of his splits with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Without that, they're just not strong. That's just Brewmaster on this patch. You go for this Ags Refresher build, you have nothing other than your ultimate to contribute to the game. So if you don't have splits, you got to get the hell out. Tundra understood that and punished them for it.
Now we have a smoke here from Tundra. Into the enemy jungle they go. Toby has an inkling that this is happening.
Now does have a split at least, and when he uses the next one, he will have the next one up afterwards.
Yeah, but they do have Doom. Again, he doesn't have the initiation to get like a... He actually went for... he changed his mind.
Guard, yeah. And he is going for the blink eventually. Yeah, he's like, okay, this Boots of Travel's a bit of a grief.
I mean, we see the Lincoln's being built on Stormstormer, so, I mean, the Lightning Creep, or whatever the hell the thing's called that he has, is a good Lincoln's Breaker.
Yep.
And I guess Orchid is kind of a Lincoln's Breaker once that's up on CK. See how they use that.
Yeah, they have a good amount of Linken's break, honestly. Even Zeus. You've got like the lowest cooldown ability in the game.
True.
To break Linken's.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As we see TP's top lane, Thunder God's Rat scouting everything out. The focus is on the Doom to start, but the Chaotic Offering comes out, and you can see Entity trying to run away, but Kataomi, as I continue to mispronounce his name horribly, will not be able to get away this time. Soxa, though, doesn't have a whole lot of control to follow this up with, but 9 blinks into the pit. There's the Dragon Tail, but the back is 2 of them as Stormstormer jumps in with the Waning Rift, and Toby gets off that Primal Split as well. Trying to get down Soxa, but he gets a nice heavenly jump into the high ground. Toby just getting completely focused. These Panda Brewlings just dropping. Still has the Earth Brewling to work with, though. The stun available. They're continuing to go on top of Bristleback, but his back is continuing to be facing against them, but the Doom prevents him from using any more spells, so 60 seconds on the deck for Saberlight. And you can see this shard from Snake King is doing absolute work. The AoE Shadow Word is disgusting.
Yeah, it's essentially nullifying the Quill Sprays that are happening in the fight. So all of this like turning away that Saberlight's doing, which has been really great for Entity. It's like, oh, you can't get me, you can't get me. It's like, okay, whatever. We actually can go on you because we have this heal. You're not going to slowly take us down. So yeah, Entity at this point, I think when you miss the Bristleback like Aghanim Scepter timing, that's the strongest point of the game.
Right.
It's Assassin.
Yeah, the Orchid prevents him from doing anything. Kataomi is dead. Oh, Primal Split comes out. Toby was about to die there, but the buyback from the Bristleback comes to fruition, so the rest of Tundra want to kind of reset, but the coil's going to keep them in place. But that is going to be a dead Bristle. He's not careful. It's going to be a dieback. He's trying to get away. Extremely low on HP, but he's going to get healed just a little bit. Looks like he'll get to the high ground, so he's going to be okay. Stormstormer gets a Waning Rift. Onto Soxa, attempting to run away, as they've only lost the CK so far. This Entity continuing to chase. Illusory Orb is going to connect. 9 somehow has Dragon Form back. It's a double kill for Toby, but there's the Shiva's Fishmen. All right, nice spike carefully from Kataomi, keeping 33 in place, but he's going to continue on with this Scorched Earth. As Toby getting extremely low, he's going to drop Puck. Stormstormer has to Illusory Orb, jaunt to his orb, and 33 TPs out to safety. So technically Entity does defend, but it did cost him a couple buybacks.
Yeah.
On the other side, Snake King did have to buy back himself.
There's some cooldown issues happening in this game. Both sides are pushing their limits without cooldowns. Chaotic Offering was down. Of course, BKBs were down. And Tundra still, they go to push high ground.
This is going to be a dieback. Snake King has to use Chaotic Offering. Is that going to scare Saberlight away? 9, kind of slowed to a crawl right now, thanks to this upheaval. 9, he's going to position himself on the upside of Saberlight. It is essentially a dieback on the Bristol. And they find Stormstormer. He does have buyback available, 60 seconds otherwise on the deck. So Tundra and company going to group up in the bot lane and potentially push a little bit more.
Okay, Toby has 1 Primal Split, so they can maybe defend here with the Stormstormer buyback. If they lose like 1 or 2 heroes with the buyback, they lose the game, I think.
Yeah, they could also just give up 2 sets of racks because they cannot get mega creeped. There's a tier 2 top.
Yeah.
That might be the play considering your Bristle is dead for a full minute.
Yeah, that feels bad, but I think it's what you have to do. They're gonna let the Golem finish off the Sounds like, alright, go take that.
Very nice. So full set of racks in the bot lane and likely to be mid as well. As you can see, the Ags is back onto 9 now, so the Black Dragon at his disposal, along with the BKB, so he is extremely tanky. First you get, I mean, what is the magic? Is it only 30% now on the Black Dragon? It used to be 40 something.
Yeah, but it's on top of your, it's 25%, and it's on top of your
base.
magic resist that you have. Unfortunately, it does not just add it like anti-mages.
It's multiplicative, cool. So it's probably like...
puts you to like 40.
Yeah, I was going to say 38, but sure.
Something like that, yeah.
Fishman, he's going to get gone on and dropped. He does have buyback, though, so Entity do have 1 defense attempt
to be honest,
in their arsenal.
I think Fishman Hand of Godding right before he died is the worst part about that death.
True.
It's a very long cooldown and an incredibly strong ability on this patch.
Stormstormer is spotted out. 9's going to pop that Dragon Form. He's going to get silenced. They actually get the Linkens, and Stormstormer's just going to die inside the Nymphs. That was a surprise pickup from Soxa. and he has nothing. He actually bought an item, so no buyback on Puck. And Tundra should feel pretty comfortable to go for this second Roche.
Yeah, he bought the Lincoln Sphere. So he felt like if he has the Lincolns, he's not going to die.
Yeah.
He can't be stunned. But the Nimbus, of course, goes through. So, yeah, unfortunate choice for him.
So Aegis and Shard available. Shard likely to go to Skeeter. Get that little bounce action. Illusion, I should say, as a Doom is used in the bot lane, and Saberlight is dead just like that. 70 seconds of no bristleback, and now just focusing on the rest of the Brewlings. Only the Earth remains. Nimbus and Dragontail. That is going to be more than enough to take out Kataomi as GG is called.
Okay.
Tundra, I mean, that was a kind of a shellacking, honestly. They played extremely well from start to finish.
That's right, Suns fan.
That's right there.
That's right. I got my microphone cord stuck on the chair.
You're fine.
But that guy's.
You're just
that guy.
you're doing great.
Yeah.
So
What'd you
Tundra,
say? Something about a shellacking?
this was a bit of a shellacking.
It was a bit of a shellacking. Not a heavy one. Not a hefty.
I mean, I think the story of the game is Entity on those 3 failed ganks. That
Yeah.
felt like, honestly, if those go their way, I think this game might be even at a certain
I don't
point,
know.
or close to it.
Maybe I'm a shitty analyst. I definitely am. But I feel like when I look at those ganks before they're happening, it's like these are good rotations. They even had Saberlight for the mid one too. It's like surely a D. You know that a DK, he's tanky, right? So you have to bring an extra hero to take him down. So they bring the carry, which I actually think is a really good move. I'm pretty sure if a pro player looks at this replay, that's not me, they say that's a good move. But it just barely doesn't work out. And I could go look at the replay and see who maybe missed one spell or something, but it legitimately made the difference because both of those ganks were like a hero surviving at a sliver of HP. And if they kill 9 mid there, the tower dies.
Yeah.
Whole game is entirely different. So Tundra just like narrowly evaded a bunch of ganks, played the early game incredibly efficiently in terms of their farm, and then just never gave up the lead like past 20 minutes. It looked easy for them.
Yep, so Tundra takes a 1-0 lead to start us off on this 2-game series.
That's right.
Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back to the Arlington Major, ladies and gentlemen. Suns fan here with Jenkins with game number 2 between Entity and Tundra. What an exciting matchup we have.
That's right, Suns fan. Game 1, it was very close. A few ganks didn't go the way of Entity. I think could have been a lot closer than that. And I'm hoping that in this game, we see those ganks going the way of Entity, so that way the game is a little more competitive than the shellacking that we saw in Game 1, which we didn't talk about the shellacking level, by the way.
That is true. What level of shellacking would you say that was?
I would say that was probably
It's not a Gaben.
it's a basic level shellacking.
Yeah.
Maybe you could go into the Mega territory as well, maybe low tier Mega.
Okay, Mega or Monumental, depending on which one's lower, which we still don't really remember.
Not entirely sure. Yeah.
That's right. As we get into the draft here, Bat Rider is the new ban. Alchemist was there before. I don't think Beastmaster and Nightstalker were banned last time, were they? Yeah, Visage was there before.
Yeah, not in first phase.
And I think Wyvern might have been banned as well.
Nightstalker was second phase ban because the old Saber boys been playing that as a
5 seconds.
bit of a
It's
carry.
Radiant's turn to ban.
So
First two picks from Tundra are Zeus, Tiny, Entity take the Wyvern, and Visage, which is also a hot commodity for Tundra. They love their Visage for 33.
yes, they do. Yes, they do. But when you have a carry player or a offlaner playing carry that is also a
5
visageman, then it does make sense. I believe Stormer also plays the Visage. I'm sure Toby plays the Visage, so it's solid hero. It's one of the highest winner heroes on the patch. Incredible, probably the best Zoo hero. And I say that thinking that Beastmaster and Lycan are also OP. Visage is just incredibly
And they
strong.
both have wings as well.
Beastmaster and Visage?
No, Visage and Wyvern. As you can see, they're both
I
flapping their wings. Like, could you get an entire lineup with just
5
wings?
seconds.
Oh, easily. In Dota? Are you kidding me?
Puck,
Viper,
does Puck count?
Yeah, Puck counts.
Puck,
Viper,
that's like a
Puck,
fly wing, though.
Jakiro.
Yep, Jakiro.
There's an Ogre set that has the wings on it. That would be the Jakiro set.
That would be the Jakiro Ogre set.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right.
Okay.
There you go. That's it. That's all we needed.
I think I'd like a replacement for Puck.
Speaking of Viper, actually,
It's
Viper
Radiant's turn.
not picked or banned. A lot of teams heavily favoring that as a ban. It's funny because like when it goes through, it doesn't get picked, and yet it's like one of the most banned heroes. Just because I feel like it counters a lot of the meta. It does very well against Tiny. It's
Dyer's
insane damage over time that can take down like a core Tiny. It does very well against anything that needs to be broken, which there's a lot of in this patch, Bristleback included.
You know, we mentioned Puck's wings. We didn't mention the fact that she is not banned.
Bro, Marcy's not banned or
10
picked
seconds.
either.
Oh, yeah, that's
what
right.
What the hell?
This is strange.
Or Dawnbreaker. I feel like Dawnbreaker's
5 seconds.
a little bit less surprising because I think the Wyvern and the Tiny picks, a lot of what drove those heroes to become first phase was the fact that Dawnbreaker was incredibly prevalent throughout like all of DPC. And so Wyvern, you ult wherever Dawn is ulting in, she comes in, she hits the person, you get a good curse. Tiny, you have multiple ways of interrupting her Starbreaker, so Tiny was considered to be like a lane counter against her, and you almost always are going to put the Tiny wherever the Dawnbreaker is going to go and do well against it. It's like it gives Tiny a free lane, and Tiny is like not the strongest laner as a support, especially.
Yeah, a lot of really high-tier heroes that we see banned or picked in the first phase are still available. And Dawnbreaker I would put a little bit lower, I agree, than like the Pucks of the world or the Marcys, but still the fact that it's so flexible, you don't have to play it in, you can play it in literally any position. Probably the least common I would say is a 2, but we've seen that still. So just having something like that seems, in the second phase especially, feels like it would be a really good pickup.
Yeah, it does. It does, because of course Entity, like they can easily just, this does not have to be a Saberlight Visage by any means, of course. Toby plays this hero quite a lot, so just throw Toby the Visage and get Saberlight some, you get him some safe lane Dawn, maybe some safe lane Marcy. Like the real OP heroes are still in the pool. I would be surprised if either team doesn't pick up Puck either. Actually, I would more than likely like Tundra would pick it up because they have the Tiny counter. So I don't think Entity would want to pick it into Tiny because then you just run the
5
Tiny mid for
seconds.
Tundra. And 9, of course, is a specialist on Tiny.
It's
He'll
Radiant.
destroy a Puck.
And there's the Marcy gone. And the Dazzle! Okay. So got a little bit of a save now in that grave. Got some nice heal action, some minus armor
Plus
as well.
armor, too.
Plus armor as well. And he got some juicy stacking of poison touch. Don't know why I mentioned that one, because he did say minus armor.
The poison touch stacking is actually quite good against Visage in lane. It's
yeah, it just eats through his Gravekeeper's cloak.
That's right.
I believe it's called.
Yeah. Oh, this is like full healing and push strat coming out from Entity.
Yeah.
I like that they're hard committing to this. I mean, this is their bread and butter to do this sort of thing. With Wyvern especially, they like to do this. The Chen, the Wyvern, the Lycan, Visage.
All right. Well, the problem is
like
Chen
this
does
stuff.
not have wings, but they could still pick up a DK for that mid lane if Visage is going to be off, and then you get a Juggernaut,
It's radiant.
which of course has wings. Okay, CK instead.
That almost feels like a block pick to
Yeah,
me.
a block pick. It's good in lane. Feels like you can just pick, and it is kind of flexible because, like you said, Visage could be mid technically. Chaos Knight could be off lane.
10 seconds.
I mean, Wyvern could be mid as well. We saw that already this tournament.
This is a really
5
good.
seconds.
I'm an offlane player that needs to play carry hero though, because it is the exact same thing as an offlaner as it is as a carry, except as a carry it's just easier. You just get to hit creeps more. It's like it's real nice. It's a real nice. This is one of my go-to pub carries. If you're an offlane player, this is an easy one.
Okay, good to know.
Fortunately for Entity, the CK ult illusions are strong illusions, so they do not get instantly killed by the Dazzle Egg Shard Hex. Tundra goes for the Death Prophet,
Okay.
which will tear through the Visage armor. You can heal from all of the CK illusions, which is very nice in fights. Although CK can sometimes burst a DP before she can get any of those heals off, but it's one of
10
those things that can
seconds
work
now.
both ways. Like DP destroys CK's huge armor and heals off the illusions, but then
seconds.
sometimes CK can just kill DP in an instant.
I mean, what position do you think DP is? We've seen it 2, we've seen it 3, and back in the day, we've even seen it support. And actually, yesterday we saw it as position 1, but that was on Entity side.
I think it's best as a core in this game. You need items to survive the Visage burst, to survive the CK burst, and if you do survive it, I think it is worth it because you can tear through the Visage, you can tear through the CK. So I think it's worth putting it as a core position in this game. Probably we'll see
10
9
seconds.
mid on Tiny. I think core Tiny is very nice against.
5 seconds.
Well, then again, core Zeus is also really nice against CK. You probably do mid Zeus and then 4 Tiny DP offlane. The stun in particular is really nice against the CK illusions. It just gives you the ability to like get your Spirit Siphon on all of them as Death Prophet, and I think that's fine from a support position to do that. But a Zeus with some levels and some net worth where you can keep at a distance, and he's got like a Sanjay Kaya, you're gonna tear through the CK illusions and to a degree like the Chen and Visage summons.
The last round of bans here is Weaver's taken out. Razor somehow makes it to the last phase.
Yeah, this is a weird draft.
Yeah, this is strange.
I think Entity is right that
10
this is
seconds.
going to be a carry hero that's being picked up. I suppose like whether or not Tiny's mid,
5
that would be
seconds.
true either way. But yeah, they
Well, how come we haven't seen position 1 Tiny that much?
I think the tree talent, the extra damage that you get is now a 20 talent instead of 15.
Radiant's ban plan
It's very noticeable. Also, that build in general has been nerfed. The Ag Shard build. Instead, people are opting to go for like the Aghanim Scepter and doing damage that way, and that feels better to do from the off lane in the mid position. With the buildup of items.
10 seconds.
You want a Blink Dagger. You often carry. Tiny was going Moonshard.
5 seconds.
You want a
remaining.
Blink Dagger for the Ag Scepter build because you have to actually find trees and you have to throw some trees and then jump in and stuff. So the playstyle with that build just makes a lot more sense from mid and off lane. If you're going to run it as a core. Obviously, the 4 position Tiny outside of laning has not really changed that much since it's still the same Blink toss back, 4 staff sort of shenanigans.
All right, last pick. Only 20 seconds of reserve time for Entity, while Tundra have a full minute and 12 seconds to work with.
Yep. And last pick as well.
Indeed, so they can take their sweet-ass time. And
10
we'll see how much this last pick from Entity really throws a wrench into Tundra's plans, because if you
5
see a pretty
seconds.
fast pick, then they're not worried. Now we get into the reserve time. So they're looking for, I mean, again, pretty flex lineup, but I would assume a mid. And it's an Enigma. Okay, so this is, of course, because Saberlight, I mean, it could be Saberlight, it could be Toby. They both play it. This is like positionless basketball, Jenkins, which is a thing now in the NBA, where you can just play, you can have a point guard like LeBron James play center sometimes, you know? It doesn't matter. You need everybody to be skillful.
What does center do?
Center is the big guy that rebounds.
What's a rebound?
It is a skill from Marcy.
Oh, she's banned out in this game, so we're not going to see any of that.
Yep, that's right.
Action tonight, basketball reference doesn't make any sense. Let me tell you about hockey.
Ugh.
You know what icing is?
No.
You know, icing is when you shoot the puck against the wall and up the arena just to send her flying.
Okay.
And depending on how people skate past, you can create some offside situation. It's kind of what a Naga Siren pick is like. You're just kind of trying
So really boring, just like hockey.
Yeah, it's boring, and you're trying to cheese the game, essentially.
Ooh. All right, it's going to be a core tiny, so that's nice to see. It'll be mid, so likely the offlane DP. And, yeah, Skeeter on the Naga, which we'll talk about at length once the game starts. Toby is going to be the one playing Enigma. So Saberlight playing Carry CK, and Stormstormer in the mid lane with Visage.
Yeah. Tiny versus Visage. I imagine Tiny does pretty well in that. I don't see Visage birds when Tiny has his ult giving that armor and AoE stun, AoE cleave. I don't see Visage doing that well, but it's more like this Entity lineup is like a push lineup. Their late game Enigma against Naga is no joke. Like, you hole her and it doesn't matter how many hearts or Scotties or whatever item she wants to go to be this like infinitely tanky beast. You're gonna kill her with Enigma. Same thing with Tiny. Tiny gets this massive effective HP, and Enigma just completely shreds through it. So
yeah, I feel like from Enigma's standpoint, you kind of need BKB and Lincolns, right? BKB for the song, and then I would assume Skeeter at some point. We've been seeing this. I mean, Naga's not that common, but we've been seeing like Ags actually kind of rushed, so you can get this BKB piercing and snare.
I don't think this net is one of the roots that cancels abilities.
Really?
No, I think that they specifically added that for CM root, and it always worked like that for Treant root, or maybe it was the other way around.
I know it cancels TPs, but that's sometimes the anomaly.
Right? It cancels TPs because I think TPs are considered like a mobility ability, but it's not. It doesn't necessarily cancel all channels. Because I remember there was a point where I'm pretty sure it was Treant ulti did not interrupt Black Hole. And it was not considered a counter to Enigma at that point. But then they changed it so that it did interrupt Black Hole. So.
Okay, very interesting. So coming into this game, or into this series, I should say, Tundra, as we talked about very early, which I guess some people may not have seen, they come in with a 1-3 record, so a bit disappointing. An Entity with a 2-2 record in this group. So Tundra, obviously, with that Game 1 victory, very important for them. And if Entity want to just continue on with their splits, then they will be winning this game. But if Tundra are able to get this 2-0, that is going to kind of bring them back and kind of get them out of the contention of the bottom relegation or elimination type
they need
area.
This. They definitely need this. And I think it's a team that they have pretty high expectations of themselves. Even getting, what was it? Did they get 4th at the major or 3rd? I think they got 3rd. It was Gaiman that got 4th, right?
No, they got.
Second was
who was
TSM.
TSM versus OG.
OG won the major.
OG won the
TSM
major.
also won the major, in my heart.
Was Tundra 3rd or 4th? You're right.
I think Gaiman Gladiators was 4th. And Tundra was 3rd, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Not that it matters, because all I'm saying is their performance at the major actually was good in terms of the grand scale of things.
Yeah.
It's just that in their own eyes, they have very high expectations, and they said, okay, we're heralds on LAN anyway. And so
This is
especially-
going to bother me the whole game, so
Okay,
I'm just going to go
that's
check
fine.
real quick.
Especially in group stage, I don't think they're looking to get relegated from groups. Like that's just in their eyes that's like unacceptable. So they're definitely looking to get this win.
Third.
Third, okay. And Gaming Gladiators was fourth, right?
I'm not going to look that up, but yeah,
Nobody
they,
ever
they
remember.
were.
Everybody always remembers the winners.
No, I remember Gaming Gladiators. I thought they were third. If I'm being honest, I got them flip flop.
It's two European teams.
Yeah.
That weren't OG.
That's right.
And then NA.
NA
And then
getting
OG.
second, which they will at this LAN as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, none of them have really won any games of note.
Yeah, but today's the day.
Yep, of course. EG just the typical group stage flop.
Yeah, very typical. Also,
They just will
flop it.
barely-
Yeah, TPC, start TPC every time.
Yep, that's right. They barely make it into the qualification matches, and then they destroy.
A lot of flopping.
And then they throw in the finals, so they get second.
That's right. That's right.
Of course, with Sonics now, who knows what that org is going to do for them. Obviously, yesterday was not a great start, but it's just one day.
Right.
Got
Tundra,
plenty of days.
Also not a great start, but looking fantastic so far
Indeed.
in this series. Oh, now we can talk bullshit.
Okay, good.
There we go.
All right, they're going to go, though.
There
That's,
we go. That's good.
what's up with the quick pot? Why does it...
Well, that doesn't happen
Tell me
again.
the story behind this.
Hotkeys.
Okay, that's going to be first blood for
You just
Soxa.
achieved
Thunderbolt
first blood.
from the other
Thanks
side of the
and have
trees.
fun.
Very nicely done.
Yeah.
Hotkeys. So you can fix your hotkey in half a second?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're so used to changing.
I guess if they're so
changing
used to
settings.
doing it. But why do they need to change their hotkeys, though, so
Well,
often?
sometimes you saw me change the hotkeys on.
Radiant's getting
Yeah, it's
through.
because you let people use your account. That's
No,
against
Governor,
TOS.
T Governor goes on it. I leave it on the computer. He should log off, and he just uses it.
Yeah.
Makes videos and stuff. Turns off EdgePan. I mean, it happens. Sometimes the Steam Cloud it just screws up. Something goes out there into the ether.
Yeah, I could see that happening occasionally, but it's like every game there's a pause.
Yeah, but there's 10 players in a game. If there's a 10% chance for it to happen, holy shit, Snake King took a lot of damage from that neutral creep. That's. Oh, is that actually going to get killed?
He's going to get healed a little bit, but he's just resigned to trying to right-click. Pops that Fairy Fire, another Fairy Fire, this time from Kataomi, and the Splinter Blast finishes off Snake King. So
That is-
Kataomi wins the 1v1 battle of the support
No,
ages.
that wasn't a 1v1. Don't say that. The
1v1.
neutral creep helped out. That was insane. I'd be pissed.
That's part of the game. They're called neutrals for a reason. They're neutral.
They're not neutral. Switzerland doesn't just go attacking people.
Sometimes by accident they do.
Why do they have? If they're neutral, why do they have weapons? Oh, and
They have to-
suicide action.
Yeah, we got Fishman. Spirit Siphon applied to him. He's going to be fine, though. So 33 is playing the DP, and we can talk to me about this matchup. I mean, I guess you did talk about it briefly, but like Tiny versus Visage, not just in lane, but later on, like, doesn't Avalanche just tear through? Isn't it just instances of damage that tear through the cloak?
I think so. Yeah.
And it just like removes it completely?
Yeah. The damage.
Still has 4, so.
Especially if he goes the I mean, definitely if he goes the
That Avalanche
damage.
didn't do anything, but I think it's based on once the Avalanche actually increases in damage.
Yes, because you have to. The minimum is 40. So when Avalanche does 40 damage per hit,
Which is when? Do the math right now.
I think level 3 would do it, but definitely when you have the Avalanche talent, I'm 100% sure that's going to work.
Okay.
And then you're also tossing up and then hitting with the tree with the Echo Saber twice during the toss.
Yeah, true.
Like Tiny definitely owns Visage. He has 14 denies. Those are big boy numbers.
Holy shit, that
That's-
is absurd.
Kind
Wow.
Of, kind of offensive. It's
Yeah.
kind of offensive.
Visage at 10 and 6, so 9. Doing quite well. That's an understatement. And I mean, what kind of gank potential do they have on Stormstormer? Because I don't know if 9 can get a solo kill, but you never know.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, if either of the two supports
Alright.
come. And there goes his Gravekeepers. Yep. Okay. So level 3. That's the answer. Level 3 is the
Alright.
answer.
Oh, CK takes a tumble in the top lane, so Saberlight dies. It's going to be a trade for Soxa, but again, Tundra starting out this game with the better trades.
Damn, at 33 only has 1 point in Spirit Siphon too. He just got the 2nd point, but he opted to go for Crypt Swarm. Urna Shadows again, just spamming out his abilities. Usually people go Urna Shadows when you just feel like your early laning is going to be strong. You can transition it to like power in the early game.
No, Saberlight wants revenge. 33 going to get blocked. CK stunned to follow. Penitence 33 will be taken out to the hand of Saberlight. Fishman was gracious enough to allow him to kill. to get back into the lane here. You can see in terms of CS between the Naga and the CK, relatively even despite the death on Saberlight. As Stormstormer is getting ganked. 9 with the help of Soxa, the Avatos. Heavenly Jump slowed him to a crawl as well. It's not going to be enough, but the Lightning Bolt will do it. So Soxa with plenty of damage to work with. And a rotation from Fishman. He might be taken out as well if he's not careful. The Avalanche is going to be coming available here pretty soon. Soxa is more than fine. There's the Avalanche and Toss on top of the extra damage. Won't be enough for a kill. He's going to continue on, though. Yeah, you can see the tower's already taken massive damage. The fact that this happened on a siege, the siege spawn is very valuable for Tundra. Snake King gets off the Shadow Wave, but will likely drop regardless here.
Dude, Toby's doing extremely well down here. This was a last pick Naga Siren. Like, think about that.
Yeah.
You picked this hero to like, you know, dumpster the game, have a free game, and Toby's still 28 and 11. I think Entity's real happy about that. And going late, like, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter how much Tiny counters Visage. I mean, I feel like Enigma's is the ultimate late game hero.
Yeah, it is. Well, talk to me about Naga and her place in this game, because not the most traditional, I mean, I shouldn't say that. It is a traditional position 1 from back in the day, but we haven't seen it all too often recently. As Toby going to try to pressure with the help of Fishman. Penitence applied along with the Malefice. And it's going to lead to a kill on the Skeeter. He pops the wand, but he's going to die. Wow. So nicely done from Entity. Kind of taking firm control of this bot lane.
Nothing good happening.
Fishman's been on point with his rotations. Even towards mid, that was pretty nice pressure. I feel like he shows up with the most annoying creeps.
Even I
They look so powerful in the moment. Like, he makes Chen
Looks like the most pathetic army.
Yeah, but it's powerful.
Yeah.
They're just running people down. He's got the double slow between.
He's got a goddamn pine cone as a creep.
Dude, the pine cone slow is 100% move slow. Look at that.
All right, the siege shot. Let's see if it goes off onto Snake King. Penitent's going to blow him a bit. And damage coming out from Wyvern as well is going to be too much for Snake King to handle. The pine cone is just fearsome.
This is without the Visage Birds, too. Entity is
That's true.
doing this, like, crazy pushing as he throws the siege shot. Yeah, that's going to
that
chase him
follow
across
him?
the map, babe.
Let's see if it ends up actually finding him in the end.
Stormstormer's going to get the kill with the siege shot assistance.
Sometimes the projectiles don't actually follow.
Sometimes,
it's
yeah.
very inconsistent.
That's right.
It doesn't look like it will. That's sad.
It would have hit him like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, maybe in a few minutes it'll catch up.
Yeah,
It could be a really slow
We'll
projectile.
go ahead and check
Oh,
that
Snake
back on
King.
him.
This could be another death for him. As Skeeter's just going to ignore him and just farm away. Snake King, it's off that grave, but that is going to be the 3rd death in a row for him, it feels like.
Man, dude, this is a very annoying
4.
chance. He's gonna pull him back.
He's fine.
He's fine.
It's just a pine cone. You can't beat a mermaid. A mer creature.
Good Chens are just look at the most annoying thing ever. Okay, so now they're finally pairing up with the Visage, who's another extremely strong.
Oh, now they got the Wild Wing. The Hurricane is on cooldown though, but Nine's gonna take a lot of damage from that beak. To Omi on the side. They can see the TPs come in, and that's gonna make Entity reset completely. 33 gets off the silence, but he only will be able to get the Wild Wing. The pine cone still remains with the siege shot. Wonder what the story behind siege shot is. Does he implant his seed in you? Is that part of the lore?
It bounces.
Actually, that's a very high. That has more polygons than Morphling. Literally.
Well, that's not saying a lot.
That's incredible for a creep. Do you like the pine cone guy?
I like the pine cone guy. Yeah, I think the pine cone's cool.
Okay.
I like the pine.
Like when you're farming a jungle, are you happy to see him there?
Yeah, it's 50 gold per guy.
9. He's gonna get gone on Midnight Pulse.
Got the hole.
Yeah, Malefice, and he is gonna expend that black hole, and it's gonna be well worth it as 9 drops. So Entity, despite a little bit of a rocky start, are doing quite well for themselves now. As Saberlight with a Might is very greedy.
Yeah, they're destroying. I mean, I think he can be greedy. Like, he's got these 4 summons heroes running around. I mean, I guess Wyvern's not a summons hero, but it does feel like good Death Ball. He's got these 4 Death Ball heroes running around. He can just farm whatever the hell he pleases on Saberlight. And CK versus Naga. you'd think Naga late game is really good against CK, and it kind of is because CK doesn't have a great way of clearing illusions, but like neither does Naga. And CK, he's the highest damage carry in the game if you don't include rapiers. His illusions are just insane for damage when you get the talents. Oh, Snake King's looking mighty dead.
Yep, and he's already died 4 times this game.
This will be 5.
Yep, it's looking very likely, unless he has the juke of a lifetime in these trees, but to break them with the Midnight Pulse, the curse to follow, and Snake King, this is going to be a slow, slow death. The Grave going to delay it even more, and he will drop to Toby in the end.
I think there's just a certain amount of time that has to pass where you are getting a kill. And it depends on the position of the hero that you kill, but there's just a certain amount of time, and every Dota player feels it, where you're just like, okay, that's space. And I feel like the moment he runs into the trees, the moment he gets into the trees, he's just like a roach, you know, like a roach running under the oven. It's like, oh, this is gonna take all night to get this thing, you know?
God, I hate that analogy. It's
You
the
know-
worst creature on Earth,
You know
actually.
it's true.
Yeah.
You know it's true.
It's just... Except the difference is I am terrified of roaches. I wouldn't be terrified of Dazzle in that scenario.
If Snake King ran under your oven, you wouldn't be terrified.
No,
of
if he
it.
had wings, he could fly over that too. It could be like a wyvern.
That's true.
In that case. A Dazzle, not so much.
Yeah.
But 3K lead for Entity. They have the Blink Dagger now for Toby. Still another 70 seconds on the Spirit Vessel, but expect a lot of these kind of death ball items to come. I would assume. I thought somebody was going to go Wraith Pact. Usually you'd see that on like a Visage, but it is a mid Visage.
Oh, he's doing Witchblade Visage. That is a Chad build. I like that.
You haven't seen this one before?
No.
I've seen it twice, I think.
Have you?
Yeah. I don't know why it's good on Visage, but I've seen it a couple. It might be the same person.
I
in
was
fact.
gonna say, I assume that Stormstormer probably does this. This is probably a thing that he does. He's got his builds that he likes. I've just never seen it personally. In NA, mostly the Visages are off lane, and it's usually like the drums, Vlads, even the mids go for that.
Yep.
Oh, the pause. He's in.
I mean, do you still think somebody needs to go drums Vlads this game? I mean,
Yep.
they do have like massive push.
He might double back for it, but also, you know, Fishman's Chen, and it does kind of feel like.
And what happened to Greaves, by the way?
Name a useful
My
item
goodness.
to get on Chen that's not drums, Vlads, or mech.
Greaves.
Okay.
Upgraded mech.
That's right. Force staff, right? Like Chen's items are fairly limited. Holy Lockets,
Locket? Yeah.
I don't know. I think, yeah, Boots of Bearing, that's upgraded drums. Like, I'm just saying that on Chen, it's, you know, you're not going to build an AC on Chen. That's a little weird.
I've seen it.
I mean, it's Chad. I think it's really cool. But yeah, he's getting the Vlads. So I think that's why you can go for a Witchblade on the Visage.
Oh, that's a wolf too.
That's right.
What if the cosmetics actually translated to stuff in game? Like the fact that he's riding a wolf, you get like some extra buff from taking over a wolf. I don't even think that would be OP. That would just make things interesting. That could just be part of the gameplay.
Yeah, my problem is I feel like Dota's already confusing enough. Imagine a new player coming in.
What? Come on, they're not going to pick Chen. He's already complicated.
Okay, so this is just Chen specific.
Yeah, it's just Chen.
So for literally every other hero in the game, cosmetics have zero impact.
Yes.
Unless you're Chen.
This will allow people to. This will actually incentivize them to play Chen.
Why would you want people to play Chen?
Because the idea of Dota is to be miserable.
That's.
I
not
would be
wrong.
miserable. Actually, I did play Chen way back in the day, and I just didn't get creeps. Right, that's one way to play him. You get the Dagon.
Was that back when you were a Counter-Strike professional player?
No, that was after that. That was washed up at that point, unfortunately.
I see.
But Entity definitely have a good grip on this game at the moment, and they have a very scary lineup. Now, you talked about how Enigma is like this late-game monster, but what about the rest of their team? Like, do you think they fall off at some point?
A CK definitely does not, and I think Wyvern, like you definitely have to look at the supports now in Dota for going late game. It's not just about the cores. I don't think Entity falls off. No, not at all, actually.
Oh, we got some TPs coming in. Avalanche from 9 onto the Enigma, and Toby is done. So nice rotations from Tundra. A much-needed kill. It feels like it's been quite a while since they've gotten one. And obviously, Skeeter hasn't really been involved in the game at all on this Naga. But that was the question I was asking earlier. What's her purpose this game, other than just farming? Like, is there a point where you're ready to fight?
Yeah.
That's a very stupid. Obviously, at some
she's
point
like
you're gonna be ready to fight, but Manta Scotty, I assume.
You know what? It's actually not a stupid question because I feel like Naga in the past there was no timing that felt great to fight on her, and that's why she was shit.
Yeah,
but
true.
now people are going for this like Bloodthorn Ags. I think like 3 items is your timing. Like whatever build you want to go, whether it's Bloodthorn Ags or Scotty Ags. It's always like the 3 to 4 item timing that you're usually stronger on. I mean, sometimes you can get a stranglehold of the map and just use the Naga illusions to push stuff out, but they're playing against a bunch of summons on Entity, and there's the CK who's also going to be using illusions to push out the map, so I don't think this is one of those games where Tundra can just get this, like, Naga illusion stranglehold where it's like, aha, you've nothing to push out the waves. They have plenty of things to push out the waves.
But Scotty is exceptional against this heal strat as well, right? So
It is.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't go for that second. But still, a long way to go on that. I mean, by that point, we're going to see this Ags and Shard on Stormer, which I feel like the Ags is hilarious, by the way. It's actually so good. Not something you see that often on position 3, but since it is a mid, they can be a little bit greedier with their item choices. But just being able to like traverse terrain and the amount of damage you have coming out of that invis is crazy.
It's nuts.
And then the Shard just allows you to turn into stone, so it's really hard to kill this hero. Because Avatos, I mean, we talked about how he eats through the Gravekeeper's cloak, but it's not going to insta-kill him at any point in the game, I feel like.
No. No, it's not. It's straight damage amplification, by the way, out of the Visage Ags. So that's going to buff Witchblade damage. That's going to buff his Soul Assumptions as well. It's not just physical damage, so I think that also pairs really nicely with the Witchblade build. It's so much DPS coming out of the invis.
Tundra, they're smoking up to try to get some sort of a pick off. I don't know. Obviously, Kataomi is not who they would want necessarily, but they'll take him. Even with all that burst damage, you have to expend a little bit more just to find him, as we have mass TPs now from Entity. 9 into the trees. He's going to have to get out of this if he wants to save this gank. That didn't make any sense. We're going to go with it.
You know why he survived it?
Okay.
That almost saved this gank. Is because through Kataomi, look at his build. He's got a Wraith Band on Wyvern. He's got a Wraith Band. He does this. He does this. He does this on a lot of support heroes. He gets Wraith Band for the armor. I think this is, it's one of those things that your heart tells you not to do this, but then your brain tells you like it's logical and it makes so much sense. You know what I mean? You have to go against all of your Dota instincts to get a Wraith Band on Wyvern. But he almost survived because of it.
Yep, 9 with another Avatos, but not looking for the actual kill because the rest of Entity are here. Penitence, and that is a dead Tiny. So trying to save his teammate, and he does so, but it costs him his own life.
It's like, all right, Saksa, now you're the core, buddy. Please carry me.
Yeah, Saksa's probably like, well, why did you do that, bro?
What's wrong with
Knowing
you?
Saksa, that's exactly what he's thinking.
Really? Oh, he didn't say it.
No, he wouldn't. No, he was not. Saksa was definitely not toxic. I would never associate with toxic individuals. Entity into the pit. They feel very comfortable. They have Curse. They have Black Hole. They have everything they need to kind of contain this area. It's going to be a freebie. So Aegis likely to go to the CK. Saberlight. You can see the Armlet, Midas, and
Going for Blink next.
the Blink next. Interesting. Okay.
Wants to be active. I mean, once you get the Midas, it really does feel like the Blink is to like connect with his team and do stuff. Like they're already going to consume every single jungle camp on the map. You have CK ult. You can blink between camps as well. As we do have a crash. All right, let's guess who crashed. Never mind.
Wyvern.
It was Kataomi. Yeah, maybe that's why he bought the Wraith Band as well. He's just like,
Oh, he even has a Blink himself. He's actually quite farmed.
and 1,200 gold. That's pretty insane.
And you got the extra, what's that neutral called again? God, I always forget the name.
What? Which one?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
The Kabold?
No, that, oh, Keen Optic. I saw it. That was,
Oh, the neutral item.
yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant the neutral creep because there's about 50 of them in this game.
No, yeah, when that patch came out, I was like, I'm not memorizing these neutral creeps.
Yeah,
There's
you
no way.
gave up on that.
Yeah. So anytime Cinderin wants to do trivia time, I will get 0% on all the answers.
I hate his trivia time.
They're awful.
Yeah,
It's real awful.
made me wish that he had some sort of food allergy, because of course there would be a little bit of
He actually does,
slight
as you know.
poisoning situation, but something nothing to
Nothing serious.
nothing serious, but just enough to bother him
Right.
in the coffee or in the morning.
In the shellfish, pretty much.
Yeah, it's shellfish problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
And guess what? He got he knew this, and he ate shrimp at the Kiev major, at the Anna major, and got sick. And to this day, he says it wasn't the shrimp.
Why do I believe
That was a hilarious situation. It turned into a meme with all the talent. So
Why do I believe that? That's freaking... And he's dead serious. I know he's dead serious.
yeah, of course, 100%. He'll defend that to his dying day, which may come sooner than you think if he continues to eat shrimp.
That's right. I mean, looks like he's either a corpse or handles corpses.
A
already.
mortician.
Yes, that's right. Him and Purge could start a business.
4.5 minutes left on this Aegis for Mr. Saberlight. And okay, so from Tundra's side, obviously they're on the back foot right now. What is needed? What items?
Look at the items. What we got?
What items do you think will make the difference? Because Manta, I believe, it's finished on
yeah.
Skier. That's not enough though.
No, that's like a farming. That's like a farming get me to the next item. Which he is going for an Orchid after that. I think once the Orchid, at least Skeeter can like casually show up to fights, right? Like a fight starts and he just like walks in, kills the support, walks away. I don't think you want to like smoke or hard commit to a fight. If you do smoke, it's kind of just one to like test the waters. Like in Dota, it's sometimes hard to determine. There's so many permutations of things, and it's hard to determine when you have an item, like, are we actually stronger at this exact point? So you just kind of test it. You smoke, you try to get a good jump. If the fight goes really well, you keep fighting. If it doesn't go really well, you wait to the next item on Naga. And for a hero like Naga that can flash farm very quickly with illusions, you have the luxury of doing that. Alchemist is played entirely the same. Whereas other heroes, you take a fight and you lose, and you just instantly, the game's over.
Yeah.
A Pudge carry can sometimes feel like that.
All right, so we're waiting for the Orchid on the Naga,
Yeah.
Mr. Skeeter.
Yes. The Manta, I think, is just...
And they do have, they have Grave, they have Naga Song, they have some disengage capabilities, but it's going to be hard to get away from all of these summons that Entity has.
Yeah.
Because their control seems to be on... That's like an S-tier level control lineup, it feels
it's
like.
Feeling very strong. And the crazy thing is,
I didn't know you could call a timeout.
I feel like it's been a lot of just run at you nonsense from Entity. Like, they just run all of these massive creeps onto Tundra, and there's these slows, and they just can't get out.
Oh,
Ooh, they're going to get
okay, that is a very good pickoff. Obviously, just the Aegis, but it's like we talked about, 3.5 minutes on it.
That's homie.
They'll be
He's
happy.
looking.
He is. Arctic Burn. He's not going to get the Naga. Might have to settle for snaking instead. But 9, his Blink Dagger is going to be available pretty soon, so he's going to go for the kill here. Avatos with the Thunder God's Wrath. So that is the second kill if you want to count the Aegis. But 9, he's going to be the collateral. So he'll have to be happy with this trade, but that's not how he actually feels. So again, he dies, which you can see his farm is he's not doing so well.
No, I mean, that's always naturally going to be the case, I think, when there's a Naga Siren on your team. Any of these illusion heroes like TB Naga, they just kind of take all of the farm on the map away from you. And his offlane is also Death Prophet. His supports are Zeus Dazzle. Like, what hero's going to do stuff on Tundra? It's just 9 that's going in and actually doing stuff. So it's kind of like he doesn't have the time to farm. It's not that his game is going bad by any means. He's 1-3-3, which is a fine scoreline. For a mid-tiny in a game where you're 4K behind at 18 minutes. 5K now.
Yep. So Entity, they have the Ags now. So Silent as the Grave.
That's right.
Terrible name.
Have you been to a graveyard?
Yes.
Usually they're right by freeways and stuff because nobody likes to have a house right next to a graveyard because the ghosts will come in your chimney.
Yeah, the chimney. They can't just go through the walls.
No, what do you think they are?
They're ghosts.
Yeah.
I mean, he can go through walls. That's the whole point of buying this axe.
Fly over walls. Why would he need something to fly over walls if he can go through them?
That's true. It is going over. He does have wings. They could have called it like wing repair, because then his wings actually work.
That is really good. That's really, and then when you break it, you're like destroying your. I don't know. I'm not gonna continue that.
Yeah,
It's worthless.
I'm sure this conversation is going to go in the history books as one of the best of all time. But yeah, this 5K lead for Entity, they're looking real good. They're going to smoke up now that this Ags is online from Stormstormer. But you can see the smoke from Tundra as well. Snake King's going to break it, so he might be the sacrifice. Blink Dagger being used by Saberlight. And yeah, easy pickoff for Entity again. Obviously not with the Aegis anymore, but I mean, the next Roche isn't coming for quite a while, but still, Entity have most of the map control right now. They're getting just so much more farm as Saberlight. He's going to find Soxa. Gets off the Heavenly Jump, but Phantasm is actually popped for this. So, I mean, it's a relatively low cooldown. As the rest of Tundra focusing on Visage in the top lane, this will be a very nice one. So despite losing 2 supports, they get a core kill. As 9, Spirit Vessel is applied, so can't use that Blink Dagger. 33 is going to pop it. I want to say this might be the first exorcism of the game. He's going to get off that BKB,
nice
but
curse.
the big curse, that's a lot of damage coming through, and Saberlight's got the armor to toggle his self away. Looks like he's going to be safe as a result. As the ensnare into the cold embrace, so Chen is going to be fine for now. It's 33 in the trees, trying to get the hell out of here with the exorcism still kind of showing where he is.
The seed shot.
Fishman attempting to TP out, but the Shadow Wave is enough damage as 9 gets the right click. So Tundra, despite losing a couple supports early on, they get a nice fight going their way.
Yeah, fancy footwork from them. I definitely know what that means. They're just outplaying Entity. Entity's going for these really great smokes, killing supports. Exactly what's happening here. The supports are dying, but the Tundra cores, man, they're making stuff happen on the side lanes. They're just catching Entity when they're slightly out of position in their unit, in their death ball. Like one hero's a little too far away from the others, and they're like, okay, let's punish this. And this is something you can definitely do with Tiny because of the repositioning. You definitely do with Naga because she has the damage to burst somebody who's out of position like that.
All right. So Orchid online for Skeeter. So according to you, this is go time.
Yeah,
and it looks like his next pickup, what was it again? Yeah, the Heart. Okay. So against a Midnight Pulse, I mean, it's just one spell, I guess. That's percentage based, but are you surprised it's not Scotty instead?
Don't mind if I do.
Because we talked about the heal aspect.
It seems fine. It's like, yeah, there's Arctic Burn, yeah,
there's
Midnight
2.
Pulse,
Yeah.
but it's hard to get the real Naga. It really is. And I think for him, if his idea of this game is that he just needs to survive the burst, and that if he does that, he's going to be able to win the game for his team, then yeah, Hard is going to be more effective HP than a Scotty is. Like this just means he doesn't think he needs the like aggressive strength of the Scotty. And that's fine. I mean, that's his opinion on the game. It might be entirely wrong, and then we see him lose because he just dies to the Midnight Pulse anyway. But it is a very small difference on Naga. Like especially if you feel like you already have enough Disable. Like the Scotty, the slow is a big part of it, I think, for Naga. But he's got a Tiny. He's got the net.
After Heart, I was thinking, and it sounds weird, Butterfly. I know they have a lot of magic and pure damage, but against CK and against Visage Birds, it's actually pretty effective because neither, like obviously the Visage Birds will never be able to go through the evasion, and CK does not want MKB almost ever.
Yeah, it would be Bloodthorn that they're building, and Naga would have the Manta already to take that off. So yeah, that seems all right. Another potential would be.
You could just go Scotty still.
You could go Sheepstick as well and just play to like kill the Enigma, kill the Visage before they can press any of their buttons. Like you want to kill Visage before he gets this Ag Shard off. If he gets that off in a fight, it often feels like it's just enough delay to like win the whole fight. Like if you try to start on a Visage, you don't disable him for long enough, and he just stone forms. I've seen so many fights turn because of that.
I think we're going to see a big, juicy fight here if Entity can find anybody. 33 is going to TP out a little bit prematurely. And Skeeter, that is the big prize for Entity. If they end up finding Snake King instead, they will not be happy. Skeeter, he's going to stay around a little bit as Snake King goes away. His illusion's coming out. He has the Vit booster, now so a little extra HP, and they're not even going to bother pursuing. Although Tundra smoke, and they're kind of in the bottom area. It doesn't look like they're going to find anybody either, so kind of dodging each other.
Yeah, I guess for Tundra, this is just a smoke to get out on the map. I know a lot of teams are doing that these days. They just they smoke because they feel like they've just been pushed out of an area and they need to go get wards down somewhere else so they actually have somewhere to play. Because it's really hard in Dota to like walk into an area right now where a team has vision. As long as they're not smoked. So if you dodge a smoke, you need to go retake some other area. Because smoke is the only way to get into an area right now. Otherwise, you walk into a ward and you lose the fight.
Aghanim Scepter on Tony. We're going to have to hold that thought. I do want to have a discussion about this. Because I don't think he has a crit stick or anything yet, right?
No, just the eggs.
I mean, I've seen this before. I wanted to ask you just now. I wanted to ask you.
Okay, that's...
Why do they go Ags first before they have anything else?
I've seen like...
The Echo Saber will proc.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
I've seen mini crit into Ags.
That one
Some
makes
people
sense.
do go for something first. I mean, Nine has nothing. He has no Echo Saber either.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I think when you're... I think it's probably fine. Like, Tiny gets enough damage at level 20 without any of these items now that it does actually do a good amount of damage. Yeah. Like, he's not there yet, but eventually when he is level 20, he'll have a mini crit, and he will do a lot of damage. It's just kind of like, what is the other build with the Ags? Like, it also, if you would crit stick first, and you don't have the Ags, then that also feels a little bit worthless.
Tree Volley, everyone's favorite Aghanim Scepter.
It looks really cool.
It does, but the fact that you have to be near a tree, kind of a big deal.
Yeah, but the tree grab radius is, like, massive.
They did, yeah, that's true. They did increase that. But like if you're stuck in a river, it's kind of a waste of 4,200 gold.
Yeah.
So positioning still is kind of important. Does it matter how many trees? Like if it's just one tree, is that enough to do a tree volley?
It literally takes the tree and picks it up and throws it.
Okay.
And so if you're out of trees, it stops throwing.
You know what a great combo would be? Is to have Tree Ant Protector on your team.
And just throw him?
No, because when you get, I think it's Shard, the trees spawn faster within 5 seconds.
What?
Yeah.
On the Shard?
Yeah, it used to be part of the talent, now it's part of the Shard. I'm fairly sure. No, it might be the Ags, actually. It might be the Ags.
Oh, which he never gets, because he's a pathetic 5 position.
Yeah, but you prioritize that.
Right.
So the trees come back faster.
Yeah, that's right.
Very important.
I remember those boots that you could get, the 60-minute item.
Yeah, what was that called?
It would spawn the trees behind you. They removed it because it was completely broken.
It was way too good.
You could run around and trap them in trees.
Yep, that was fun.
And it wasn't like Sprout. It was like so many trees. If you cut one, you couldn't walk through it.
Yep.
You need to cut 2.
But you just activate it and then use the tree volley in the river and you're fine.
Yeah.
Saberlight and company inside the pit, and it doesn't look like Tundra can contest. This is going to be the Aegis and Shard for them. Wraith Pact online, but it's going to coincide with the Heart on Skeeter, so his farm is really starting to pick up. The fact that he is top net worth just shows how much he has been farming this game.
No,
although
there we go.
Saberlight consumes the Shard, I assume.
Yeah, he ate Shard.
So that the net worth gets boosted.
That's right.
It's that extra little illusion on Chaos Bolt now.
So now, big item.
Yeah.
BKB on Toby. Also, Saberlight, he's got his BKB. I think he had it previously, he just hadn't used it yet. But Toby has not had his, and it's been a real problem.
Oh, snaking. Yep. Break those trees, get that Malefice. But again, it's just snaking, who's now died, I believe, 7 times.
That's the Tiny counter. They have Midnight Pulse. He just destroys the trees that Tiny is trying to eat.
That's true.
Trying to throw.
Good point.
Yeah, that's a nice counter. They really thought of everything in this draft.
And, I mean, Spider Legs destroys trees, right?
It does.
So he can destroy his own trees on the Tiny if he really wants.
That's true. That's true.
There's 9. Oh, does see Toby. Gets a nice little tree volley off and follows up with the Avatos, but it's not enough. You can see the hand of Gaben comes out and Toby with the BKB. Gonna try to turn this around, but Skeeter gets off his song, which I think is the first time this game he has expended it. And 9, his blink is continually getting canceled. Very nicely played by Entity. Now, the curse only half duration. Mantis actually did a nice job of dodging there, but this is just way too much damage. Even with a heart, Skeeter melts to this lineup.
The Wraith Pact is canceling his blink on the high ground there. The Wraith Pact. That is one of the most annoying things in the game, because you think of this item, you're like, oh my god, 35% damage reduction? How OP can you get? And then you're in a fight, you're like, what is canceling my damn blink? And it's the same thing that's doing the damage reduction. It's so annoying. It does. I've seen Alchemist use Wraith Pact to farm. Ooh, Saberlight, he's in.
You wanted it. You got the Chaos Bolt. There's the Phantasm. Soxa is going to live. See some damage coming out, but Cold Embrace is going to save Saberlight for the time being. Again, still has the Aegis for another 3 minutes. It's mostly focusing on Rax here. It's 33. He's going to get Black Hole despite having the Exorcism up. And that is a complete waste of an ult for him. And with that AC being online for Saberlight, this push is going to go way faster. So that's one set of Rax. Now going to try to focus on their second. As the tree volley's going to kill a couple of skeletons. No crit yet.
Okay, that's exactly why he got the tree volley.
To kill the creeps.
These summons, man, there's so many of them for Entity. It feels like this is a tower defense game. It's one of the ones that would like lag your computer and people would slowly disconnect. Like, yeah, to get more gold. Because you know, they go
it's
through
like a
their
Warcraft
maze.
3 mod here.
Yeah, exactly. It really does feel like a Warcraft 3 mod with Entity's draft. And then Saberlight is like the final boss guy. There's just a billion HP. Although it did help the last fight where he jumped into the enemy tier 4s.
Yes,
he definitely was giving them a bit of a freebie there and then gets saved by his team. Classic off-lane player mentality.
Now, Skeeter has the sights on the Aghanim Scepter next, but they are at a pretty gigantic deficit now. 14 for Entity. And expect them to get even more action here in the next minute while this Aegis is still intact.
Stormstormer's got a sheepstick now.
Yep. Now you can go over trees invisibly and shoot people out of nowhere.
Yeah, that is frightening. Speaking of Warcraft 3, it's kind of like one of the horror games. Murder at the Mansion. Vampire Hunters.
Okay, Vampire Hunters I have heard of. Toby, Midnight Pulse. And you can see a little bit of scattering here from Tundra as Snaking is just dropped immediately. Saksa does have his Nimbus now, though. So, like you said, they do have a defense lineup as long as they have their heroes up. But this is a lot of creeps. That's a lot of really going on here. So they actually find 9 trees.
He was covered by the UI and died so quickly that we couldn't catch it.
Yeah, that's tough stuff. The fact that they actually have amps for this, Curse comes out. Saksa gonna get beat down by his own carry, and down he goes. No buyback for him. But they have Arc Lightning. They have some spam from Death Prophet. Talking about Tree Volley. Even Naga is really good at pushing. This just shows how many creeps they have. It doesn't matter.
It's too much. You kill half creeps, there's still 100 left on your screen. And Fishman, he's getting a pipe. He's got the Wraith Pact. He's got his old heal, which he didn't even have to use, by the way. Last 2 minutes, he's just been sitting on that. He's got the mech. He's got all of these tools to make all the creeps even more tanky. You know, when you truly think about the value of all of these things that he's building on Shen, the more creeps you have, the more value they have. That's not doing anything.
Yeah, he turned into temporarily thanks to his shard. 80 seconds of no Stormstormer, so a nice pick from Tundra, and they're going to need a lot more of this. Obviously, this would have been better if it coincided with the Roche, the third Roche, but that's not coming up anytime soon.
Did he use Exo? Was that an Exo? It was. I mean, that's worth it. That is absolutely worth it. Stormstormer feels like such a pain in the ass right now. Him is worth almost anything.
Plus 30 Vistage Familiar move speed. Wow.
Yeah.
That is a talent, apparently.
Super strong with the Ags.
It sounds bad, though.
It's not.
I'm not saying it's bad. It sounds bad.
It's amped by percentage move speed buffs. So you're getting, what, 6% from 30 from Brave Shield. We buffed it to 60% in our game. That's why I thought it was 60%.
Our game, yeah.
Shoutouts to ability on the Steam store now.
They're at the Arlington Major advertising. Perfectly normal behavior. Skeeter. Yep, he's a point booster away from what? Was he going Scotty?
Yes.
I thought he changed his
mind.
Oh, yeah. So, Ags gives you the extra range and BKB piercing of the instant.
Yep. And you can use it during song.
That's right.
Which means he could song kill. See somebody, you can kill somebody's BKB.
Yeah.
During the song, and then we'll take him 5-4. Yeah, Entity is kind of getting worked on the kind of map positioning side of things right now, where they're getting picked off and they're bleeding. This is the point where you have the conversation. It's like, okay, guys, let's just all go fight. We're gonna win the game. I mean, Tundra needs like 5 more of these pickoffs in order to win the game, especially with this refresh reward picked up on the Enigma. He's got 2 chances to blackball an important target, and I only really think that he needs 1 of them, given the gold lead that they have. So very, very easy game for Endy here, as long as they don't chain feed, which Kataomi is back alive.
Yeah, they would have to make some colossal mistakes to lose this game.
Yep.
And, I mean, the one thing that Tundra have going for them, if they do win, they can take buildings really fast. I mean, there's no Echo Saber, I guess, onto me, so maybe not as fast as you normally see. And Tree Volley, unfortunately, does not have towers. That would be interesting. Just sieging like Trebuchet. That would be quite something. Just turning Tiny into a catapult facility. He does Chrysalis though, so the Tree Volley actually will do a little bit of damage now. And I'm wondering if he's going to go straight for the Daedalus or save for buyback at this point.
Get the Daedalus. Get the Daedalus.
And he can't quite shit yet.
No,
so.
not yet. But when he can, I think he'll be getting the Daedalus. It feels like...
We got the overwhelming blink from Jumps, and with that black hole onto it, he's going to save one teammate for the time being. Is on this Naga Siren, and she bite, not using her ult at all. Locked from the beginning, and ending this fight in spades, not even remotely close.
What I said, they only needed 1. Like, they really only needed 1.
And Curse into a casual right click will get their 4th kill of this engagement. DD spawns, and Roche number 3 with the Aghanim Scepter is not what they're going to go for because...
straight down mid, dog.
Yeah, there's no reason to even bother.
Oh, they're going for the throne.
Yeah, they got so many creeps. I don't think there's anything to do. I think this game is just over now.
With these heroes, I mean...
Still had Phantasm as well. There's the double buyback.
Oh,
they're gonna...
Skeeter just got buyback. Okay, so...
There's still 2 heroes that we can see they cannot buy back on. As they are focusing a little bit on the tier 2 tops, so they can just go for the old-fashioned mega creeps. This will still be very quick, and pretty soon they'll see that Tiny and DP do not have buybacks. And I think Tundra are kind of resigned to just wait for mega creeps to come. As Saksa, he's going to get gone on. Skeeter going to try to delay a little bit with this song. They've already lost the melee racks. And the catapults. Alright, that is the mega creeps. That is a really sad way to get mega creep, not going to lie.
It's the Chen
As Snake King, he's going to die. And there's the black hole coming out again. And that is a dieback for Skeeter as GG's come out. Both Entity and Tundra, they will split this series 1-1.
I gotta say, Entity is very good at executing these like push strats. I think they're very good at this. I love the Chen army, the Chen skeletons with the visage birds. That was really cool. They were like plus 50 or 60 damage between the rally and the Wraith Pact aura too. That was super cool. The catapults destroying the base in the end there. That's all buffed by the Chen. I actually think Fishman had a massive impact on this game, despite his cores having really like cool and flashy looking performances. I think Fishman was the MVP for me on the
Fishman.
Chen. Yes.
Okay, very nice. So with that, Zoo strat that Entity just pulled out, they shellacked Tundra after they were shellacked in game number 1. So that ties us at 1-1, and unfortunately there won't be a game 3 because it is group stage. It's 2-game series all the way out. So with that, that'll put this series to bed, and we got another one coming up for you soon. I don't know who that is, but we'll find out after this break.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy. Howdy, partner. Why don't you get that dang old thing on your head there? There you go. That's a good Texan right there.
That's right.
We are here in the stadium that will be holding all of you beautiful fans in the near future for the playoffs of the PGL Arlington Major. Next time, please, you're going to need like a little strap on that to prevent you from dropping it in the future.
That's right.
You don't know where that's been. It's pretty filthy, actually. Yeah, let's just kick it aside. We have an interesting matchup. It is Liquid, which we've cast already in this group stage, versus Outsiders. So Outsiders come in with a 4-2 record, I believe, currently. And Liquid, they've played less, but 3-1.
3-1.
That's right. Very good.
We casted that.
Yes, I remember it.
One of those. That was against NA.
Sonics.
That was against Sonics.
It
So
was
we'll-
not close.
We can skip over that and just look at Liquid's players and see how they're looking in this day and age.
Oh, man, what a great-looking young
he's a
man.
hunk. Oh,
Insania,
goodness
my Persian
gracious.
brother, of course. He looks very angry,
How do you
actually.
get these genes? How do you get born with these genes?
Yeah, that facial hair is something.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And Boxy, man, nobody looks happy, though. Have you noticed that nobody smiled? I
There
can
we
see
go.
Insania kind of smiling there. But he
Yeah.
looked very grumpy in the original.
Looks like a passive-aggressive smile,
Yeah, that's true.
but
I'd
he's
be
not.
thrilled to be competing, like, to be playing professionally
Yeah.
on any stage. Like
But
I
you
got
did,
to,
you did, yeah.
I did, but
Counter-Strike,
on a
yeah.
very small stage
Right.
because back then pro players weren't even paid
weren't.
salary.
No.
Jenkins, can you imagine that? Even you're paid salary, and you're like a tier 5 player
That's right.
for Arkosh.
That's right. We're paid a hefty salary from all of the many sponsors.
Well, you know, the community bundle does count as salary these days, especially in the ecosystem that is Dota 2.
That's right.
We can take a look at Outsiders. Do you think anybody's going to smile in this?
Yes.
Okay.
GPK.
I'm going to say 0 people smile. Okay, that's
Okay.
not a smile for
That's
Yamich.
0?
GPK, no,
Okay,
that's
I
not a
thought there
smile.
was going to be smiling from him.
Okay, Zakoda, definitely not a smile.
It's Hakoda. It's
Okay,
like the Hawk.
Ramses, he looks
Ramses.
miserable.
He does. Head and
And
shoulders,
DM,
though.
very serious
They
look.
looked extremely serious.
Did you say it's Yakoda?
It's Hakoda.
Yeah.
It's like the Hawk. You know, the Hawk has like the X.
Yeah. Oh boy,
Yeah.
that's gonna be okay. That's gonna be a hard
It's
one to
Hakoda.
remember.
Just remember the Hawk. How do you pronounce the Hawk? You don't say Daxic, right? Do you say Daxic?
No, I say Dahak. I say
Okay,
Ha.
then go Hakoda. You can do that as well. It's like that's like an Arabic thing, isn't it? The
Wait, say it again. It's Hakoda.
Hakoda. Yeah.
Hakoda. That's
Well, I don't know if it's that. I just know in Arabic they have that they have that
Yeah, it's ha.
noise, the
Yeah.
noise, which
Persian-
I can't do.
Farsi's the same. That's why I can do it. Yeah, the Ha. Americans can't do it generally. It's really sad. It's a great letter in the alphabet. I don't know what it's actually called.
You
but
could do clicks, and different. Some languages use.
yeah, I can't.
sort of
The
thing.
clicks are hard. That is true. You just have to grow up with that stuff.
I don't think any of these players.
So, Outsiders versus Liquid. Who would you say is the favorite coming into this?
Oh, geez. I mean, Liquid has looked extremely good in the tournament so far. They completely shellacked OG in game 1 of their series, and I think obviously people are looking at OG as, this is the roster that won the major with 7 all. Then they lost horribly on game 2. OG kind of bounced back and and destroyed them. But still, I think Liquid looks insanely good. Outsiders, they struggled. I think it was versus Fnatic or TSM Fnatic, which people are calling them right now. So I mean, both teams look really strong. I think they're both doing really well in the group. It's hard to say, but I think going into this, probably people would say Outsiders is the I saw a lot of people predicting Outsiders to be top 3 in the tournament, and a lot of people were surprised that they lost that first game to Fnatic. But I don't know. I unfortunately didn't get a lot of time to watch. I don't think either of us did get to watch them that much throughout the season, because of course we were on NA and EU.
That's right.
But in Eastern EU, like Outsiders did extremely well. They topped the region.
Yeah, a lot of people picked them to get top 4 in this tournament,
did,
top
yeah.
6 at the very least, and so far they're not disappointing. Like we said, 4-2, as we have 9 in the lobby right now. But Liquid is the interesting team that obviously we have more information on. I picked them as the bright donkey. I think was it the white donkey or
no? We said what's in the middle? What's the middle one?
Mule.
Mule. Donkey. Mule is a donkey, a female donkey, and a male horse, I think.
Yeah, something like that. So they're the mule of this tournament because they've come in as favorites before, but they flopped on LAN. So picking them as a white donkey doesn't make sense because a white donkey is somebody that everyone's expecting to do well.
Bright donkey.
Right,
We're gonna go with bright donkey.
So it's not a bright donkey because some people, or enough people, think that they will not live up to.
Can we go over the scale again, just for the people that were not? Because I would tune out of the conversation if I heard it.
So you have
there's the dark horse.
Dark horse,
right? Which everybody knows what that means. That's
it's an underdog.
An underdog.
You're not expecting them to do well, but you think they will do better than people think.
Right.
That's a dark horse.
And so a bright donkey is a team that people expect to do well, but you think that they're going to do poorly.
Yes.
That they're going to underperform.
Which I argued was Liquid, but you did bring up a good point because they have flopped on LAN so many times that perhaps they're somewhere in between.
Yeah.
So we decided that they're just called the Mule.
The gray mule.
Was it the gray mule?
I think it was the gray mule.
It was Dim.
Dim mule. Dim
The
mule.
dim
Dim
mule
is kind of like a dark horse.
Boy, we have a lot of tier lists that we can get through. We got the shellackings now. We got the donkey. I don't know what we even call this list.
We need this one's just in formation. But I can actually. I did do research. Shockingly,
on donkeys and mules.
This was I did actually look that up because to be sure, I wasn't sure if it was a mule and a horse that made the donkey.
Yeah, it's a
It
donkey.
is a donkey and
So
a
apparently,
horse.
a donkey and a horse have to get together. You get a mule who
And
then cannot
it
reproduce.
Can't
Apparently,
it's infertile.
yes.
So I guess you could say that a mule, that a dim mule would disband after the tournament because
That's
they're
true.
the last in the bloodline.
Wow, that is okay. That's another level that we have
might need
there.
another level that we add. But anyway, let me just outsiders some justice here, or try to at least.
Okay.
I was looking at this team when I was doing research. I was expecting to be impressed by like GPK, DM, Ramses, these like big names, right? And I wasn't so sure about I've played a lot of pubs with Hakoda whenever you play in Europe. The guy's a fiend, so I knew of him from that. Yamich I had not heard of, and he actually stood out to me the most as making some of the most interesting plays. He's the first guy that I saw in this DPC season holding the Tumblr's toy in his backpack. And he would just constantly tumble himself onto high grounds and break a smoke, and then outsiders would take some insane fight based off of that, based off of him getting vision, and he would hold his blink. And so he was just you just look, and the guy's sitting on high grounds constantly, which you usually see people do with Earth Spirit. An Earth Spirit will roll up to a high ground, they'll stand there, they'll break a smoke, they have to roll again in 4 seconds. So it makes sense with Earth Spirit. He was doing on 4 DK, which also is a weird pick, by the way. So he does flex very weird heroes.
That's a cool strat.
But it was Tumblr story. He had 45 minutes. He was not screwing around with this item.
But he would only equip it when he wanted to go high.
To go into a high ground.
I
And
see.
I was thinking, like, I think a big reason that that's a legit strat. It's not just a meme. Like, it's not a small efficiency thing these days. It's actually really big because people are not just sitting in one area like, aha, I've got your triangle. You can't farm. Sit in your base. People are not stupid anymore. They don't sit in their base. They smoke out. They take your triangle. Also, BKBs, there's a lot of reasons for it. You can get into the theory of it. But basically, people are sweeping across the map more, constantly looking for kills. You see pucks, you see tinies, heroes just looking in the trees for kills. People don't hold areas anymore. And so because of that, you don't get to have good wards on high grounds because they get dewarded because you leave areas. And so having a hero that can actually sit on a high ground and give vision is genuinely impactful. And it's one of those things where if I saw this like a few patches ago, maybe it's not as big impact, but on this one, it's huge because there's just no wards.
That's actually very interesting. Shockingly interesting.
Yeah, whatever.
And into the draft we go. Outsiders versus Team Liquid. I mean, the last series we did was Tundra Entity, and we were kind of blown away by the picks and bans in Game 2 in particular, because it didn't seem to resemble any other region, as we're seeing the Lone Druid. So that is a typical thing that you would ban against Liquid.
That's Liquid, yeah.
As Matu is just an absolute god on that hero. And we're seeing the Viper being taken out relatively early. So slightly different than a lot of the games that we've covered. Obviously, the break mechanic is probably the most easy to use in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how...
Lane dominator.
I don't even know how OP Viper is as a hero. I guess by definition it's OP, if I'm about to say what I'm about to say. But, like, the base hero is just fine. It's just that it counters so much that's in the meta. But if the meta completely changed... and it wasn't these tinies, these like heroes that you want that magic damage over time to kill them, which we're seeing here, which is probably why they first phase banned the Viper, or these heroes that need to be broken. I do think that Viper would not have the relevance that he does right now. Also, the heroes that you pair with it. Same with the Razor. Like, Marcy is incredibly good with the Viper, Razor. Tiny's really strong with these heroes as a position 4. Like, you want a melee 4 right now.
Yeah, Razor, not too big of a surprise in terms of the ban. And then TA, a little interesting. I assume Outsiders are willing to first to that hero,
yeah,
which is definitely different than other teams.
But
that leaves a lot of heroes open. So Tiny first pick, again, not a surprise. This thing seems to get through quite a bit. Now we have a ton of heroes like Puck is still there. Obviously is a good combo with Tiny if Liquid are able to get that as a second pick. So maybe that's something Outsiders are thinking about here. But still a lot of tier 1 heroes available.
In 3 out of the 4 wins that Outsiders have, they have 16th picked TA, which is the pick after the second ban phase, which they have that exact same pick order as well in this. So Liquid is basically avoiding what they've done in the draft in 3 out of 4 of their wins so far. By banning the TA on the first phase.
Okay, Marcy Doom. So Marcy here, that was kind of ignored in the last series, which we were shocked by, because she just feels like an insane support right now. And obviously some teams can play it as core. And then Doom, pretty flexible, kind of like last series, can be played technically 1, but usually 3 or 4.
Yeah, Doom's kind of making a bit of a comeback. Yeah, we didn't see this here at all in NA. Like, we really didn't.
My girl, Dawnbreaker.
She is. Yeah, there's nothing really between Doom or Marcy, I think, that Dawnbreaker cares too much about. Dooming her is not the greatest thing in the world. She's gonna save people from Marcy initiations. She can save people from Doom going on them across the map. Neither of these two heroes have like a great interrupt for the Starbreaker, especially once she gets the Aghanim Shard on Dawnbreaker. If this does end up being a core, good Dawn pick, which is
and it keeps
rare.
the draft totally open. I mean, both drafts are relatively flexible, but I think I would give the more flexibility to Team Liquid because less teams are willing to play Marcy as core, but we have seen it. But Tiny could be literally 4-5, 1-2. Dawnbreaker, literally all 5 positions. Yeah.
She's insane.
I mean, is there a certain strat that you like to see her? Like, I mean, do you like to see her as a core or support? Let's start with that question more often.
I like her with farm. I think that she does incredibly well with items. I feel like offlane is like the perfect role for her because the way she plays, she wants to sit in the safe lane and just constantly push it out and then like globally enter into fights. And so if you're a support and you die there, it doesn't matter that you're feeding because you're a support, and I feel like the
10
offlane
seconds.
fulfills the same role. But I also think that she does extremely well with farm. And so
What's
to me, the
Radiant's
perfect
bad
middle
plan
ground is like the
anyway?
offlane, where her life doesn't matter that much, so she can go and farm the unsafe farm and just globally ult in. But then also she has items, so that when she ults in, she's actually useful.
Yeah. She does need some setup, though, for her ult to be really valuable.
Tiny's perfect for that.
Tiny's definitely very good,
10 seconds.
especially if it's a core Tiny. On the other hand,
5 seconds.
what are the good counters to Dawnbreaker? First thing that comes to mind is Nyx Assassin, but if you're looking at Outsiders lineup, 3 melee already this early in the draft. I mean, 2, like Marcy Doom already could technically be the supports. So I don't know if Nyx actually works in their draft, but
It's
that's,
Giants'
I want to think that's probably the hardest counter to
Wyvern,
Dawnbreaker.
Wyvern, I would say. I'd be very surprised
Okay.
if Liquid lets Wyvern through. It's also Wyvern into Tiny, which would do incredibly well against that hero, especially if it's a core position. Because you press one right
10
click on
seconds.
Tiny with your Q ability on Wyvern, all of a sudden Tiny's at
5 seconds.
60% HP,
It's
which for
really
Tiny
sad.
is a lot, and they ban the Wyvern. Yeah,
Good
then
call.
it's the Dawnbreaker counter because you just ult whoever's getting Dawn ulted, and all of a sudden she is beating the crap out of her teammate.
And I think if Liquid had the first pick coming out of this second phase, they might have left that open, just taking
then pick it.
themselves.
Yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
The heal strat along with Dawnbreaker,
10 seconds.
pretty damn strong as well.
Yeah, Wyvern would be perfectly fine for Liquid right now. It's just
5
that
seconds.
there's no way that Outsiders would let them get it if it did go through.
It's Radiant's turn.
So
to
both
attack.
sides are looking for ranged heroes. Otherwise, there's some insane doubling down action happening here on
It's Dire's
the
turn to
melee
attack.
side of things. And they go for the Dazzle, which is the like really strong laning
Okay.
support that people are picking. I do also think like Grave is a nice ability. It's been buffed to the point. I remember level 1 Grave used to be so trash. It had like a 60-second cooldown. They've reduced that significantly. The
10
cast range was
seconds.
horrible. Like everything about it was bad. Now Grave is actually a pretty
5
valuable
seconds.
point to have. Just 1 point in. You can like Grave somebody, they can TP out, which is nice. Going to reserve time for this pick.
Yeah, and really, there's no way to know what they're picking because they're so flex. Like this could be a support, it could be a core. I think the one thing, yeah, actually, I was thinking maybe they need like the mid lane could be played by the Tiny still, but I think mid lane is probably the most safe thing that they need. But they're not going to pick it on the 3rd pick in all likelihood. Well, I guess they do have the 3rd, 4th. But I'm trying to remember how Team Liquid likes to draft. Do they like to last pick any particular player? Or is it just draft dependent,
No,
maybe?
I think it's fairly draft dependent. I mean, if they could pick like a Jakiro right now, which they've been really favoring, I think it does really well against Marcy, Doom, and Dazzle. You can just slow the Dazzle and run away when he Qs you. Marcy is always trying to dispose you. You can very easily double nuke, hit the Marcy and somebody else in lane. But with that being said, you pick a Jakiro, you are revealing that either the Dawnbreaker or the Tiny is a core, and maybe they
Dire's
want a
turn
little
to
more
attack.
flex.
It's Radiant's
They go for Io.
More heals coming in. And the Bristleback. Okay.
I feel like if you're Outsiders, you are so considering Timbersaw here. You are playing as 4 strength heroes.
Oh, wow, you're
3
right.
of which are melee. How could you not? I mean, the problem is Doom. Like, where does Doom
10
go then?
seconds.
Doom is a mid. Doom is a carry.
Just who will die?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, they go
Okay.
Necro. Okay, so they go for the other option. For
All
that.
right. So Necro, obviously, against Bristle, pretty damn strong.
Yeah. I mean, you have to pick a percentage HP hero. If you see
someone's gone.
4 strength
Quick,
heroes
Jax,
picked
go
up
find him.
on Liquid,
Yeah.
they had to have known that this was coming.
10 seconds.
And that they were okay with it coming out, which is exactly probably what they were deliberating and why
seconds.
that took so much extra time. Because obviously they're thinking about Io Bristle. That's not a question. They've been bristling every game that they can in this tournament so far. So it's not like they're like, ooh, is Bristle a good hero? Like, yeah, of course it is. It's just, do we want to play Bristle
What's
into Necro or
Radiant's
Timber?
battle plan anyway?
And they said, yeah.
I mean, could
we
they
do.
still do Timber as a last pick?
It is.
I mean, do you really need a traditional position 1 in a game like this?
No, you don't. You don't. Not against Bristle. If you feel like you can like nullify him with the Necro already, you're gonna win that carry matchup. But I guess my
10
question is like, is it not just doubling down on something that you already feel like is solved?
5 seconds.
If you're Outsiders, you already have the Necro. You already think that you're.
All
gonna,
right, what if they pick a 5th strength hero?
Well, then, yeah, they're asking for it. They're not going to. There's no way Liquid picks a 5th strength hero. something to counter the Necro would be pretty nice, just so that way it's like, okay, well, at least Necro's game is going to be a little hard. Outsiders, they ban the Sky, which would be very nice with Tiny against Necro. You can avalanche and burst him.
Are you assuming this is a Tiny support or mid? We've seen it both, obviously. I mean, Mickey, the last game that we cast of them, not this tournament, but prior, was Mickey getting like 20 straight kills on Tiny mid.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they'll give it to him, just considering like how he's been looking on the hero. It seems like he can turn an anthill into a mountain with Tiny these days. So
Anthill into a mountain.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's the opposite of making a mountain into a molehill.
Yeah,
you will.
I did notice the differences there.
Yeah,
very subtle.
Because one is larger than the other.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Venge ban. We did see that yesterday. I forget what game that was. I don't think it was the Liquid game we were casting, but respecting that pick.
Zai offlane Venge. Yeah, Venge would have been decent. It would have been pretty solid. It feels good for like
10 seconds.
Bristle, like saving Bristle and just kiting and taking really long
5
fights.
seconds.
Not even just the swap. The Venge Ag Shard, making her stun hit multiple units. You're hitting 2 heroes every 10 seconds with that. It was really nice for giving the Bristle like ins and outs into the fight, which is exactly what he wants.
All right, 40 seconds for the last pick here on Liquid. And likely looking for a position 3 question mark. It could be a support, honestly.
It could be.
Or it could be a mid if Tiny is not going to be played by Mickey. Because we do assume Bristle is the one, right? I mean, when you pick an IO, it's typically going to be the case. Snapfire. This still does not clear anything up.
Another strength
5
Dude,
strength here. I told you, bro. I told you.
This is the biggest Timber bait I've ever seen. I don't think they'll pick it because it just makes no sense for their draft, but this is a giant jabait.
And is this a mid Snapfire or a support Snapfire? Also seen both.
Could be an offlane Snapfire, could be Zai.
True, true.
He'll play anything.
Yeah, he does like playing that.
That man randoms in every single one of his pubs, then deletes his Fairy Fire in Mango.
What do you mean deletes it?
He literally deletes them at the start.
Why?
Because he just wants to random. He doesn't want the free items.
Oh, he wants to probably just mimic what would happen in a pro game.
I don't know. That man is insane.
No, that makes sense.
It
like,
doesn't. Don't.
Why would you play?
it.
Why would you play with like something that helps you, something that you won't be able to replicate in pro games?
I get it. I get it. It's just Zai, so it's really hard to tell. The man's mind just works differently than ours.
He's quite smart and extremely good looking.
Yes, he's got all the good genes.
Great jawline.
Insane.
All right, last pick is Lina. So that is likely the mid then. Yep, GPK. Ramsey's playing position 1 Doom, DM offlane Necro.
Cool.
Okay, and the other side, Matu, no big surprise on the Bristleback. And they haven't picked yet. Okay, Mickey is mid, so likely support.
We still don't know.
Still don't know,
we
actually.
still don't know. They just pick heroes that are good and then decide later what they want.
Yeah.
Like, all right, Mickey, what do you want?
All
Okay.
right, offlane Dawnbreaker, support Snapfire. All right. I mean, sometimes the flexibility I feel like can kind of screw you if you try to overthink it. You think too much flexibility is bad?
I don't know.
Like if you were, what's that superhero that's like can bend?
Mushroom Man. I could think.
It's not Slender Man is like a It's like a scary
It's
thing.
not a Halloween
No,
thing.
what's the
He's
thing that the guy can just reach across the room?
No, that's the elastic guy
Elastic
from the
Man.
Fantastic Four, right?
Sure, something like that. Like,
Or
is there
the-
a downside
or
to
the
that?
Or the mom from this superhero family. There was a Disney, the Pixar family.
Sure.
The Incredibles. There it is.
Okay, so is there a downside to being too flexible? It's basically.
I think you could spread yourself too thin.
Okay, all right.
Now let's think about how that applies to Dota. I still can't draw the analogy.
Well-
Yeah, I don't think it matters that much.
Okay, surely there's a downside.
Yeah, well,
We'll just haven't thought of it yet.
that's when we get
It's
to
all
the
good.
superhero stuff. It gets a lot more confusing.
Yep, understandable. All right, Outsiders versus Liquid, game number 1 of the group stage for the PGL Arlington Major. Boxy does not have a Snapfire set. There's only one in the game, and it's a rare.
Level 5 bronze tier player.
Does
on
not
this
have a Dota Plus account.
Extremely rude to not support Gaben.
Yeah.
And
That's as where you prove yourself.
Gaben is not happy
No.
with the no Dota Plus.
he's not. He's not. He will not be giving you his nectar tonight. He will be nectarless.
You're still on the nectar, I see. You're really a fan of that nectar.
I can't get off of the Gaben's nectar. It's too good. It's too good. Oh, look at this. Look what Hakoda started with. This is cool.
I'm quite.
What is it?
He's got a fluffy hat to start.
Okay.
I'm quite
That's neat.
cheerful.
Nice little HP boost for the Dazzle Boy.
Yeah.
Matu starts with 0 items. They're all in the courier. Just doesn't want to show it to the enemy because it's going to be a big surprise. He has a full wand ready.
Everybody's doing the wand builds. That is, you know, it's a good game for it. You got Necro,
30
you got
seconds.
Lina, you got
First things
Bristleback.
first, Dix.
Even
Who's
Dawn is a spell spammer. But it also just feels like wand start, which I think Tundra kind of popularized quite a few months ago. It's been the build. It's been the build for everybody.
Yamich playing that support. You talked about Dawnbreaker, you prefer his core. What about Marcy? I actually prefer support,
I
believe
prefer
it or
her
not.
as support too. I think she
Okay,
plays
Jax,
better around
that's
other
a
heroes,
start.
and supports are a
Keep
lot
an
more
eye out
willing to
for
do
an
that.
easy win.
Boxy's chatting up here. Then again, so is DM.
Yep, they're going to split the runes, though, so nothing to write home about. Very interested in what DM ends up building on this Necro. Where is he going? Is he going mid? Is Ramsey's going offlane now? Okay.
Oh, they're trying.
No,
No, he's
okay,
going
GPK
bot.
still plays
He's going
Alina
bot.
mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're trying to get the Bristle. They're trying to get the Bristle Necro matchup.
Is he not going to TP?
No. If he TPs, then Liquid just TPs top, and it's the same thing. They have to walk.
But that's the slowest hero in the game other than Crystal Maiden.
That is correct. It is quite pathetic on Necro. I've seen teams even start with boots
I know you wanted
on
to
a hero
tell
like
it, Jax,
Necrophos to
but
just
you
get
don't
the
to
lanes right.
Huh.
Which is pretty. And they're walking back.
All right, so is he going to get experience at any point this game?
Oh, okay. No, Matamba TP, so he
All
can
right.
TP top.
I
Yeah,
see.
There we go.
Okay.
So that's
This is
gonna
the
be,
matchup that they wanted.
This is right. Yeah, does very well against Bristleback in lane. Wand charges on Necro.
So wait,
utterly
why did
broken.
Liquid TP out then? They didn't like the lane setup in the bot lane?
If they TP'd out, it's because they're okay with this. Like, it looks like they're gonna try lane.
Yeah,
and they
at
think
least
they can win us a try lane.
maybe they just try to get one kill and then drop out of it. We'll see what Boxy ends up doing. Obviously, Insania is going to be hooked up to Matu this entire game.
Somebody made a call in this game where it's like, okay, if this is Necro versus Bristle, but our Bristle's in the safe lane, this is fine.
Oh, Cookie gets a double stun, so Boxy does end up going to the bot lane on this Snapfire. And he takes even more damage from that Shadow Wave.
Supports are very overleveled.
From
this.
Hakoda.
Yep, that's right. I don't know if we need to get confirmation if there's the throat thing.
The throat.
Whatever the throat thing is, yeah. I mean, I can't.
Just say huh.
I can't.
It's okay.
I feel like the thing in the back of my throat's coming out of my mouth when I do that.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's why it's so enjoyable to say is, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage at first blood for Zai. So Hakoda just kind of caught out. As Ramses, at the very least, will get solo XP here. And is there a good creep for him in this lane? Is it the zap creep as usual?
It's always the zap creep. Not
that zap creep.
Not that zap creep. The mana burn creep. Just because the mana are on it is so insane. With the dazzle too, I feel like that's more of a creep for empowering the support than it is for empowering the Doom himself these days. Like you want a Lina or well, Lina's not really a support anymore. You want a Zeus. You want a Dazzle. Wyvern, something that can like spam stuff that you're just giving constant mana to. CM, that'd be nice.
Oh yes, CM, the double aura.
Double aura? Yeah, that could be insane.
DM is going to get some rebound boost here. That is a very nice, that's something we didn't mention. The rebound speed boost for DM is going to be very big.
This hero needs it. This hero
needs it horribly.
Yeah, he's pathetic.
Especially since you don't really want to go boots that early because you want this regen in all likelihood. But we'll see what they end up going with as Mika gets off the Avalanche in the mid lane. Toss to follow. GPK just pops the old rune. Gets a little HP back and looks like he is good to go. He's sitting on 16-3 versus the Tiny 16-2. So very, very even. But you can see that Boxy is in the area. Scatterblast at his ready. Looking for the potential opening with a cookie, though.
He sees him. I mean, he's just baiting him. This is kind of cool from GPK, though, where he's playing in a way where, like, it's not clear that he sees the support rotation. Yeah, so it wastes Boxy's time because Boxy's like, ooh, I can get him. Oh, no, I can't. Ooh, I can get him. No, I can't. I think it's way better to do that.
Can you explain that again?
No, I'll go ahead and just not do that again.
Okay, good.
Quite pathetic, actually. Let's do that again. But
Good choice.
It's nice. It's really nice. Because if you just run away, like, yeah, you're safer. But then the support is like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to leave now. Then they don't waste their time.
Yeah. And Matu off to a decent start, 19-6 for him as the rebound dispose incoming. The focus on Insania. And he's going to pop the wand, which was basically full, so he's going to get out just fine. Yamich is going to have to pop his own just to stay healthy, and that's the end of that engagement. It's wand for wand. Meanwhile, bot lane, looks like Zai takes a tumble thanks to Ramses. Not expecting that one, that's for sure.
Just Scorched Earth plus Dazzle Q. Doesn't even have the OP creep on Ramses. Actually has the second OP one.
Oh, get that pine cone. That's my boy.
No, he's
he got the ogre.
He kept, yeah.
He had the ogre from earlier.
Untoggled it, so it's not gonna.
Man, I really want to see Seed Shot like net a kill one of these days.
Beyond worthless. Beyond worthless.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's so slow for canceling Lincoln spheres too, and there's a million other things that cancel Lincolns in the jungle.
Very sad. I mean, that's the sad thing about Doom is that there's not. I mean, with all these creeps being introduced in the game, it feels like there's still just a couple that you want.
That's right.
Like the ogre one you're taking because it's makes you tankier, but you obviously want the zap creep, the mana burn / mana regen one, and then later in the game it feels like Centaur is just your boy, especially if you go the Blink Dagger build.
Yeah, I feel like that just means that the creeps are not balanced.
That's right. We need a balance patch for the neutral.
We need a balance patch for the neutral creeps because it's just that the aura is too good on the zap creep. So
I would rather the creeps get buffed to become as good as the Centaur.
That's what I was thinking because I like the zap creep on Doom. I like the Centaur stomp. It leads to cool plays. It feels fun.
I miss the old days of position 1 Doom getting the Alpha Wolf. And you just crit the crap out of people. You go Assault Kyrios.
You don't see that anymore.
Yeah, that was good times.
It's all about the Centaur stomp.
Yeah.
Ever since they
and the fact that you don't even need level 4 of your Devour to get it just shows how good that creep is.
Because the creep is low level.
Yeah.
Because it's sometimes at medium camps.
Like imagine Hurricane on Wild Wing actually being good enough to take on.
If they increase the range on it like a little bit, that thing's gonna be busted.
What if you added a slow on top of it? As Ramsey's getting gone on in the bot lane, he's gonna get off the Infernal Blade, and you can see Hakoda is here with the Poison Touch and Shadow Wave combination, and they're just turning this around. Zai is just forced to try to fight his way out of it, but he'll fight his way to the grave instead as Boxy looks to be fine. Getting that health salve off. Hakoda continuing, but not going to find a cancel.
Ramses turned around there at the exact second that
Matu's dead. My goodness. Outsiders having themselves a great laning stage. A good rotation here from GPK.
I gotta keep shout out Ramses. That was cool. Oh, is he gonna die now?
Yeah. That's the caster curse. Nope.
He's fine. It's like he knew the cooldown of the Scatter Blast, because the moment the Scatter Blast came off cooldown, he stopped going for kill on Boxy, which is like that's crazy. That is crazy. And of course he has Skip Doom, which is something that even some offlane Dooms will do to just get more points in the
oh my, Avatos onto 2 heroes. Massive amount of damage, but DM's just going to TP out. And Yamich as well. Are you kidding me? Both of them get out. No harm, no foul. So Liquid, there's going to be a pretty nice pickup onto that Necrophos, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, nice little TP.
Matu has his hood, and looks like he's also going Vanguard, so the double whammy. What do you think of that?
Double whammy.
Yeah.
I mean, against Lina, it's definitely solid. Like, she's doing these little tiny damage instances, right? So, it makes sense against her.
And Marcy.
And Marcy. It also, to me, says that they don't feel like Liquid does not feel like they need to rush their timing on the Bristle Ags. They think that if they go a little bit later and just stand in front of the towers with this very tanky Bristle, that they're gonna be fine.
Okay.
It also could mean that the next item after that is BKB, and this is just like a different build. Maybe BKB because he's against the Lina and the Necro. I doubt it. I imagine it'll still probably be the Ags, but it could indicate a different build. I think it's more so just the way that they think the game is going to progress is such that they don't need to rush. He could also just not, like, he could just not take this and queue up the Ags.
Is there ever a game where Ags is not a thing on Bristle these days?
I've seen like Skeeter do it where he goes for...
Really?
Yeah. He goes for like BKB, Aster, that sort of stuff.
Solar Guardian coming into play. Is going to get the stun successfully onto this Lina. But you can see GPK is going to be resigned to just getting a kill himself before he inevitably goes down. So it's a 1-for-1, but the toss ensures that Liquid at least get 2. So the Grave keeping GPK alive just a little bit longer so he can get some valuable XP on the Dawnbreaker kill. Is Mickey? He's going to see DM. Not sure if this is going to lead to a kill. Oh, the snap fire. Okay, that's a lot of damage. They're able to delete DM.
Double kill.
Boxy from ridiculous range.
That's why they picked the Snapfire. I feel like probably Liquid wanted like Skywrath Mage to run with the Tiny to run around and kill things, and Outsiders Bandit, and then the next best thing was the Snapfire. Instead of the Mystic Flare, you have the ult from Snap. And Tiny is such a long stun duration, an easy setup, that it's just a guaranteed kill, even on a hero like Necro, who's pretty innately tanky.
Yep, Hanamitis now online for Ramses, so not looking to fight anytime soon. He still doesn't have his ult, yeah. I was just going to say that.
Definitely not looking to fight.
Yeah, Mickey is dead, though. GPK and company able to handle him nicely. As Ramses. Matu trying to initiate, but just doesn't have the farm yet to contest.
If you're looking for
So interested to see what Ramses ends up going. If it's just going to be kind of the, I mean, it's a position 1 Doom, so I don't know. Can you get away with like the Blink Dagger, BKB, Refresher? I mean, you can go Ags again because of the Bristle, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's probably normal items. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I would love to see somebody actually use the 150% cleave talent the Doom has. I think that would be super cool to see like an actual right-click Doom with like Alpha Wolf, AC. The thing we talked about basically, it's a 25 talent, which is incredibly.
That's the problem.
It's incredibly stupid to play for a 25 talent.
I do it all the time.
Exactly.
That's a Snapfire core special, right?
Right. It is very fun. Speaking of fun, Matamba, he's having a real good time right now. It kind of feels like he's not going to die until DM gets this vessel. So Matamba feels fairly safe, which is exactly why they go bottom lane. They know that they can take the aggressive area on the map and then let the rest of Liquid, you know, go towards the top lane and play there together.
So BKB will be the first item for Ramses, which indicates he will want to fight.
Yeah.
That is not for farming. So the question is, what does that align with on the rest of the Outsiders lineup?
Probably BKB Lina.
BKB Lina as well.
And definitely Vessel on Necro as well.
Okay.
So they'll have a really strong timing around that. But the thing is, like BKB also is a farming item. You can play really aggressively and just BKB TP out if they go on you. There's nothing to cancel that through BKB.
Okay.
For Liquid.
And we did see a lot of that yesterday.
Yeah.
What game was that? Was that Sonic's BKB TPing constantly?
That was EG BKB TPing,
that's right.
and we were definitely commenting about the cowardliness. Quite a lot of that game. It was some good stuff.
Yeah, maybe they'll get some wins under their belt today.
We'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah.
I think we're actually casting them next game, if I'm not mistaken.
You remembered who we're casting. That's impressive.
Beast Coast EG. That's right. It's
That's a show match.
It is. NA not doing NA proud at the NA LAN thus far, but it's only been 1 day, so we'll see how it goes. But here, that'd be a pretty even game, and this is with a Doom on Outsiders, which position 1 Doom, you would expect to have some sort of a net worth lead.
You could argue on the flip side, IO kind of speeds up the farming of a team, and IO bristles. I mean, when have you seen an IO Bristle lose a lane? It doesn't really happen.
Yep, that's true.
So, yeah, I mean, to be expected, both teams playing pretty flawless so far. To be honest, they're just not making any big mistakes, and they're both making good moves. This, by the way, is just a support taking the tower. That is a support Marcy.
That's what the ult is for.
Fair and balanced,
That's
everybody.
That's the only. I shouldn't say that's the only thing that bothers me about Marcy. There's a lot.
There's a lot of things. And that's a level 8 Dazzle, by the way. And he's the weak one there. It's the level 6 Marcy. He's the one standing in the trees hiding. Unbelievable.
I think rebound, the range is too good. Disposed, somehow the range is too good despite not being very long. And the ult is weird, right?
It's weird.
Like the ult is, it just doesn't fit the hero. Based on the fact that it's mostly played as support, I guess. It's top lane. We're seeing the Avatos with the ult coming out from Boxy. Mortimer is really belching up a storm this time.
Yeah.
That's another death for DM. I don't know, I feel like I'd rather be Liquid right now, if I'm being honest.
I think they would rather be Liquid too,
Yeah, probably.
on account of being them.
A sidekick used on GPK. That's a combo we don't get to see that often, but pretty damn powerful with the attack speed that Lina gets, thanks to Fiery Soul. So we have a smoke from Liquid.
Yeah, GBK is the real carry here. He's
And
gonna
it's
BKB.
gonna pop.
Do Radiant want their middle tower
Like you
to
said,
fall?
GPK is not the target. I mean, they would have loved to have jumped him, but they just don't have the catch right now. I mean, there is a blink on Mickey, and again, last time we cast him on this hero, he went 20 and like 0 pretty much. He's only 1-1. The 3 assists, not quite as active as maybe you would expect.
Dude, all
but
right, I gotta point this out. Lina has 2.4 strength gain.
okay.
And Bristle has 2.5. So I was sitting there thinking, like, if they jump her with Tiny, does she even die? She doesn't, because her stats. I mean, maybe this is.
Well, she doesn't have Bristle back passive though,
Maybe Bristle's just got pathetic strength gain. He definitely does. 2.5 is pretty weak.
for strength.
There's heroes with like 3.7, 3.8, Tusk or Spirit.
Oh, Boxy looking to tank the smoke. It's on the wrong side though. Although Outsiders is pursuing him now next to this tier 1 tower. Might just end up pushing this tier 1 instead. Fortification is popped.
BKB on Doom. Okay. This is solid timing.
Yep, no blink initiation for Ramses though.
Tumba's got an Axe though.
Yeah, he does, and they see it, and that might scare them off. You see Ramses just kind of hiding in the back, trying to kind of backstab here, going for Insania. That would be a great pickup. Gets onto the high ground. There's the Avatos as Ramses gets that BKB off just in time. Dodges everything. Really quick fingers from Ramses. But that is a BKB charge down.
It's a strange interaction. It's like both teams don't really want to fight each other because they see these BKBs, and then on the flip side, there's the Aghanim Scepter on Bristle, so Ramses instead just zones them.
Another belch coming out as Hakoda taking the brunt of the damage here. Still has Grave and TP, and there's no cancel coming out, so able to get out just fine, but Yamich,
And there's Roche.
does drop.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Into the Roche pit they go. GPK is going to be found by Zai, though. Starbreaker not going to fully connect, but he gets the hammer out to slow GPK a little bit longer, but now he's outside of the sentry range. Should be fine to just
He's just trying to
waddle
waste
on
his
back.
time. It's legit just setting up for Roche. That's all Zai was trying to do there. He knows he's not going to kill GPK.
Yep, and the Roche looks to be a freebie for Liquid, although there are TPs coming in from outside. I think they're going to be a little bit too late. Maybe they don't even know this is happening, in fact. The Aegis is likely to be claimed by Matu himself. There we go, Aegis intact. 5 minutes of immortality for the bearded menace himself.
So,
What is that beard
Radiant's
called?
middle tower is under attack.
surely it has a name.
I couldn't tell you. I've never
It's
seen
like,
it on anyone before.
Oh,
Not Bristle
that
himself,
one.
the
Not that
actual Matu beard.
one. Matu reminds me of like the sloth from Ice Age. Yeah. It's a sloth in Ice Age, right?
Okay.
The really chill guy.
Sure.
He's like a stoner type character. I see sloth.
Yeah, very important to Google that during an official major match.
Yeah. Wait a minute. He's not a stoner type character, is he? Anyway.
I mean, he reminds me more of the dude.
The dude.
Yeah.
The dude is great.
Yeah, it's a classic character.
Never got his carpet back.
That's right. Deathseeker is not up yet, but very valuable pickup for Necros across the world as Ramses gonna pop that wand. And he's almost done with Blink, so would fully expect him to get the Centaur creep next, as we're gonna see a BKB TP for GPK.
Oh, Mickey could not find him. Just off the
Oh,
blink.
they know that IO is a-coming.
Oh, can he time it?
GPK with DM.
Can he time it? He's not going to try.
He's not.
He's dead.
He's majorly dead. LSA connect, Spear Vessel's there as well, and Laguna Blade from GPK bring down the IO.
Insania is like the elephant from Ice Age.
I didn't actually watch this movie, so
You didn't watch Ice Age?
I have zero
Okay.
frame of reference.
It's not an elephant. It was actually one of the olden time elephants. The ones.
Oh, mammoth.
The mammoth. Mammoth.
Yeah. The hairy elephants of yesteryear.
Right. Right. It's not because he's hairy. It's more personality.
Maybe Matu's the
Maybe
mammoth.
Matu's the mammoth. Yeah. They're all the mammoth.
Now this tier 1 tower looks to be quite dead as no defense is being mounted by outsiders. And kind of what you get with the Aegis advantage, you'll typically take a lot of the outer towers during this time frame. But Blink is up for Ramses. Still no Centaur creep, which I'd be shocked if he goes for anything else. I mean, the old Blink mana burn doesn't sound too fearsome to me.
It does not. I think he's playing with a mana regen, though, to just spam Scorched Earth and farm. That's kind of the idea behind this, but he will definitely be getting rid of that sometime soon. He's got the Fade Grenade to cancel any Lincoln Spheres.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
And you see a smoke from Liquid. Ramses popped a couple of them, and he does have the Blink still available, so ends up kind of nullifying that completely. He's going to take out the Invis as well. Ramses has some crazy reaction time, by the way. Some of the best. I bet if he had like a contest of fastest reaction times in Dota, Ramsey would be like top 5.
Do you know what the fastest human reaction time is?
No.
I think it's about like 100 milliseconds. It's somewhere around 100.
100 milliseconds.
Milliseconds, yeah. It's not that, it's actually not that fast.
Oh, LSA connects onto Zai. Laguna Blade to follow Dispose as well. He is just stun locked from the beginning of that. And Matu and company want to try to get Retribution. Hakoda is going to be spotted out. Mortimer's kisses are there. He Graves attempting to TP, and he'll be successful again. Just no cancellations on Liquid's side. They really need they need the cookie. The Mortimer kisses have been great, but they need that stun.
I think they need Mickey to be involved in these ganks. He's been just
That's true.
barely off in a lot of these situations. And in that one, he was the guy that's clearing mid. And of course, somebody's got to do it, right? It's not going to be the Snapfire. It's not going to be the Dom. The Dom's the one that's getting gone on.
Yeah.
Probably it could be Matumba and Insania, but I feel like if you have an IO personally, you don't want them just playing in the mid lane. You want them to be in a side lane instead. So Mickey's kind of on mid duty, which is a pain.
Yamich almost done with a Blink dagger already. So the Blink Dispose, and I assume an Eon, not Eon Disc, Aether Lens to follow. He's going to be able to get off those global Disposes as we're going to see the Doom use in the top lane. And that's going to lead to yet another kill onto Zai.
Dire's top tower has some radiant shape.
He did just respawn. That is not
Yeah, he's been out of the game for quite a while. You can see his net worth has suffered as a result.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still keeping pace with the Necro, though, so DM not exactly having himself an amazing game. He died a few times in that laning stage.
He also was the one going down to the snap ult a couple of times there. I like that outsiders smoke off of that. They know that the Dawn is dead. Like, at the very least, you get some really good wards down in the enemy triangle. Although Liquid, I mean, it is a Dawnbreaker that's dead for them, so I feel like if they can fight around this ward, Liquid is pretty happy with that.
Yep. I don't know if they've seen the Silver Edge quite yet, but Matu pops the BKB. They're going to try to turn their sights onto GPK, but he goes in Viz thanks to the Silver Edge. Now can potentially turn this onto Matu, but here comes a Solar Guardian. It's going to connect only onto one hero, but Zai wanting some revenge here as he's died so often in the last few minutes. McKay, he's going to take a Death Seeker along with the Spirit Vessel. That should be enough for the kill, but Io trying to save him as DM dies to the Mortimer. That's not Mortimer, that's the Mount.
That's right.
It's a new moon.
Just really nice position from Liquid there, breaking that smoke, being really confident that their bristle timing is really strong, that if they play a ward.
Great save, by the way, from Insania. That was super close.
It was very close. He even, like, even if he doesn't have the healing ability up, like if he had used it on Matumba to siege the tower, he's not going to save Mickey there. Like, Liquid knew that this was coming. That's why he didn't just use the overcharge willy-nilly.
Yep, willy-nilly indeed, and you can see the buildings are taking massive damage because the fight took place so close to the base from Outsiders, and Liquid taking full advantage. They're going to get a full set of racks here. Pretty much nothing Outsiders can do.
Patient, really patient from Liquid. Camping the ward, knowing that even though their doctor is dead, I mean, this is a global. Sure, Out's going to smoke and get a good jump. What if Bristle's the only one everybody else is camping the ward? Like, there's no pun on Bristle, it feels like.
Again, they're going to find the initiation of the GPKB, but die shortly. Huge yikes. And Liquid, who's the Snapfire, no box, he stays alive, that was Wand. So no way to punish this at all from outside perspective, and it's going to lead to more building damage.
Crazy, insane, not even mech for that last fight, saving people like this. He just got his mech holy Lio, so yeah. With the BKB especially, being able to take off the vessel, that was going to be a real problem. He's got to get jumped.
And this is going to lead to another potential rack, so we're going to see the toss back onto Ramses, and he's going to get stun locked thanks to the Starbreaker. The Grave comes out, but he will likely fall shortly after. Nope, actually able to TP out. Again and again, the Mortimer wasn't there in time, but here comes the kisses, and it's going to lead to a potential kill. No, it looks like Yamish is going to survive, but again, the building damage is severe as Liquid can just ramp that up hardcore. Even with a BKB now from Mickey, they could just kind of fake back and potentially reinitiate, but looks like they are actually backing this time as Roche not going to be up for another minute and a half.
Yeah, I mean, with the lead that Liquid has, I don't think Outsiders can just run into them. I mean, Outsiders had a 4K gold lead, and they couldn't run into Liquid, right? So it's a 10K swing since then. So it's going to be a lot worse for Outsiders. If Liquid just backs off and holds an area, they can wait till the next Roche, go high ground, easily end the game.
No, anytime you see it, just a Shadow Amulet, it's a scary proposition for those pubs.
It's a 19% win rate item. It's a very, very low win rate.
Yeah. Does have the Blink Scatterblast Shard combo that will certainly cancel TPs if he's in range. And you can see Outsiders trying to defend their tier 2 top because that is one of the few buildings they have left. And Liquid kind of just wasting time until Roche comes up, I feel like. As Lincoln's going to be popped, but the toss up onto the Doom. Ramsey has to pop that BKB. Finally gets the Doom off, as it looks like Insania is the one taking the massive damage, but getting healed by Zai. Dies shortly after those. So 45 seconds of no IO and no Snapfire as well. So Laguna to full effect. So 2 dead in favor of Outsiders. It's just the 2 supports, but theoretically could lead to a Roche if they are able to scout it out in time.
He did not check it, and now he's going. Maybe not the right time to check on account of Outsiders all being in there.
Yep, GPK, he's going to do this really fast. He just needs somebody to tank. So, looking like an Aegis and a Shard for Outsiders. Trying to turn this game around. Matu, very interested in going inside pit. He's going to get gone on initially. You can see the rebound back into safety zone as DM gets off the Death Seeker. Who's going to get Roche is the question. Zai looking like he's trying to stun lock GPK, and it looks like GPK does get the Aegis and the Roche. So big fight from Outsider as Ramses gets saves thanks to the Grave. They're going to dispose Mickey, and they're going to drop him shortly after. Big kills from Outsiders, and somehow Ramses is still alive. Matu looking to finish him off, going to take a little bit of damage. Oh, my God, Matu is just hitting like a truck. Getting saved from Insania. It was a little baby TV. It's the last right click from GPA on the low ground. No missed chance for you. 4 dead for Liquid. Ultra kill for GPK. They get the Aegis. They get, I assume they got the Shard.
It's in GPK's
Holy
backpack.
jeez, what a turnaround from Outsiders.
Yeah. Yeah, the break on Bristle looking very strong. Doesn't even use the shard on himself.
Of course not. It's useless.
It's garbage on Lina.
It's the worst shard in the game.
Yeah, that's one of those situations. I think Matumba Man probably saw the particles of Roche Pit. Like some of them, I think Lina stun T. I'm pretty sure Marcy ult. The explosions from that, you can see it. So he knew they were in there. And he just wanted to kind of poke stall until his team was live. But in his poking, he took 80% of his HP and damage, so he couldn't really fully commit. We saw how powerful Matumba was when he did a right click off, but he didn't feel comfortable. Like, look, he keeps turning away because he's so close to dying this entire fight, playing against a lead break. Almost had a couple of times, the little baby tease definitely helped out.
Yep. And Matu, you can see he's gonna two-shot heroes here. There we go.
Yep,
very nice.
like
But then gets saved as well from Insania. This last right click, oh, it's a killer. That is an absolute killer. And GPK, he is pretty damn farmed now.
Yep.
Who ended up getting the shard?
GPK got it.
No, I know, but who consumed
Who took
it?
Who took it?
I think Ramses had this, if I'm not mistaken.
Ramses.
Wait, GPK has a shard?
Oh, he ate the shard. Well, everybody else probably had one.
And Yamish probably doesn't know how to use the Marcy shard because nobody does.
Nobody gives a shit.
Okay.
Dire
Wait.
are scanning for enemies.
Oh wait, did they change
Radiant are scanning
the
for enemies.
Lina shard?
No, it increases. It increases the damage.
15 more damage for each fiery soul charge.
Yeah, but
I
it-
thought
but-
it was
but
the
it-
I thought it was the Laguna Blade.
I
one.
think it still does that as well. It just doesn't. I'm pretty sure.
No, I think they got like the bouncing, not bouncing, but what was that called? The Laguna Blade. You can click it on the ground.
I thought it. Yeah,
hit multiple
I thought
heroes.
it did both, but that shard literally didn't work. It literally didn't. You get it
didn't
and
work.
you'd miss Laguna Blades on
Yeah.
the target you clicked on.
Yeah.
It was very strange. It was cool, really cool in concept, but turns out Laguna is this like really weird looking projectile. It's very strange.
They're just trying to make a different version of Lion Eggs. AoE. Just didn't work out. Okay, so 15 damage, fiery soul charge. Is that good?
No. No, it's not.
How many-
It's on his spells. It's only damage on his spells.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's quite mediocre.
Yeah.
So.
Well, better than nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
He has a Scotty now, so he is super duper tanky. Damn.
If it was 15 attack damage, it would actually be really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, like 100 damage. Oh, DM. It's a juicy mid-wave.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
toss
toss the
back.
creep back instead. Here comes the Mortimer's Kiss. It's going to do extra damage to DM, but none of them actually connect, as it looks like Outsider trying to re-engage. And I can see exactly why, because Mickey just gets obliterated. Now GPK
All right.
Dire's middle
keeping these
tower is
fiery
under
soul stacks alive.
We just learned which toss back is better between Tiny Toss and Marcy. It's Marcy.
Yep.
Marcy wins.
Of course.
Which, of course, we all knew prior to having to see that.
Yes.
Dire's
There's no
middle
question
tower
about
is
it.
fallen.
Boxing cuts the creep wave.
Doesn't even need an Aether Lens, by the way. Has the, my God, I've already forgotten the name.
I have to go and click.
Keen Optic.
Keen Optic.
Yeah,
Okay.
Keen
I thought it was
Optic.
the tier 3 one that you were struggling with, which I actually can't
No.
remember what that is
Dire's
called.
bottom tower
They used to break Lincolns.
Keen Optic is what you want on
Here we
Marcy.
go. Here we go. Perfect. That would be the Psychic Headband. Yes, of course.
Right, yes.
Yeah, that's a nice one on Pudge. Telescope. What a mediocre item Telescope is. That. I wish that-
Marcy would like it.
Yeah, but I wish it gave more range. Because the headband also gives you the pushback.
Well, it doesn't give you more range because it
It's
also
on your
gives you the
team.
scans.
Okay, well, who cares?
Scans are 50% off,
Yeah,
bro.
nobody cares about that.
That's good stuff.
Who cares about that?
Yeah, something a lot of people forget.
Who cares about the attack range either?
Now, Boxy, we see the ult coming in from Zai. Not going to connect on anybody this time. He's going to use his Blink with the Starbreaker Shard. Looks like they're going to attempt to get this kill on to Hakoda, but he's going to grave himself. More damage coming out from Matu, who pops the BKB. Zai attempting to limp out, but Insania gets the heal off. Very nicely done. But Ramses is there with the extra damage and the Shivas to boot. Buybacks galore from each side. The LSA is going to connect, and poor Matu left all alone, and they can see the IO on his way back to likely die. And Insania will be resigned. Tries to get off the tether, but it ain't happening. So another kill and another fight goes to Outsiders, who have a 10K net worth lead, and they can start hitting these buildings. There are 2 buybacks for Liquid, but Matu's not one of them.
GPK, he's just too huge, man. He's just too strong. Like, he was pounding away at Zai in that fight. And Insania did his best to keep him alive. It was looking really good. It looked like a huge bait. But then Insania used to...
Try to get this kill, and it's going to be mega successful. So Mickey, just on the outskirts of the tower, thought he was safe.
I don't know if they even want to buy back with Matu being dead for 24 seconds guaranteed.
And they're going to go for Throne. They're going to have to buy back, for sure. And actually, backdoor protection ended up proccing, so they didn't actually have to buy back necessarily. Although, I guess it was only temporary as the creeps come back into the base, so GPK is going to be happy with just the melee racks in the mid lane. Of course, they do have to worry about their base, which bottom lane was still pushing in during that time.
That's a big buyback for Mickey. That's huge. If they kill him again, the game just ends.
Only 1 Reaper Scythe kill this game, by the way.
Very sad. If he wins with 1 Reaper Scythe kill, that is the absolute nightmare of a Necrophos player. That's the only reason you play this hero, is to get the permanent
Get
permanent
that regen.
stats. Yeah.
Of course. But Outsiders coming back with a vengeance in this game, which looked like it was in Liquid's hands for a decent amount of time. But GPK has come to the rescue. That last Roche fight kind of cemented
Oh man, he's got a
their
DD
lead.
too. Oh boy.
Yep. And he's got 3K to boot as well. Looks like he's going for the assault. But likely will save for buyback, as his life is extremely important. You can see the smoke coming out from Liquid. Oh, the GPK actually dodges it there, and Mickey gets completely destroyed, and that is a dieback onto him as Matu completely focused by GPK. Solar Guarding is coming in, and GPK looks to be dying, but no, the Grave saves him for the time being. His right clicks are out of control. The entirety of Liquid are dead. Triple kill for GPK, and that should do it for game 1, as only 2 buybacks on Liquid side are on the supports. GPK, what an absolute performance on this Lina.
Yeah.
See the buyback coming in. Yamich trying to get off the bad manners. High 5. LSA is going to connect as the buildings are just going to be focused now. The tier 4s are down and GG is called. So very well played by Outsiders, who, like I said, were seemingly down and out in this game number 1, but GPK had other plans.
Yeah, this is why this man is rank 1. Like, that was just insane. The reaction time on that last gank, dodging out boxies, like, that's probably the closest thing to instant stun that they have. I guess maybe they can start with, like, Mickey toss. But it's probably about the same. And then he, like, pops the DD, turns around, just melts Mickey. After that ultra kill, like, I don't know, some of these mid players, man, they're just so good. You give them like 1 ultra kill, they're playing like a Lina or a Quap, Storm, maybe in a patch where it's not dog shit. And it feels like they take the game and they take the reins of the game. They just never give it back. It's like, you just gave me way too much in one fight. I'm not going to let you win this game. I will 1v9 if I have to. That is exactly what GPK did.
So Outsiders now 5-2, Liquid 3-2. As they got off to a hot start. Obviously, they played a little bit less than Outsiders, but Outsiders have impressed so far.
Yeah.
But that's just game 1. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get into game 2.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PGL Arlington Major. Suns fan here with Jenkins. We got game number 2 between Team Liquid and
Outsiders.
Outsiders. What did you think of that game number 1, Jenkins?
That's right, Suns fan.
What did you think of that game number 1, Jenkins?
Game number 1, very solid stuff from Liquid throughout the whole way, honestly. And then there was that one big fight, I believe it was on the Roche pit, where GPK just popped off. He got a lot of kills, picked up a Silver Edge or a Scotty or whatever it was after that. Whatever, like basically got one item from that. And with that advantage, he didn't feed it away. You know, he just continued absolutely destroying the game. 1v9. He didn't need a team to back him up. He could solo the rest of the game by himself.
You know, I was impressed mostly because it feels like a lot of the games that we have watched come down to a team building a lead from the laning stage and then just kind of snowballing. Like, there haven't been that many comebacks necessarily.
Yeah.
A lot of it is dependent on Roche, and that was no different this game from that perspective, but Outsiders were definitely down by, I want to say, like 6-7K at some point. Liquid seemed to have decent control of the game.
Yeah.
And it just flipped around in just a heartbeat with an ultra kill from GPK for that, I think that was that second Roshan play. And it kind of snowballed them to be in control of the game, and they led that all the way to the actual throne. And like you said, GPK just had an outstanding game. And I think Liquid, it felt like Mickey was not involved for like most of the game, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of times in this mid-tiny, you want to be rotating constantly, getting kills. Like after the laning stage, he had 3 assists, so it's not like he wasn't doing anything, but it didn't feel like the normal Mickey tiny that we were seeing.
I was thinking about that a little bit, and there's a part of me that thinks that it is a little weird to have both Dawnbreaker and Io on your team, because a lot of the time you want the Io pairing to be farming the opposite side of the map, and then the rest of the team sits somewhere else. And then with Dawn and Io, they both do that. And so I feel like with Mickey, it led to like 2 of his heroes, kind of 2 groups of heroes like playing in side lanes. And so Mickey a lot of the time was just like on lane cleanup duty. He was like mid, he was in his own jungle, and he wasn't really positioning aggressively in a side lane. And so I think it's a little bit of that. I imagine they'll go back to that game and talk about that in terms of like a map movement standpoint, because you're right, like Mickey didn't feel like he was involved, and I don't think it's obviously not because he's not capable of being involved. There's games where he goes 20-0 on Tiny.
10 seconds.
It's just something felt off about that game, and they're definitely going to look to break that
5
down.
seconds.
Yeah, see if they change the bans at all. Outsiders sticking with the Lone Druid. We're seeing Viper again, so far no differences. Dawnbreaker is a difference, though. That was used by Zai last game, so Outsiders banning it, despite them getting first pick, so definitely not wanting to deal with that for whatever reason. I mean, Zai had a pretty good game, but it felt like Outsiders, once they got that lead, they didn't really have any issue dealing with the Dawnbreaker at any point, but it sounds like they might have some strategy in mind that Dawnbreaker might do well against. Maybe the laning stage. I mean, she's super strong in the laning stage, great stats. Can be played in so many different positions, as we talked about. And then Marcy, another hero that was played in last game. So I'm trying to remember what was banned in the game 1 that was not here, but there's 2 differences.
TA.
That's right.
TA was one of them. The pick order for Outsiders is not the same as the games that they were picking
10
TA.
seconds.
Usually they would have the pick out of this second phase of bans.
5 seconds.
And I know that depending on the pick order,
It's Radiant's
people ban or pick certain things. So Liquid has second pick, so they get to pick a combo here. They see this first pick. Outsiders, they get to pick in response to it, and then also ban out a bunch of heroes to cover for this hero. Unfortunately,
10 seconds.
like the thing with first pick is that
5
it means
seconds.
that you don't get last pick, but you do get to see what the enemy team has picked in that phase of bans, and then also ban like a ton of heroes for your last pick in that phase. So yeah, basically the draft order has changed, and so the drafts are going to change completely
Oh,
too.
Razor was the other one. So Razor available now for Liquid right off the bat.
So is
Outsiders, that's true. Outsiders take Tiny, and a hero that was kind of ignored, I feel like, last game was Puck, which just blows my mind, especially when there's a Tiny. Feels like an extremely
10
good
seconds.
combo when you get that coil and then toss out to force the break.
5 seconds.
But we'll see if they end up going for it. Team Liquid still has this second pick, though. Like you said, Io's still there. Every hero but 4, make it actually 6, technically, are still available. I don't know if you
There-
realize that.
there-
Actually, 7 with Primal Beast
there
not available
was
in
a
Captain's
game-
mode.
There was a game that Liquid went Bristle, Razor Bristle, because they just felt like it was not going to get through. And I think they were on this pick order too. There was even the response pick that could come in from the
It's
enemy,
Dire's turn
the
to
enemy side.
Winter
Will be a Wyvern, though.
Okay.
I don't know. The Bristle didn't feel... I don't know what's... I was going to say it didn't feel that good. Obviously, they were losing at a certain point, but I feel like Bristle has been played so much that teams just know how to deal with it, right?
10
I
But
feel
I don't know if it's like a first 2 pick
It's-
necessarily.
It's also one of those things where, like,
5
I think
seconds.
if you have a lead and you're playing, like, flawlessly, then, yes, you hit the Bristle Ags timing,
Just
and
who will
you cannot lose the game, but you have to play flawlessly.
First 2 pick Bat Rider. Okay. So this is kind of a particular hero. I feel like there's heroes that you want to ban out to be able to allow this Bat Rider kind of take over the game. Are there any heroes that come to mind for you? Like the first thing that comes to mind, I don't know if it's worth a
10
ban,
seconds.
but I know that Nyx is like a really annoying hero for Bat Rider.
When Outsiders
seconds.
did this before, they didn't actually ban any, like,
Radiant's
really strong
ban
bat counters.
plan?
Okay, they actually banned it.
It's
Wow.
Radiant's
Talon picked Oracle against them. And, I mean, I suppose you're playing into Insania. You
Yeah.
know that this guy is like an Oracle fiend. And to me, the way to counter Bat Rider these days is not to counter the lasso. It's to counter the other spells. Nyx Assassin is actually very good,
10 seconds.
like you said, because you counter the AoE damage that he
5
does, and you can
seconds.
stop him, you can stun him, you can catch him out. It's not like, I don't think Venge is that great. Maybe because it's Liquid, and you know that Zai has just played this, you could consider banning the Venge, but it's really like purges to take off
mean,
the sticky napalm charges.
Yeah,
that feel really
Abaddon
good.
is not really a hero anymore, and the other hero that comes to mind that Liquid has played in the past is Legion with the Press the Attack. So we'll see how much they really... I mean, that's a low cooldown dispel. Like, you're talking about Oracle. That's an ult used to counter another ult, right?
You can also purge the. You can use the Q, the
That's
Oracle
true,
Q,
actually.
to purge the stacks. I think
Good,
that's more important. And then also Magic Immunity. It really is a very hard counter to how mid bat is currently played, and even old bat, because like the blinking initiating bat, because like you said, you have the ult on Oracle as well. So you counter both styles of bat. So I can see why they banned it. Is they're like, okay, if teams are willing to pick this, then like we're not going to deal with it. The other bans that they did against Talon were Death Prophet and
Just who will die?
oh, sorry, not Death Prophet. Doom, Enigma, Void. I think Void is a solid ban because Mickey has actually played it mid against Bat Rider, and more than likely this will be GPK
What's
mid
Radiant's
bat.
ban plan
And they ban
anyway?
Bristle. Okay, they don't want to play against the Liquid Bristle again.
Definitely an annoying hero, but didn't seem to have too much trouble with it last game. And you can see Liquid kind of prioritizing a push-oriented lineup with Nature's Prophet Lycan being banned out. So not wanting to deal
10
with that.
seconds.
I cannot believe Puck is still here.
5
That's so
seconds.
weird.
Maybe
we've been watching too much. I mean, it was EU though, right? EU and NA. It was Puck every single freaking game.
I don't know. I actually think that Liquid's going to pick mid Void. I have the feeling in my bowels that the mid
There's the
points.
Nyx.
We'll see.
Okay, so Spike Carapace against Batrider, as I talked about.
You can even walk into Avalanche with Carapace on, and it's pretty damn annoying for Tiny.
Yep. I mean, the thing that makes it annoying for Batrider more than anything is you have the Firefly going. So it's just like a constant area that you could just walk in temporarily and just get like a global
5
stun,
seconds.
technically.
Yeah. Now that that Liquid has Nyx Assassin, I feel like they probably want something that Nyx is actually setting up for. I mean, he's excellent with Razor. It's fine with Wyvern. You know, it's like a tanky hero to run in and start things, and Wyvern likes that because Wyvern just wants to sit back and like wait for fights to progress. But I think like, I mean, it'd probably be Razor Nyx offlane. That sounds pretty good.
Skywrath Mage.
Ooh, Skywrath Mage.
Okay.
Tiny Sky is actually my favorite Skywrath Mage combo currently over like Legion Sky and the other ones, because a lot of the time, if you Legion Sky and you duel somebody can just walk in and soak the Sky ult, but you can't walk into an Avalanche and soak
10
the Sky
seconds.
ult because the Avalanche hits you before you actually get on the on the target. So actually,
5
I really
seconds.
love this combo, and it's something that you can run where the Tiny doesn't need to have the Blink Dagger, and you can still set up for the Sky. Whereas it feels like with Legion, it's a lot harder to connect and actually duel somebody and get the Sky ult off. And Tiny's so
And
easy.
even though a lot of times they don't get it off in time, if you're able to maneuver and Ancient Seal first, obviously the Avatos is going to do ridiculous amount more damage.
Yeah.
With the damage amp coming out from that spell.
Exactly. Which did get nerfed a little bit, the damage amp from that. But it's still, it's still 25%, so it's a lot.
CK by Outsiders. That feels like a Ramses hero. We'll see how flexible they want to be with it, but I feel like for the most part we've been seeing position 1.
CK into Wyvern, which is traditionally considered to be a CK hard counter.
True.
Gold Embrace deals with
10
all the physical
seconds.
damage coming out from the CK, stops his initiation, and Winter's Curse kills
5
CK
seconds.
himself because the illusions do 100% damage. So it's very good counter, but Outsider's confident enough that that they have ways of dealing with the Wyvern. Tiny backline jump, Batrider magic damage, Skywrath magic damage. They feel like the Wyvern's not a problem. They can pick this. It's a really good combo with Skywrath Mage too. Like if Sky rotates the CK's lane, it's a pretty free kill.
All right, so Team Liquid, they likely have their 2 supports in the Wyvern Nyx, although we have seen Wyvern mid. I don't know if Liquid plays that necessarily.
I feel like Pango is an amazing pick here. It deals with the CK illusions. It's magic immunity versus Tiny and Sky.
And Bloodseeker's already banned from Outsiders.
Bloodseeker's banned, yeah. The only thing is,
Just
Bat
do it.
does pretty well against the mid Pango. They go with the Jug. So so whenever this happens, and there's a pick like this, it means that they probably couldn't think of 3 good carries to play. They want to pick it right now, and they can think of 3 good mids to play, unless it's a Razor mid. But like whatever position they're picking next, they could think of 3 of them. So these bans from Outsiders, like they don't feel like they matter because they have 3 choices.
Okay. This feels like a game that Jug would have to prioritize a Manta, potentially.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this Midas Juggernaut we've been saying. I'm not going to lie.
To old Tumby, he's the guy who started this. He will be getting will be getting a Midas.
I mean, if you go Midas, do you ever go Manta later?
Yeah, you probably do. Against Sky, CK, Bat. Yeah, I think you probably do. There's a lot of stuff to purge in this game, and you can dodge the CK stun.
Anyway.
All right, Outsiders taking out Death Prophet. So thinking that this might be, I mean, Death Prophet's pretty flexible as well, but likely a mid hero, I would agree. Wish I had the stats up to see if Mickey's played Wyvern a lot. Who was that played Wyvern
10
yesterday
seconds.
as mid?
I think it was Mickey.
Was it Mickey?
I think
5
so.
seconds.
Oh,
Yeah, Mickey plays Wyvern.
okay.
I'm not sure
Must
how
not
that
have been very memorable then.
No, I don't feel like it does that well against Bat, but I don't know. I also don't feel like Wyvern, like Bat's laning is pretty trash. It's basically a matter of like, does he kill you or not? And I would say probably against Wyvern, she can keep a distance that you can't. So I imagine that's probably a 50-50 lane. So I guess you could Wyvern in this game as a mid. And then what are they picking now? That means they'd be last picking their 5. That seems a bit scuffed.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be a mid Wyvern,
10
but
seconds.
if they don't like their mid choices, then maybe that's something they settle with.
5 seconds.
Outsiders taking out DP, obviously that is a good matchup, or something that can contest a Bat Rider if you want to put that mid.
It's Radiant's
And Kunkka, okay. Bat Rider probably does okay against Kunkka in the mid lane, but
Maybe it's just good for the game for Liquid.
yeah, damage mitigation is always helpful.
You
So-
could, if you're Liquid, you could 5 here. I feel like you could pick a 5 that does really well with Jug. Well, then again, Winter
10
Wyvern does so
seconds.
well with Jug. You'd be kind of baited to like Wyvern Jug the lane. You got the like the
5
double slow
seconds.
from the Wyvern, and then into Jug spin. I feel like that's a pretty beastly lane.
So Liquid likely looking for a mid, Outsiders likely looking for off lane, although it could be, I mean, we've seen Bat Rider off lane, tiny mid.
Could be Tiny Sky. I think it's most likely a GPK bat, but it could be. You definitely don't want to bat into Jug off lane now. That for sure
It's
sucks.
Radiant's turn to pick.
All right, and the last pick is Tusk. So we are looking at a core Tiny in all likelihood. Unless
Are we?
I would love
Are
to
we
see a
looking
core
at that?
Tusk. I mean,
Is it a core Tusk, like mid Tusk, Tiny
I-
bat off lane?
I hope so, but
10
I doubt.
seconds.
We'll see.
I feel like Tusk is probably better. I wouldn't like to
5
see
seconds.
a bat into Jug. It's too easy to spin off the napalm. Unless they do some sort of aggro situation. But then they're aggroing with CK Tusk Sky, which I guess doesn't sound that bad, but I doubt it.
All right, Liquid not really thinking about it too much. They're going to end up going Zeus, which obviously quite flexible as well, but most likely the mid. And yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
So kind of straightforward from Liquid. On the other side, it will be a support Tusk. Sad. GPK is playing the Tiny, so it will be an off-lane Bat Rider.
Okay. Off lane bat versus the Jug, but because of the Tusk, it is a lane that is less dependent on getting sticky napalm stacks, which of course Jug can just simply purge. But Tusk, physical damage, very strong with any ranged hero. So yeah, I think that's decent.
God, that Bat Rider mount is scary AF, not going to lie.
Yeah.
That is a thing of night. Is that the thing you see when you get Night Terrors?
It does look like, yeah, a lot of things look like that. Yeah, it's usually like more shadowy and less fire.
Oh, I see.
Although I did have my house burned down when I was 4 years old, so
Really?
could maybe have some fire dreams coming in. Yeah, sometime.
Let's see.
Bit, of
Wow.
a bit of a burning down situation happened there.
Very demonic
That's right.
night terrors that you have. Just haunted by some demon in a past life. So Outsiders, again, coming in with a very respectable 5-2 record now. Liquid, I believe, are 3-2. So definitely wanting to be picking up some wins. Although both of them look like they are in good position to not get eliminated. I think that's almost a certainty at this point.
Yeah.
Even though it is early on.
I
But
think you can also get upper bracket too. There's like 2 teams from each group that can get lower bracket, start lower bracket.
something like that.
So yeah, it's like every single win definitely does matter, and quite a few teams can get eliminated from the group stages as well. And then also only top 8, I believe, gets DBC points. Maybe it's even top 6.
Yeah. Top 8,
So
I do believe.
matters a lot, especially for Outsiders and Liquid. Both of these teams do not have the amount of points that guarantee them TI.
Yeah.
They need to place at this tournament.
All right, so game number 2 underway. And in terms of just the full lineups, do you have a preference?
You know, I'm gonna say Liquid. I feel like this is they got Zeus last pick. That's pretty nasty stuff. Zeus against CK as well. Best hero in the game, best hero in the entire game at clearing through these carry illusions. And they got on a last pick, and it's
In the entire game.
yeah, I think so. Who's better? Like Phoenix? I don't know. But Zeus is, I mean,
It's definitely good. Zai, his smoke's going to get popped, but you can see Outsiders, they have the vision. So they're just going to back away. So killing the illusions. God, I feel like Zeus would be like top 3,
30
Yeah,
but I
seconds
can't
to
think of
battle.
anybody else is the problem.
Tinker maybe I mean, new Tinker with laser is pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's not really a hero. Like currently in the game, like Zeus is like the best illusion killer. I think he's got one of the highest win rates versus like PL, TB, like all these illusion heroes. As they do get the D award, very nice.
That's a lot of juicy amount of gold to come out. It's like getting a first blood almost.
Yeah.
At
As
last,
Ramses,
yes.
I think Outsiders will get this bounty rune. Oh, the nice block off onto Boxy. Can't get to the other side. Gonna get stunned up to start this. CK keeping him in place, and Boxy getting blocked off. And this should lead to a first blood as they're trying their best to give it to Ramses, and they'll be successful.
You just achieved first
So
blood.
Outsiders.
Thanks and have fun.
Obviously a very nice start. I mean, already a 1K lead between that D ward and the first blood.
Is Hakoda gonna play top? Of course he is. But is Yamich gonna stay there is the question. Are they going to do some tri-lane start? And DM is... Oh, he's fireflying the first wave. He's gonna cut second?
Okay.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen this on Batrider.
It's been a long time since you've seen offlane Batrider.
No, dude, Beast Coast, bro. They spam this stuff. I mean, Firefly's damage got doubled on level 1. You used to be able to do this when it was 30 damage per second. You would actually kill the first wave. So you can do it again.
How annoying is this, actually? It's unbelievable. All right.
And he's gonna keep running because if the creep waves combine,
yeah,
it's still gonna push out, and eventually he's gonna get equilibrium.
Oh my goodness, this has got to be so annoying for the Jug.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see this though, because it's just been so long.
And the creeps are gonna connect. In the jungle
because he wants to 1v1 versus Sania here. This is nice. This is really nice.
That is so hilarious.
Is he gonna get the next way? I'm curious.
Yeah, there's another Firefly, so see if he can get these last hits. Sania gonna do his best to try to deny. Looks like
oh man,
he's good to go. DM level 2.
That's dirty. Dude, that is cool.
An extra wave for the mid lane. All right, might as well get some extra XP for Mickey. No problem.
That is so funny.
Oh, Zai gets taken on the top lane. These shards have been quite nice.
Okay, this is cool.
Outsiders doing some cool shenanigans here to start the game.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. And now, like, Insania is just top. He's like, what am I supposed to do? Double wave pushing into DM.
Yeah, this is not what you probably had on the, what is that thing called? The whiteboard pregame.
No, this is not.
I'm sure they don't use whiteboards these days, but probably a digital whiteboard.
An
perhaps.
iPad sort of situation.
Yeah. So we're seeing Yamich again block out Boxy. Gonna take a concussive shot. And he's gonna pop his wand, so that might be enough for him to survive, especially with the rotation from Zai coming in. But still, Outsiders getting great trades.
You know,
in terms of just the harassment alone.
I gotta think about like what this is the offlane bias right here, but I'm thinking about why they did this. I guess it's because Jug plus Wyvern. Where's the kill threat at level 1? They're not gonna stun you. You know, you can just TP out worst case scenario. So they can actually get away with this because of the heroes.
And another kill. Boxy does end up going down this time, as the shards from Yamich have been quite good, to say the least. I believe, has all 3 kills come because of his ice shards? I think so.
Yeah, he's got one ability, and he's been making it work.
Now, how long do they keep this tri-lane up? Are they fine just sticking with it long
Honestly,
term?
I don't feel like you give Batrider a solo offlane against a Jug, because at a point, he's just going to start cutting creep waves. He's going to double them up. He's going to pull them to jungle camps. Jug will not outfarm a Batrider doing that. Even though this is like a carry, a counter matchup, like Jug technically takes off the napalms. Bat in the offlane outfarms anything.
Yeah, you can see he takes off the sticky napalm stacks there. But now he's not going to have spin for a decent amount of time. DM still has to get those stacks up, though. And he doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with. But Jug, Matu, 22-10 versus the Batrider, 14-0, so doing okay.
I want to see how much. So Mickey's level 5.5.
Yeah.
And GPK's level 5 because of that creep wave.
Yep, literally just the creep wave.
That's so funny. Their CS is exactly the same, but they have this advantage. For Mickey.
Oh, DM ended up getting the kill onto Matu. It's going to be a tray, so Insania finally makes up some of the XP difference that he had earlier in the game, but that is a big solo kill.
So he forces out the spin. It's got a 34-second cooldown at level 2, and he's able to get the kill. I mean, I was expecting him to outfarm in this lane, not to kill the Jug, though. This game is a disaster for Liquid so far.
Yeah, this is awful.
And I don't even think it's because they're making mistakes. I think Outsiders just doing really cool shit in the laning phase. It's just really cool.
I mean, it certainly caught them off guard. There's no question about that. They were not ready for whatever the hell that was.
I don't know. I don't know what you want. Yeah, that's weird.
Now DM, he's going to get ganked though. Splinter Blast going to slow him. Matu with the spin. And the Impale to follow. Do they have enough damage to finish him off though? Pops the Fairy Fire. One more right click does do it. So Insania gets some revenge for Matu dying earlier.
Good response.
Actually, that's the second kill Insania's gotten on DM now.
Yeah.
Should be pretty rich.
That's a great response to this. Clearly, just sending a tri-lane top and trying to try was not working. And so instead, they take the tri-lane to the bat. I think if they don't get the kill for Liquid there, the game looks like a complete disaster. But they needed to change something up. They needed to make a move somewhere, and I don't think these supports with the low levels they have are going to kill GPK mid. It's impossible. Nikke is also not going to die. That's the thing with these tri-lanes, is that it always results in the supports being so under-leveled that it, like, I want them to try to go on Nikke, so I just want to see what happens. I don't feel like they can kill him.
Yeah, we got the Avalanche toss onto the Zeus, but Nikke looks like he's being more than healthy. Pops his ult instead, and you can see 3 members of Outsiders now on the run. The body blocks on the GPK look like it'll be enough. He pops his wand, though, as Nikke completely out of mana, but the right clicks will suffice. Zai's Plasma Field ends up netting him the kill, but it's a 1-for-1. Nick's Boxy has died so many times this game.
Zai's level 3 as well. He's rotating mid as a level 3
Oh,
Razor.
wow. That is... the hell?
That's cool.
That's such a weird game.
Well, dude, when the game gets weird, you got to make weird moves, honestly. Like, I don't think you can just sit top versus a absolutely monstrous CK. I'm just like, yeah, I'm laning like normal. No, dude, that wasn't normal laning. You got to do abnormal stuff to get out of that.
I mean, despite that death, though, Matu, he's farming like right on par with the CK. He's still a higher level than DM. So this hasn't been actually as bad as I originally thought. Still going for the Midas, of course, which
naturally,
we'll see how that works out for him.
God, he loves this Midas.
So you're saying he's the one that started this?
Yeah, and I know that because BSJ won't STFU about it. And and it's because like, oh, Matu's doing it, so I have to. It's great, Brian. That's great. You just copy other humans because you don't know how to behave like one yourself as a sociopath. I understand.
Well, technically, sociopaths are still human, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist.
That's true. Yamich, they're going to see Insania, GPK with the Avatos, and this will almost certainly be a kill. Oh, Cold Embrace keeps him alive a little bit longer. Mickey's come to play as well, but you can see the Ancient Seal silencing him up. But Outsiders not really interested in this fight because this stack is probably worth a lot more. GPK getting gone on by Mickey, getting slowed to a crawl thanks to the Heavenly Jump. Another Avatos to follow, though. Mickey will survive it as Yamich getting chased by a level 4 Razor named Zai. The static link is enough for him to get level 5.
It's another one of those things like he always mid, of course, he's level 4.
Insania is going to save himself, and this time I think Mickey will just have to leave him be. So down he goes. We can see GPK still wants to try to... the Avatos, very risky play. The 2-second stun to follow, but there's the Thunder God's Wrath to finally clean up the pesky Tiny. But Mickey, using that Thunder God's Wrath himself, stuck inside the shards again. As Yamich is playing out of his mind this game. And 8.5 minutes in, a triple kill for Ramses, who can now start going for this stack.
Yep. Ramses is having a great time. That's really good. I mean, Liquid didn't want to give away these stacks, so the fight just continues and continues and continues. And it's this weird thing where, like, all of the supports, which will include Zai in that bucket, by the way, all of the supports are very low level. So the fights, it's like, oh, they're going to get them. Oh, no, they do no damage. I see. The fights are lasting a lot longer than either team is anticipating, although DM, he's probably going to be going down here to be in for Mickey.
TP is coming in, and the question is who's going to get the kill. It's going to be Mickey, so... Doing quite well for himself on this Zeus. Going to be going for the Kaya.
He's got boots of travel, though, on DM. Like, he's huge. As a solo offlane Batrider, he's got almost as much net worth as the mids.
Yeah, Armlet now online for Ramsey. He's going to pop that ult and try to pressure this tier 1 tower. They haven't, I don't think they've gone for those stacks yet, if I'm not mistaken, in the jungle. So still available for the taking.
Oh, those are DMs. Those are DMs,
they did get half,
baby.
I guess. Sania going to the high ground. And he is going to spot out Yamich. But Ramsey's done a ton of damage to this tier 1 tower. But the presence of Zai is going to force him back. The CK stun to start, but you can see Liquid are here in numbers. A nice shard again, but Matu able to get to the other side thanks to the Omni Slash. That'll result in a kill onto Ramses.
Really nice rotation from Matu. It's one of those things where he's like completely free-farming bot, so it feels totally counterintuitive for him to move out of there. But he is the only rotation, he's the only one strong enough that could actually take down Ramses. And obviously killing Ramses in this game is more important than any stack, more important than free-farming any lane. So he makes that move, building a damn Midas. But he just knows that he's got the strength to do that.
Yeah, GPK's gonna TP top now. He's gonna find Matu, Avatos, but there's the spin to follow. Yamich still with the ice shards available, and again, block, man, he has been on point, but there's a little sliver there available for Matu to get away with that healing ward, getting up to a decent amount of HP. They might have to just focus on Insania instead. As you can tell, they kind of don't even want to go for him. Still level 5, and he's gonna be crit down by Ramses.
Doesn't even use the wand charges because he knows he'll just die afterwards anyway. It's not going to waste enough time.
And Mickey, in the meantime, trying to push out this lane as Outsiders. I mean, despite that start, Liquid still seem to be in an okay spot. I mean, 2 of the top 3 net worths in the game are on Liquid's side.
Yeah, they've been responding to these like extremely strange early game plays. Oh, Zai gonna get snowballed on. You can see Insania is there, but still not level 6. Although DM is the one taking the most of damage here. Thunder God's Wrath not quite enough to take him out. DM, another right click from Insania. So Zai is going to be the only kill in this engagement. The Bat Rider just barely gets away. Yeah, Bat is just such a good hero against Razor. Like you wanna follow.
Oh, box. Oh, half second.
Not
too
quite.
late.
Yeah, not quite. Bat does have terrible day vision too, so you can sneak up on him. But yeah, Bat Rider, like usually you want to be the one following around the Razor. I think Liquid was trying to set up a play onto DM, and that's why they moved Zion Razor to bot, was to like bait that play, but bait not working out.
I crackle with power.
2K lead for Outsiders. As GPK still working on his Blink Dagger. I mean, he's still top 3 net worth, but it doesn't feel like it. Still just the treads in his inventory, so a lot of dead net worth at the moment, but once he gets that Blink Dagger, look for him to potentially snowball.
I'm not gonna lie, Sunsfan, nothing about this game feels normal. It's just...
Yeah, being top 3 net worth with that inventory at 13 minutes feels strange.
Yeah, it's very weird. Everybody's getting involved in fights. There's also stacks. There was lane shenanigans, supports being underleveled. Solo kills happening in the laning stage. That's a DD on Boxy. I don't know how much that matters.
Well, the Vendetta initiation, and DM is mega dead. Omni Slash used. So Matu will get yet another kill for himself.
So DM has just died twice in a row now. That feels really bad for him. He's being slowed down quite a lot.
Echo Saber now there for Ramses as this tier 1 tower will go the way of Liquid. So Matu with his Midas. See the Echo Saber for Ramses to help him farm a bit. But Matu, I mean, the Midas into what is the question is, looks like Zai actually gets deleted from the combo that you brought up early game.
Yeah, that is the easiest, probably the easiest combo of the game to execute. It is so strong.
Up DM, looking for Insania. We'll get the first lasso, I believe, of the game, and Yamich gets that Walrus Punch off. They're trying to dodge this Winter's Curse. And yeah, they'll just kill him from long range. Nicely played from Outsiders.
Yeah, that was nice curse dodging. Insania like clicked it as soon as he saw the Bat run in. It's just that with the turn rate slow, it was he could not turn in time. Oh, nice D wards. These guys have been really on point with their D wards this game. I feel like they've done their research into Liquid, because there's nothing that makes these wards like that obvious. They did the one at the start too. They saw that Liquid they smoked, but the smoke didn't break anywhere near the area that they dewarded the ward. They must have seen like if Liquid smokes here, this is where they usually ward. And that is a nice deep ward. Okay, this is really cool from Outsiders.
Damage. Oh, this time does not happen. Zai as the Mystic Flare comes in and just obliterates him along with Boxy. So 2 dead right off the bat. As Liquid now on the retreat. Ramsey's looking for a reality rift, but he's going to get cursed onto an illusion just to slow them down a bit. Which potentially did save Matu, but it's not going to save Insania. It's a double kill for GPK, showing off that Blink Avatos. And Liquid just completely on the retreat. That's a 5K lead already for Outsiders.
Oh, Mickey.
Yep,
They actually
Snowball
got it.
will be there. He's going to get punched into the air. GPK gets off the toss, Flame Break to follow, and down goes Mickey. But this is close to Liquid's base, so they can try to counteract this. They're going to find the Skywrath Mage at the very least, but GPK is really who they have the sights set on, and they will find him in the end. So they get punished a bit for their overexertion. That's not...
There's a bit of
overexertion.
What?
That means you're exerting too much energy. That really didn't make any sense.
That was a bit of an energy.
Overextension is what I meant to
that's
say,
right.
yes. The overexertion today.
Oh boy, Insania. Oh, you dirty bird.
3-second
Dirty
stun, but
dragon.
Cold Embrace does save him.
Jax thinks
The rest of the
Radiant's
teammates
bottom
on the
tower
way,
is
but Ramses wants to fight. He gets off the ult, going straight for Zai. But we'll have to back away as he's all alone right now, so Impale does connect.
bottom tower is under
Question is, are any teammates coming to help out Ramses, who's getting completely outnumbered? He's going to delete Boxy, though, as Ramses now taking the Blade Fury. Yamich does have the Snowball saving for Rulinus to find it, but the Thunder God's Wrath is there in time before any kind of safe shenanigans come through. Might cost Zai his life, though. Golden Embrace kind of sets up the Mystic Flare as Yamich somehow actually saving Zai. He's still alive. Trying to take out DM in the meantime, still has that Firefly to try to traverse the terrain, but GPK with the finishing move, nope, Zai still stays alive. Somehow, some way, this man is alive. And you can see that they try to kill Zai this whole time, but it leads to basically a team wipe.
He's not dying.
Liquid, big comeback there for them as Zai just looks super juicy to Outsiders.
Yeah, shout-outs to Strength Treads.
I guess so.
If he had just a little bit less HP in any of those jumps, those 5 or 6 times that they tried to jump him, he would have died. Yeah, that was insane. Ooh, DM. He sees him. He caught him with the AoE.
Yep, DM is going to get static link now as Matu coming to play as well. He's going to have to use his lasso, but the Blade Fury should be enough to finish him off. And Hakoda might be some trouble, but Zai is still the one they're focusing on, but another Cold Embrace saves him with a healing ward on the side. And Zai still getting targeted. Walrus Punch. Will this man die? He does. And it feels like Outsiders have just won the game because of that, but in fact, they have lost 4K net worth trying to pursue Razor.
under attack.
Was it worth it in the end? Was it worth it?
The lead has just plummeted.
What has been lost? Oh my god. Oh, we're gonna watch this again. Every single kill attempt onto our boy.
Yeah, not able to toggle with the armlet.
No, there we go. Zai's
How
dead.
does he
He's
not
alive.
die?
Zai
How?
is dead. And
I thought he was
he's
actually
alive.
dead here, but he was inside
Zai's
teammates,
dead?
of course. Yeah.
And he's alive.
And from Radiant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna leave him alone. Nope, GPK
No,
back
there's
in.
the
Zai's dead.
Avatos,
No, he's
healing
alive.
ward.
He's fine. That'd be the healing ward and the strength treads. Okay, Hakoda. Maybe Hakoda can get him. No, he's gonna survive that.
That one was just like, I give up. Just
yeah,
take,
yeah.
just kill me.
just have me. I'm yours. Okay.
So outside of that fight, Outsiders have been in like complete control of this
They
game.
have been, yeah, and they still have a 3K gold lead.
They
So
still, yeah,
maybe focusing Zai is not the play.
perhaps.
Just an inkling feeling that I have. I don't know what it
He's
is.
got 2 8th bands. He's getting close to a BKB. Just recipe away is Ramses. Box is going to open up the initiation. The rest of Liquid collapsing on him, but Ramses gets off his ult and the BKB, and you can see focus is on Zai again, this time under the tier 1 tower. He's going to get stiff. Will he die? Finally, Zai! He will go. That's happened again, the second time in just minutes. The curse is there as well. Into a double, the Mystic Flare to follow. GPK gone on now. He's slow to a crawl, finally jump, but be enough damage for him to get a literal kill. So it's a 2-for-1. And Zai feeling invincible because of how damage they have done to him in the past last time around.
Yeah, shout out to Insania. Of course, obviously. This cold embrace almost is really helping it. And its positioning as well for Outsiders to get the jump on him. Scurrying around the trees roach in the last
Here we
fight,
go with the cockroach.
doing well, like a headless roach. And Zai, like a roach, survived everything, including nuclear war, it seems.
Almost. I mean, he does, though. I guess technically all heroes are roads.
Yeah.
I want to think of it that way.
That's true.
Sage Kaya complete on the Zeus as Ramsey's getting gone on. Has no time off the ult. BKB was still on cooldown.
That's the nerf. 15 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
That right there, this clip, literally the BKB nerf. And you see this so often now. Somebody dies with 15 seconds on BKB cooldown.
Yeah, muscle memory. It's been a long time since the
That's
cooldowns
right.
were changed, right?
Do you know there's actually memory within your souls?
Ah, here we go again.
No, that's not true. You believed it, you idiot.
I did. Roshan is being attempted by Liquid, and it looks to be a freebie. Matu's going to get a nice juicy Aegis as Roche #1 should fall.
Yeah, Zeiss need it. He's immortal, clearly. This man is...
I mean, considering how much they're focusing, Zai, perhaps he should take the Aegis.
No. He's good. He's fine. He's not as juicy if he has the Aegis.
That's true. They'll ignore him in that case, and the Ice Storm will shred them to pieces.
We've not talked that much about Matumba, mostly about his beard, but
It's an important factor of
it is
Matumba,
quite
though.
important. I think that's probably where the brain is. Parts of his brain amalgamated down there.
Here we go with amalgamation again.
Amalgamation, of course. But he's been the guy showing up to fights and salvaging this game for his team after the tough early game. Even as a carry, and as we talked about, it is counterintuitive when you are complete free farming to show up to stuff, but he knows that he needs to give back net worth to his team because he's not going to solo carry this against these heroes. And this is something that people have talked with Matumba Man that he's always been very good at. Is he knows when he needs to show up, and he knows when he can just hit creeps, and it's fine. His read has been incredible historically. It's what makes him such a strong carry player. And this game's no different.
And Matu very confident with the Aegis now. Tier 2 tower is what they have their sights set on. Does have the Shard with the Maelstrom. And obviously the Manta has been there for a while now to be able to dispel the silence. And Sticky Napalm and God knows what else. So feels like he is online to be able to fight, at the very least. And the Shard, I would assume it's pretty good against CK Illusions to go along with Zeus.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Gets a nice Maelstrom procs on the spin. Nice juicy stuff. Looks like Zai finally, he was working on that BKB for about 20 minutes now.
He's got it, baby.
He's got it.
That's his one item that he'll get this game. One, it's enough. He's not a greedy fellow. Zai more than willing to sacrifice for his big boy, Matumi Man, as well as Mickey on the mid lane, who is not Giga farmed this game, which we're used to seeing Mickey have a
Not true.
he's usually a big boy. The game has been...
A lot of fighting, no doubt about
Yeah,
it.
this is a very true carry versus carry game.
Hakoda, Impale from the tree line, boxing, a nice setup, and that's going to be an easy whoop. All right, 4 staff onto the high ground. Matumba, can they find the distance here? Thunderbolt not quite enough. And the Zeus ult is, I mean, they didn't really want to expend it, but
They did it. He was just coming on cooldown too. Ooh, the link on mid.
Yeah, man. Oh,
that
close
was
one.
Close. That was really close.
Now Matu taking full advantage of the Aegis again, just getting some map control, farming the enemy Ancient. Still tier 2s to take in the mid and bot lane. Typically mid is what you would focus on here. Ramses, he gets the Blink Dagger into the Chaos. They want to take out this Aegis quickly, and they do. Do they want to stick around as well? Boxy getting snowballed on them in south here. But the Winter's Curse is applied to the Bat Rider. That's a lot of damage being applied to him. Now DM might just drop. He's going to pop his BKB. One more right click will do it from Zai. He gets the miss onto the high ground, so DM will live thanks to RNGesus. He prays every day to RNGesus, and it worked out this time around.
Suns fan, he drank his Gaben's Nectar today.
That's a Gaben's Nectar, and that's an Avatos into the Mystic Flare. Deletion of Matu, but it's going to be at the cost of GPK. No, he popped the KB, and it looks like he's going to walk away safely as well. Now they're going to turn around onto Boxy, who should be just some finishing moves here. And Zai gets tossed back with the Avalanche stuff in a huge team fight for Outside. They take out 4 members of Liquid, and all they lost was the Tusk. Gaben's Nectar.
Yeah, that was basically from the dive and the miss. High ground. That is what the bait from DM. Both of the offlaners this game baiting out the other side to do stupid things.
I don't know. Was that really stupid? That was a kill 75% of the time.
Okay. It's
Right?
yeah, right. In retrospect, it looks bad, and that's a good bait. That's what a bait is in Dota. And that
Ancient
was it.
Seal.
Yeah.
On top of all that, that was a big kill.
Yeah.
And somehow GPK lives. That's the crazy part. They just didn't have follow-up.
There's nothing through the BKB other than I mean, if Jug is dead, it's Zai with the static link in his ult, but no, he didn't have his BKB either.
You brought it up, but that does feel exactly like that Zai moment because now we're back to a 5K lead. It's like that never happened.
That's right. That's right. I mean, when you think about two very good teams going up against each other, there's not a lot of like typical mistakes that get made that you would see in pubs, right? Like, oh, this guy missed a bunch of last hits in laning phase because he sucks at last hitting or whatever. It is these things where you go for a 75% play, something happens, and then you're like, oh, this happened. We were going to capitalize on it. You know what I mean? Well, he missed him on the high ground, so DM can come back into the fight afterwards. Like, let's take this fight, right? It's about capitalizing on those like small percentages and actually being in position so that they can do that. Which both sides, as we've talked about, have been in position to actually. Oh, this is good bait. Let's go and team wipe them.
Oh, GPK. His smoke is popped thanks to Boxy's Vendetta, but the dust a little bit too late and on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah.
So that ends that smoke attempt.
Oh, Yamich, he wants to keep going.
Double fluffy
Liquid.
hat. Oh, the Impale misses. Yamich is going to get the snowball off. Thunder God's Wrath has already used his Matu, gets a nice ult onto DM. None of them bounce to the illusions. Are you kidding me? That is super unlucky after living thanks to the mischance earlier. RNGesus has betrayed DM. And now Matu, he's going to get Avalanche right after the Blade Fury ends. But this is going to cost the life of GPK. Completely punished as Liquid was on the high ground. Unreal, the RNG there.
Same thing that we saw last game. Liquid standing on high ground, having a ward, and just being confident in their position.
Yamich is going to get
he
the
might be
Walrus
too deep on
punch.
Matumba.
Oh boy, Matu. He's unlocked on. Oh, nice save again coming out from Insania though. And he has been on point this game with that cold embrace. Ramsey's pops BKB. Got triple buyback on the Outsiders, trying to punish this move from Zion Company. And Zai looks like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb for Liquid. But I think they're going to be happy with this if nobody else dies. But Boxy gets caught out. Yamich another Walrus punch. He's going to attempt to TP out, but the Chaos Bolt will stun him. So Ramses does get a double kill, but that's 3 buybacks from Outsiders. That feels terrible.
I mean, the gold lead is not a monumental swing. It's not like Liquid has the gold lead just yet. But it's 3 buybacks. If you kill any of these 3 heroes, the game could just end.
Yeah.
Because it could mean Roche, it could mean a lane of Rax. Like, the game gets so much harder if something like that happens. There's a big window of opportunity here for Liquid. Outsiders, they definitely want to run in one of their other heroes that still has buyback. Let's see, who has it? So DM, Hakoda, and Yamich just bought back. And you don't really want to run in your mid. You don't want to run in your carry, although Ramses is very close to buyback. He may buy out here. We'll see with him. If he buys out, then it's real dangerous territory for Outsiders.
Highlights of the game so far. Zai somehow living in that one big fight.
Yep.
DM living because of the mischance. And then DM dying because the Omnislash only targeted him when there was 5 units there.
Yeah.
That is insane.
I like that you saw that part too, because that was like bottom right of the camera when like the main fight was happening to the top left. And you're just like, what's this RNG gonna look like? What's this?
I'm always excited with the RNG. What can I say?
Yeah. And you made the right call, actually. It was insane. It was insane. Sometimes that happens with Juggernaut. I mean, it's a huge bounce range too. Like, you should really bounce to other units.
I'm sure somebody can do the math. What the chances were. I think it was 1 CK, 2 illusions, and DM. So 4 units.
And everyone hit DM.
Every single one.
I wonder if it has something to do with like the phased movement or something. Like he didn't have vision of the other units or something with where DM was flying.
I mean, he was right next to the illusions, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I mean, it was nighttime, I think.
And he's right up around the Roche pit, right? There's some weird vision blocking stuff around Roche. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, something funky happened there. Something very unlucky, or or lucky if you're Matumba man.
Well, they had the ward up there, didn't they, Liquid?
Oh,
They had
that's
vision.
right. That's right. Both sides had a ward. But the vision blocking around Roche is not like that. As we see the exact same smoke
Yeah.
and ward play. And Liquid is in the exact same area as well, also camping that ward. They're like, oh, this was juicy last time. Let's do this again.
Omni Slash is up. We can have a repeat of this last fight.
We can check to see how the vision situation works when it happens the second time.
Yeah, Roche is going to be up soon as well, so this will be the second Roche with the shard available. Tusk's courier is taken out.
He did send it over where the Liquid was.
I think that's just an insurance policy, just to double check that they're there, perhaps.
Making sure, yeah. It's like, hey, you want my courier? You want my juicy courier?
Oh, yeah, DD for GPK.
He's got that Echo Saber.
Oh, boy, this could be dirty. This could be dirty. He's going to be spotted by the Plasma Field, though, so no blink for him. He's already at half HP, has to use the Avalanche just to try to get out of a dodge here. Insania is going to force out the BKB. The Static Link will follow him as DM pops a BKB of his own. The Mystic Flare has to be used on just Boxy, but they find GPK with that double damage. He was not able to get...
Tumba's dead.
Yeah, Mata somehow dies, though, and DM barely dodges the Lightning Bolt. He might have to go back to base, but Ramses and his Illusions are pursuing even further, so a 2-for-1.
Oh, he's got a
blink.
jam. He's got to get out.
And the TP should be fine.
Man, Matu...
Didn't see how Matu died there.
The fight was just super split. Matu went like the bottom way into the triangle, and Zai had been chasing GPK, trying to finish him off, which he did eventually. But it was like for the entire duration of both Zai and GPK's BKB. And Tiny is just so tanky at this point with level 3 grow. Even though he's 20% HP.
Yep, Ramsey's forced to BKB TP. And you can see Matu. Oh man,
that was
another
close.
dodge from Yamich. Quick fingers here. That forced the buyback onto Matu, so they're going to go into Roche, and this is going to be an extremely important Roche for them.
Yeah, Matu goes in
everybody's
the
gonna be
bottom
up.
way. Like you can see on the minimap, Matu's like way down there. And yeah, he gets punched through the spin, so he's got no spin left. He's still down there while Zai and the rest of Liquid are up there focusing on killing GPK, who's actually making space along with DM. And DM barely survives that last lightning bolt. He probably, there was some puckering of some body parts in that situation, I can tell you that much.
For sure.
Yeah.
I thought Outsiders was going to try to contest this Roche, but instead they give it up. So Aegis and Shard on the way for Liquid. Shard, Zai. So knowing that they're going to go on top of him constantly, the Storm Surge will give you a % chance to reflect. Wait, how does it work? The spells are guaranteed and attacks are percentage based. Is that right?
There's no reflect. It's just lightning strikes.
Well,
It
lightning.
hits 3 guys and does some damage. It's actually really nice for farming. So you just tank neutrals.
It's a nice slow.
And it's a pretty nice slow. Yeah, it's a good slow. Against a hero like Skywrath Mage, who's gonna be constantly spamming stuff on you. It's good. It also will slow the CK and the illusions, which is nice. It's a cool shard. I think a lot more people are respecting the shard.
Matu getting some nice juicy farm here in the bot lane. Will they deny this tower? That'll open up the outpost, so maybe they don't deny it, but it's literally 1 hit away.
Not if you're Wyvern. And it's like 3 hits. He's quite pathetic.
That's true.
Yeah.
Eon Disc for Boxy, so he's been kind of targeted early in these fights. Can't really do that now.
Yeah, there's 5 reasons to get Eon Disc in this game, and that would be all the heroes on Outsiders.
Yep, that's usually the reason you get that, because you're pathetic, right?
Right. When you're a pathetic support, there's basically no other way that you're going to be surviving.
Bloodthorn for Ramses, by the way. He is, he's getting there on his farm. He's looking good.
Yes, he is. Yep. Also got a Lotus Orb on DM. That can Lotus the Razor Link. You just throw it on CK, throw it on Tiny, and the Razor can't link. Can Lotus the Wyvern ult. Omni Slash as well prevents that. Prevents all of Zeus's spells. Okay.
Oh, pops the BKB, gets the initiation off, and Insania is dead.
He got the gem.
He sure did. Nimbus, not going to happen because of the BKB. And now we have the BKB initiation onto Mikke. He does heavily jump to the low ground, though. And the CK stun just bouncing left, right, and center. The Illusion's almost finishing him up, and another nice save from Insania as the cover for Matu is there with the Blade Fury to come through. Ramses with the Lotus Orb applied to him right now, but the focus looks like it's on Hakoda, who gets dropped because it couldn't get to the high ground.
90 seconds.
90 seconds of no Skyrath Mage.
Yeah, he still has his buyback on cooldown.
Dire don't look too
5K
scared
lead
of
for
Radiant's top tower.
Outsiders, but obviously the numbers advantage for Liquid with the Aegis as well.
I'm a little surprised Ramses didn't commit for Mickey there. I guess he's very afraid of
Is
the
Dire going to
Wyvern,
let that
the
milk
Wyvern
have a
saves,
soul?
the curse. Like he was just confident that even though Mickey was really low, that it would be bad for him to overcommit there. His BKB was on cooldown, so that's part of the reason. If you die and respawn, you know, BKB, you're dead.
Indeed. Matu has to spin off that CK stun. He actually blinks in with the Nimbus helping him out, trying to take out GPK, but he's going to be safe thanks to the Lotus. Gets on the outside as well. Matu and company have to be a little bit careful. There is still all the cores available for Outsiders. Ramses going to get reflected on his stun, will blink out.
Kills the healing ward with the illusion.
Yep, that's
nice.
actually a cool play, yeah. Matu spinning, but not able to finish the tower quite yet, and I think they're going to have to respect Outsiders' high ground.
Yeah, that actually prevented the push, is killing the healing ward with the illusion. Like, he knew it was going to get Lotused, obviously. But, wanted that ward.
Reality Rift now pierces spell immunity, a nice juicy talent for Ramses.
Yeah, against Jug, very valuable, especially because this hero is like primarily based on the spin now. It's not even about the Omni or his right clicks. It's just the spin.
Yep.
That real long, like the Blade Fury. It feels like this thing lasts forever when you go for this talent. Very frustrating.
Wait, what did he go for his 10 talent on Jug? Stats as usual. Weak. I love the AoE.
The
man.
radius
It's
is
so
good. Yeah.
75 is quite large.
It's a lot. Yeah.
But I guess you're so fast that you're not really.
You're on top of them anyway.
Yeah.
Because usually, like, think about how you're using Blade Fury. I feel like if you're using this thing as an AoE, you're probably a bad Jug player. like you're
Shut your mouth.
Guys, I'll AoE them down.
Shut your mouth. Insania, he's going to be found out. Oh my god, a 2-shot from GPK. Has the full Silver Edge now, so the crit online. Looks like he's going to finally go for the shard, so he's going to start doing a lot of physical damage with that permanent tree. DM getting pursued by Matu. Flame Break keeps him outside the range here. Pops the BKB, another Flame Break to follow, and he has a blink. And he should be okay. He's the one with the gem, so that actually would have been a pretty big kill for Liquid. He's able to dodge.
Down. There's no Insania.
Indeed, they're going to block off Boxy, who gets off the Spike Carapace and the Impale. GPK, he runs right into him, he gets the Avatar, and again it's on Zai, who pops the BKB, so he's going to lift his engagement, and actually gets the Static Link off along with the Eye of the Storm. So GPK, he's going to take the brunt of the damage. Looks like he's done 85 seconds of no Tiny, and Matu and company cleaning up this fight, but finally a double kill from Ramses takes out Zai. Basically immortal earlier in the game, but not this time around. Pulls him back into the Mystic Flare, but it's not going to be enough damage, as some way, somehow, Matu lives. It's a 3-for-3 though, so not enough to really take more buildings potentially, but still a 1-team fight for Liquid, it looks like.
Yeah, I see why Outsiders went for that. They knew the Aegis had just despawned as soon as that fight was happening. And then also, Insania was dead, and Insania has been incredibly important for all of the saves in this game, and it's the CK counter too. So with Insania dead, you know that your CK can use his ult as much as he wants. But still, Liquid are too powerful. It was super close. It was super close. Like, Matamba actually almost died to the Skyrath and CK combo, but he barely survived and then won the man fight. As this time, the Flash does bounce around to all of the illusions. And yet commits. I totally understand why Outsiders were trying to commit this. It felt like a really good opportunity for them. Yeah, and Matamba just barely wins that man fight against Ramses. If Ramses has one more crit and heals, like maybe he actually wins that fight.
Potentially. I mean, GP felt like he was not on the same page as the rest of his teammates, going for Zai in the back line. But you can see building damage being applied by Liquid. They have all 5 numbers now, and there is a buyback onto Ramses, but not going to need to use it. Looks like they'll be able to hold this off and keep that melee racks alive. Not that one set of racks is really going to decide this game. Now that we're 40 minutes in, it's extremely even. And the story again is the next Roche. That is not, we're not going to know the answer to that for the next minute, but I think whoever gets that Roche is going to be in a very good position to try to win this game.
Zaya spider legs. This is such a nice item to get.
On Razor, yeah.
When the game hits this point, and he's Razor, so he's got that extra move speed. Yeah, it feels so good. He's like walking up high grounds.
Do you agree that they should be trying to go for Zai first? It's been like their focus the whole game, and it just mostly hasn't worked.
I don't think Zai is that important, to be honest. I feel like if it was Razor versus like Medusa or something, where you can link the Medusa and it really matters, but it's a CK. CK's the carry. He doesn't really. He's got illusions. You know, he doesn't care if one of them gets linked. You're taking away at best 1/4 of the damage that he's doing. He has, what, how many illusions? 3 illusions? Yeah, taking 1/4 of his damage.
What about if it's on Tiny, though?
If it's on Tiny, well, Tiny is like, I don't know, he's got 403 plus 96 damage. Good luck draining that. He's gonna need like
what's the max drain? Can you do the math?
I think it's like 150 or like 220, something like that. Like realistically, you could get like 150 in a fight.
Okay.
So you would need 2 link charges, but you can't get a 25. Nobody goes for that talent really. Especially with Refresher, because you can't link the same guy.
Yeah.
You have to wait for the first link.
Full smoke from Liquid. They're coming from the top side. I don't think the scan went off as Ramsey's going to run right into them, but the Phantasm is popped immediately. Zai with the BKB. Kind of dodged a bit by this snowball as Yamish somehow able to blink out to safety. And the focus is on Ramses for now. He pops his BKB, just trying to take out Matu, but no damage to come as a big static link into the Omni Slash. Ramses is just dead. He does have buyback, though. We'll see if he expends it here, as the buyback is already used from Zai, so it was a 1-for-1. And the blink into the right clicks, but the snowball comes. But Yamish looks to be mega dead here.
Dominating performance.
Double kill for Matu.
Okay.
And Roche is not up for another minute and a half.
I think I know why Outsiders... Oh, GPK. He's going for a cheeky play.
Oh, Avatos. It is enough to take out the Wyvern, and he BKB TPs. Nicely done.
I think I know why Outsiders is trying to focus Zai. Because the illusions are dying so quickly for CK that he's basically a just regular carry without illusions.
So double buyback from Outsiders. I think that they thought that Roche is up. It is not. So they 100% did not have to buy back here.
And Liquid's camping a ward.
Yep, Boxy.
Boxy's there.
GPK. Into the river he goes, Vendetta, and now GPK is going to see the sad truth that there is no Roche. Gets off the Avalanche, and yeah, now they know the truth. See if the high fives come or not. This will be a perfect time for that. Some nice bad manners plays. Oh boy, the snowball being baited into the high ground. This is going to be the death of the Tusk. Yamish is dead, no buyback at all, and GPK tries to save him, and he's dead. What was that? 3 dead for Outsiders now. And this was just a god-awful fight for them as Ramses looks to be next. That's a dieback. And they almost could call GG at this point. Down mid you can go if you're Liquid. That was really weird.
They don't have fortification for a little while. Strange way to end. And otherwise, well, the game started up, but
that's true.
And otherwise, like, very good game. It was just one big blunder at the end there, Outsiders. With Yamish going in. It's one of those situations where, like, if Yamish goes in and dies, maybe the game looks really bad for Outsiders, but at least it's not over.
GG's called.
They called GG.
GG's called. The game is over. That was I mean, I can understand the original part where they bought back because they didn't know if Roche was up. Obviously, we have the vision they don't. That, in hindsight, was a big mistake. But then snowballing in and then pursuing that death, essentially, it was just such a scattered fight. And, man, it's actually really sad to see. I mean, obviously, it's great to see Liquid win. You want to see everybody win, but the game was so close, and to have it decided like that feels kind of bad.
I'm still gonna say that as a cool series. We got a 1-1. It was really close. There was some really crazy shit happening. I love that. That was super fun at the start of the game. Even the fact that it ended on somewhat of a weird throw. It just shows like how close the game was at all points. I don't know. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that as a viewer.
High five.
Yeah, that was cool.
All right, so they split the series 1-1.
Yeah.
Which means they're both still doing very respectable in this group. And I guess the next series that we have is EG Beastcoast. Which EG.
That's not going to be good for us. That's not.
We'll see how that goes. Let's take a quick break and then we'll get our final series of the day.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 1 between EG and Beast Coast for the PGL Arlington Major. Both teams are actually tied in the standings now because EG, despite their absolutely god-awful start yesterday, have 2-0 team spirit today.
Yes, they have.
So both teams are actually at 2 and 4 score lines. So this is a really hype match up for the ages.
And Beast Coast 2-0'd Boom as well, who has been very highly dominant.
Let's get into the draft, shall we?
To pick.
All right.
Here we are.
Into the draft we go. Ooh, almost almost hiccuped on
I think you might have just almost vomited while speaking at a major. That's
par for the course.
It is very impressive that you are still employed, I'll be honest here.
All right, so first 2 bans from each side. Puck, Razor, Timber saw Dawnbreaker. These are much more familiar to a lot of the games that we've cast in the past.
And just to be clear, while we were talking, the game literally just started. So
These are fast.
There's a very fast pick and ban phase, which to a degree I would expect, just because these guys know each other so well. Beast Coast versus EG, it's like NA, SA, these are the top guys in both regions, maybe barring a couple of teams, like obviously Thunder Predator on the SA side, TSM on the NA side of things. But generally, these teams will be scrimming each other way more than a lot of the other teams at this tournament.
That's right, Jenkins.
Okay.
And with the first 2 picks on each side, it's Clockwork first picked by Beast Coast. What? Followed up by Juggernaut, and the other side, EG going for a little bit more standard. Viper, we've seen banned a few times here and there. Obviously, we talked about this last series, how good this hero kind of like covers a lot of bases because you can put him in multiple lanes, and it counters so many different heroes in the game.
Yeah.
And then Marcy, who is just on another level, it feels like, despite consistently getting past that first phase ban, it feels like in a lot of the games that we've cast.
It's true. It's true. I think probably at this point, Crit and Nightfall are considering their other options for teams because they have had to play Viper and Marcy in almost every single goddamn game that it's let through. I don't think they even care about what their performance is.
Does Abed ever play Viper? Because I can't.
Oh,
I don't know.
God.
Maybe season 2. I don't remember if season 3 he played it.
Abed will be Puck
Or Dragon
DK,
Knight. Or
Bat.
There's been some Void Spirit, not as much this season.
A bit of Void Spirit. Honestly, his hero pool went from like 2 to 4 this season.
The fact that Storm Spirit's not on that list is just a breath of fresh air, which you wouldn't know much about in this room. But
no, this is a stinky room.
We have, I mean, what do you think about Clockwork's first pick, though? This is, I mean, even Juggernaut in top 2. I mean, this is kind of a Beast Coast thing, I suppose, with the Jug. But
if there's going to be one team to do this, it's Beast Coast. Gojira, a.k.a. Schofield, the absolute legend player.
10 seconds.
Not legend. In fact, he's rank 3 or 2 or something right now. So incredible player. He loves Clockwork. This has been a classic Schofield hero or Gojira hero. This is gonna be hard for me for such a long time. He is exceptionally good at this, and I think he just asks for heroes. You know, he could have had Tiny. We could have had a Gojira Tiny this game.
The fact that Tiny's ignored is.
But guess what?
Crazy.
He probably said, "No, I want to play Clockwork. Give me Clock."
Yeah.
And Hector, of course, with the Jug. That's gonna be.
I mean, what makes Clock? I'm just trying to think of like the uses of these. I mean, it's not like he's useless by any means. Like the level 1 battery assault is what we see, like harass the crap out of people in the laning stage. Obviously quite tanky because he's a strength hero. And then you got this hook shot initiation. We actually see, if it's like a position 4, sometimes they'll find farm and get like an eventual Aghanim Scepter, and that's really difficult to deal with because typically like Force Staff is the item against Clockwork, just get out of those cogs. But at a certain point, that's not that useful. You need multiple Force Staffs.
I mean, maybe Beast Coast just thinks that this counters a lot of the stuff that like EG wants to play. In particular, if you Jug Clock and then pick Gojira something else to roam to this lane, then like or tri lane, like they could kill the Viper over and over. Maybe that's the idea, is that this is to like kill the Viper. Although I do feel like Marcy is pretty good against Clock. Just because you can like rebound somebody out of the cogs, like you just hit the cogs twice and rebound them, and they're running super quickly. You can never get really caught as Marcy herself.
If you have Aether Lens, can you just dispose out of the cogs?
I think so. I think with Aether Lens you can. Without you definitely can't, unless you've like deactivated a cog, and by that point, like that cog is you know, the cogs are probably almost over.
10 seconds.
There's a part of me that's like, okay, you let Tiny go through against Beast Coast.
5 seconds.
Like, does Beast Coast just bat Tiny here? And the thing is, though, that makes their safe lane Jug Clock, which sounds really scuffed. So I was thinking it was a Gojira Clockwork. But,
okay.
Yeah.
We shall see. Wyvern is picked up by EG, so Fly gets, in all likelihood, his hero. Always likes these pseudo saves with the Cold Embrace. I mean, Dazzle's kind of been his jam lately. I mean, the games that we cast, Dazzle, it felt like was getting denied, meaning being picked by the opposing team several times. But choosing not to go for Dazzle this time, Wyvern instead. And you can see the Nature's Prophet taken out pretty early. In fact, the Lone Druid and Lycan as well. So this push strat that we witnessed yesterday, it didn't work out, but I mean, EG is known to kind of put this together, and you know, the 5-man is always kind of difficult to stop because if they get off to a good start, then it feels almost impossible to kind of put it to an end.
Yeah, they did Lone Druid game 1 against Spirit, so Beast Coast watching that game and thinking that EG played really well around that hero, which I can see why they would. I feel like Beast Coast is thinking about the Bat Rider.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Yep, that's
see.
Bat Rider right there.
Well, we'll see. You never know, because
Less polygons.
They've got double pick right now. So this win, this could be a Sea Smile wind. It could also be Stinger playing that. Of course, Seb is at this tournament, so I think people are re-inspired to go for the Windrunner Shard.
Like how after the major we see like a few games here and there, people picking Wind Ranger, and then they just stopped. And now that Seb is back, like, oh,
here we go.
Okay. Because it was nerfed slightly after the major. I think the Shard, what was it called? Gale Force?
Yeah, that's right.
The move speed was changed by like 10. Like something seemingly inconsequential. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but just seemed like nothing. What do you know what the reason is?
I think it is inconsequential.
Oh.
Like you barely feel it in game. You really...
No, but there has to be like some combo that they wanted to prevent being so effective that is suffering from the 10 less move speed.
Maybe, yeah.
Has to be. It's too random.
Because it still
10
like
seconds.
locks your move speed. Like it's not like now heroes can run out of it, because it's not
seconds.
like that. It's not like what's the other ability that it's not like the Enigma pull where you can like run away from it. Like the Windrunner one, like if you're running into the wind, it literally just locks you in place no matter what. That's still true. So
There's a reason.
I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Unless Valve are like memers and they're like, we have to nerf Seb, and here's something that actually won't nerf him, but we recognize
we want him
his
to come back to
efforts.
the next major, because it's interesting. Yeah. So yeah, Beast Coast have been doing a lot of really crazy stuff lately. They've done Whisper, offlane, Enchantress. So for all we know, this could be a Wind Ranger offlane. It could be a Wind Ranger not carry, unless they want to do Jug offlane with Hector. I sincerely doubt that. Oh, Beastmaster.
Okay.
So this
Not a Viper for Nightfall?
Abed Viper, Abed Beastmaster.
We have seen Abed Beastmaster, but that was more so in the days when you would
The
rush
Ags,
Ags.
Yeah. I feel like Viper mid probably to dominate the Ember.
5 seconds.
But then you could have run the Wind mid to dominate the Viper and offlane Ember, which I'm sure that Whisper is very excited to play because this guy doesn't play normal stuff ever. The Ember plus Clockwork Lane on Gojira, that sounds sick.
Who will die back?
Sounds very odd indeed. Just by the tone of your voice, I can tell you've had many a pubs either ruined or just made more interesting by his presence.
This is right, especially because I'm also an offlaner, and so one of us always ends up griefing the game.
Yeah, I see.
Not on purpose, of course.
Of course not. All right, last round of bans here, TB and Void. So they're expecting an Arteezy hero, which I would agree with. And for EG, banning out Coddle and one yet to come. So from EG's perspective, what would be a good carry to accompany with this lineup? You have kind of a... I mean, you have a save, you have some
10
push
seconds.
potential. It's kind of like all over. Obviously, the first heroes I think
5
of when I think of Arteezy are Nature's Prophet, Terrorblade, and of course, Medusa.
You know,
I'm not sure if Medusa's a hero right now, though.
Nature's Prophet actually has the highest win rate against Juggernaut in the game. So that would have been really sick
It's
to
Radiant.
pick for Arteezy here. But Ursa looks decent. It's really bad versus Wind, but it's good against Clock, Ember, Jug. All of those heroes are going to melt to an Ursa. You can jump out of the cogs as well. Can get a bit kited, but let's see for Arteezy.
Interesting that EG bans Bat
10
Rider
seconds.
and Coddle, so not really sure what position they're trying to ban out here.
5
Could have been the
seconds.
mid from both sides, technically. But is this not going to be an offlane hero? Unless you think Clockwork is that 3?
I don't know with these guys. I really don't. I mean, you could still offlane Bat Rider and go
Dire
Wind
should
as
pick
a... Oh, no, sorry, Bat is banned. Bat is banned. Okay, so...
Banana Mancer.
Yeah, which they have ran Banana Mancer in this tournament.
Okay.
Only once though, not. They did lose with it. But yeah, it's a Whisper
10
specialty. It's very difficult for any of these heroes to run through the wards. Like, how are you going to jump a
5
Veno
seconds
through the
remaining.
wards as a Marcy? You can't set up on a Veno with Winter Wyvern. Beastmaster summons get shredded by the piercing damage of the wards.
God, it's like so predictable, actually.
God,
It's so
the classic.
predictable.
Oh, TB is banned. Yep,
Yeah,
that'll be Medusa.
All right. Well, can't say I'm too
God damn it.
surprised.
God damn it, Bulba.
I mean, if they had banned Medusa, what does he pick then? I couldn't think of another
don't
hero.
know.
Like, he
I
plays
don't know.
Jug, but obviously that's on the other side.
It'd
so
be the best Morphling game, but I don't know about Arteezy Morphling. I don't know.
probably lives on that agility.
Yeah.
Okay, so Beast Coast versus EG. It ends up being the Arteezy Medusa Nightfall Beastmaster.
That exact sentence has been
And-
said like 100 times before.
Abed Viper, yeah.
Okay.
But on the other side, a little bit more interesting. Whispers playing the Banana Mancer, Gojira on Ember, and of course K1 as we expected.
Oh, they're doing
on
Gojira
Juggernaut.
Ember. Oh, that's cool. That's nice. 4-position Ember. Yeah, you always, like, when you see a Beast Coast draft and it looks like there's some obvious, like, place to put all of the heroes, it's never going to be that. It just
Of
isn't.
course.
This is how they.
I mean, I've heard of this position for Ember, but I haven't seen it myself. How does it work exactly?
I mean, in the SA region, I feel like it's not usually Gojira that's the one that plays this. It's like a Matthew specialty. But of course, those guys play together quite a lot, and maybe there was a while Schofield played it. I think Schofield, yeah, he's silver tier, so he plays it like a decent amount. The problem with looking at Gojira's like Dota Plus levels is that the guy got like rank 2 by pubbing and just pressing the random button, and he would go mid, he would go carry. It didn't really, like, he legit did not care, and he destroyed on every single roll. So this might just be his, like, he plays this when he goes mid sometimes, which is really cool.
And what are your thoughts on Arteezy Medusa, Jenkins?
My thoughts on Arteezy
something we haven't gotten to see too much.
Yeah, it's very specialized kind of pick for him. Very out of the ordinary at the same time.
So,
Wow.
okay, this is a question though. When these heroes are out of meta, and when I say these heroes, I mean Medusa, Terrorblade, EG still pick them. Pick them through their worst and through their best. When other heroes are doing, when other teams are doing it, they do it. When nobody's doing it, they do it. Why?
Okay.
Why?
Here is an argument for it. Here's an argument for it.
This reward
It's like,
transcends
if you get really good at driving a shitty car, you'd rather that than somebody who's really bad at driving any car, even if it's a nice, race car. If it's a fast one, if you're crashing, it doesn't matter. So this is easier to not crash and burn. You've played with literally the same 5 heroes 20 times.
Okay.
This is easy for EG, and so it takes it. That's a dank ward. I love that ward.
But I have a random stat for you.
Okay.
I don't know if you'll believe,
Okay.
because there's so many combination of heroes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the? I believe this is the right number. The most times a single lineup has been run multiple times, like the same 5 heroes. Doesn't have to be the same team.
You have this stat.
We had it on a show I do not too long ago. And I believe that my answer is correct, but I could be off by it.
Beast Coast just got 4 bounties, by the way. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess 4 because of the 4 bounties.
6.
6.
And 4 of them were the same team, VP.
Oh,
I think
I see.
from back in the day. Isn't that crazy though?
Yeah.
Like, I for sure thought that EG would have like 10,000.
No, they
same
just
5.
abuse like 2 of their players into playing the same. It's like Abed.
But surely over time the other heroes will align, right?
Maybe.
But I guess
Probably not.
Nightfall does have quite a big hero pool.
Yes, he does.
So, okay, in all seriousness, we're going to see a dispose onto K1 in this bot lane, but no kill will come of it. Is this a good Medusa game?
Does it matter? Does it matter? I mean, I know a lot of.
I'd like to talk about Medusa
Okay.
for another
Yeah, we can go and talk about
few
Medusa.
minutes.
We spent a lot of time talking about Medusa because the Medusa games last for 60 minutes, especially if it's EG. Medusa, I think people like Jug against Medusa because you can pretty easily avoid her Stone Gaze. and you can also like Omni Slash her during her Stone Gaze, and it's you're not trading with her because you're just immune. Ooh, Stinger's kind of trapped in there.
Yeah, pops the Fairy Fire. Wants to get a couple more right clicks because the spin is coming for Crit. K1 looks to be taking its note. The Fairy Fire keeps Crit alive just a little bit longer. One more auto attack doesn't, and K1 gets first blood on Crit's Marcy. So back to the Medusa.
Yeah, back to Medusa.
Yeah.
It's very much like Terrorblade.
I know that this isn't going to happen, but can you tell me why, like a Juggernaut, for example, would not go for a Diffusal Blade? If you have the spin shard,
he's gonna get Battle Fear, or he's gonna get like Maelstrom or Battle Fear, and I don't think he's gonna get a Diffusal.
Is it just like it's too cheap of an item for a hero that's gonna get decent farm?
I think it's because on Jug versus Medusa, you don't actually need the Diffusal Blade in order to kill her. If she's isolated, then you just need the Omni and the spin, and she dies. I think that's kind of the idea. Because I've seen a lot of carry players play Jug, and then I think, oh, of course they're going to go Diffusal against Medusa, but then they don't, and then they kill her anyway. But we'll see. I mean, I personally like Diffusal because I think it just makes the game incredibly easy versus Medusa. But I know carry players like often skip it, and he does not have it queued up at all.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone Pango, of course, right? Knowing that Arteezy would pick Medusa.
That's right. This is
Banning out
true.
the two other heroes that he does play, of
Beast
course.
Coast well aware of this, naturally.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, they're not surprised by this pick at all, surely.
No, they've
It's like,
played
oh,
against
my
it.
God, I've never seen a Arteezy Medusa before.
That's
All right, that's the end of the Medusa discussion. We'll try not to bring it up again until a few minutes later, at least. As we have the spin inside the cogs, lots of damage being applied to Nightfall, but looks like Stinger is likely going to be the one to drop here. Pops that Fairy Fire, but that last auto attack from Crit is enough. So he gets a little bit of revenge for the earlier first blood. And what about the Banana Mancer? Here we don't get to see all too often.
He's doing very well up on that top lane.
18-4, not too shabby.
Arteezy got picked Medusa. Oh god, here it is again. To counter the Venomancer. It's absolute last pick Medusa, and yet...
What's the counter exactly?
Whisper's doing great. I mean, it's just like a play from ranged hero that's not gonna be able to get Galed or the Plague Wards. You can just farm the Plague Wards because you have more range than them.
Dispose range, very good.
Not
Inside the cogs again. K1 just focusing on the boar. Looks like he's a little hungry for some pork tonight. Understandable. Everybody's a little hungry this time of the day. Nice fly. Looks like he's going to drop to that sleight of fist, and Arteezy might be able to finish off Whisper. This would be pretty nice for him, but has to be a bit careful as the Gale still applied.
Oh!
All right, Mystic Snake does about 10 damage.
Pathetic damage. Good range.
Oh, we got the Searing Chains and another Gale to follow. He is deniable.
He's got
but
wand.
Pops the wand. Looks like he's gonna live. Gojira wants to try to finish him off, but Whisper and company, you can see, are extremely low at the moment. And even the Splinter Blast, Gojira really living on the edge. Pops the Fairy Fire himself.
Whisper still lost one too.
Yeah, they're really trying to bait this in. We have the Arctic Burn, continuing on to Whisper now. And you can see Gojira wants to try to snipe out Arteezy potentially, but I think he has a little bit too much HP now, as it looks like Whisper will finally pop that Fairy Fire himself. There's the Searing Chains and the Slight, not enough. Splinter Blast also not enough on Whisper.
That range drop has gotten so much value so far.
Everybody just living on low HP in this lane.
This is the most Beast Coast thing I've ever seen, bro. This is...
K1 again focusing on the pork. Delicious bacon for him.
I'm actually a little surprised that Nightfall is opting to go for board because against Clockwork, it kind of sucks now. Clockwork just runs at the board. It's free food for him.
That's double damage to creeps now, right?
Yeah, it's really good against the Beastmaster.
Jira still 10% HP, nothing new. Arteezy also very low. But now that they have this Siege Wagon, see if they get a little bit more aggressive. Stinger, the healthiest of this group. It looks like they're going to leave EG to their own devices, but C-Smile is here with the Wind Ranger. They really want that Arteezy kill. Oh, not going to get the power shot to connect, though, but there's the focus fire, and Fly will be the sacrifice for EG.
Yep, does not have the Cold Embrace.
4 members of Beast Coast are here.
Yeah, on the Catapult Wave. I like this a lot. I don't think the counter push can come in. Let's see, EG's trying to shove mid.
It's just a Marcy.
Yeah. C-Smile, he's TPing back to the lane.
Trying to keep this siege alive. It's one hit away. As K1 continue to take out the creeps with his Blade Fury. Nightfall doesn't seem to mind too much. And C-Small getting quite low now. Power shot is there, pops a Fairy Fire. How many Fairy Fires does this team have right now? Crit does die to the tower, so it's a 1-for-1.
And the catapult's still alive.
It is.
It's actually healed.
It's actually it did heal to the Cold Embrace earlier. So they at least get some significant damage onto this mid tier 1. And the top tier 1 actually took less, surprisingly.
It doesn't go down because C-Smile had to go mid. They did not want to trade damage on mid for the top tower. Thought that they could maybe still get it. Stinger's looking top, but he's alone.
Yeah, might be looking for a mana burn with the cogs, but won't lead to a kill without a second member there to help. K1 is working on the Maelstrom right now.
Oh, he's getting kited by these boars.
Yeah, that's really annoying. Nightfall has all the vision, so another Blade Fury, and this time a TP, but the right clicks are coming, and he's gonna die! Unbelievable timing from EG with the rotations, and that feels just awful for K1.
They just slowly waddle towards him, and he makes that move. That is so
Arteezy,
funny.
he's gonna use the Stone Gaze to try to get out. If he can live, then the K1 kill will feel all the better. But they're gonna potentially chase this with the Battery Assault just ending, and here comes the TP from, I believe, Fly. Gets off the Arctic Burn. Is Whisper trying to do some damage to Arteezy, who is now in the Cold Embrace. Continuing to take damage from Stinger, who just has his eyes set on killing him. As the range creep's going to tank a little bit, this Battery Assault, and Arteezy actually gets the better of that trade. But finally, Gojira shows up with a Sleight of Fist. He's been waiting for that kill for the entirety of the game. And Fly might be food for him as well. So Gojira just trying to dodge a little bit here. Actually, might be trying to get the kill for Whisper.
Oh, he's dead.
He dies. Okay, and the Golden Embrace comes. Fly, he drops.
The creeps.
And the creeps with the tower is enough. Fly gets a double kill. What the hell was that?
This game is so
What
weird.
the hell was that?
This game is...
Okay, Gojira had that kill, right? Was he not just giving that up?
No, he wanted to get it with his Sleight of Fist, which was almost off cooldown. But it's just level 2, so the Cold Embrace comes up beforehand. If he had level 3 Sleight of Fist, maybe he gets it, and that works.
Oh boy, we got a Zoo coming in, Nightfall, and Crit looking to finish off the tier 1. Looks like they'll do so. Looking for the deny though, to see Smile, not happening. So EG up the laning stage with a 1k lead, but they do have the tower advantage, and the fact that they have 2 towers right now, and Beast Coast are just getting their first in the top lane, means that net worth might be an advantage of Beast Coast overall.
Get the last hit. Hell yeah. Oh, Nightfall's going
Nightfall,
down.
Focus Fire looks like it's gonna be enough to kill him, but the Cold Embrace again. We've been seeing this time and time again. Cold Embrace is such a value skill. Gojira only the level 5. He will get the kill on Nightfall though. So that is something. Actually, Stinger takes it with the Rocket Flare, but either way, he did get the experience on the Ember.
That's a pretty big kill, I think, for Beast Coast. It's Gojira goes down. Who really cares? It's your 4 position, and Beast dying at this point in the game is very different from other heroes in Dota dying at this point in the game, because he just ran and took the mid tower, and oftentimes when this is happening on Beastmaster, he completely snowballs the game, takes over the entire bottom jungle, farms it on his own, and then the rest of EG could go top, and it puts the game in this insanely good state for them to get a ridiculous amount of net worth. But killing him means that Beast Coast can actually push into the jungle and get him out of here. So the game went from like a really nice state for EG because their Beast was positioned really well to now they've got to retake that position again. And sometimes in Dota, like, it can feel impossible to push a Beastmaster out of that position because he's just too farmed. So that's a big kill. Like, Beast is... It's like Beast and Broodmother, when she's actually good on a patch, are like really good heroes to get a kill on at this particular point of the game. Venomancer's another one too. These heroes that like control one area of the map on their own. Because if you don't kill them, they just farm an entire jungle on their own, and then their team farms another jungle. And you just lose the game because of farm.
Well, Arteezy is continuing to farm here, but I do have a question about the Ember Spirit support. What is the function? Like, what's the reason behind it? Because is he supposed to farm at all? Because he's last in net worth. Like, dead last. That's a position 4.
Yeah.
Now, I know Clockwork can farm a little bit better thanks to the changes to Battery Assault, but like, going forward past the laning stage, because yeah, he was dealing out a lot of harassment with the sleight of fist. So you're gonna see a roar. Speaking of the devil, but what is his purpose later?
Your life cycle.
His purpose is to run into areas and get vision and be annoying and yoink farm and press spells on people and then get out with the ult, which he did not do there because he walked into a roar. So it's not an easy game for him to do that, but that would be the general purpose. It's like a Weaver support. You just poke at the enemy team and you play kind of the perimeter of where your team gets to farm on the map, because if they want to kill your team, they have to go through you, and if they have to go through you, oftentimes you get the remnant ult out. You're just like a space creator, essentially. In that case, he's a feeder, walking up into the high ground. But
Right.
The line is thin.
So then, are you trying to give more farm to Clock? Does he kind of effectively turn to the position
Yeah,
4?
probably. If you're gonna go this build on Ember, I mean, there's no way you can push out creep waves with just sleight of fist. He's got to have the flame guard, but then I think you're missing a 4 position if you do that oftentimes. So, I mean, Veno, Wind,
boy.
and Jug all farm a lot. He's got no TP. They see that.
K1 is... Oh my god!
They
They didn't have to expend anything.
No,
He's dead.
When he used the healing ward, he had no mana for spin, so it was
Nice pick off for EG. Kind of served to them on a silver platter, it feels like.
Yeah,
as
that was free.
Nightfall looks to be invading the enemy triangle. You can
Yep.
see a couple Ancients here. So that'll be a nice bit of damage for them, although the rebound dispose. Looks like Stinger's on their list. He's been a naughty boy, given Cole this time around.
That's right.
Lots and lots of Cole.
And over
Abed.
here, Radiant's top tower.
Continuing to slow Whisper. Didn't really talk about his farm, but he's top 2 net worth as a Viper, so you gotta be pretty happy with that. As Gojira trying to keep Crit busy, but the dispose onto the low ground, into the roar. The Ember Spirit is dead. Remnants don't matter here.
And
That was
over
nice.
here,
That was nice. I think we talked to Crit during DPC about the disposing onto the low ground and how it gives you more distance. And he basically said, I know.
Oh, Stinger still wants to fight. You're gonna have to hold that thought, Jenkins. A hook shot comes in as Nightfall stuck inside the cog with the rebound in, and a nice curse comes out from Fly. And EG looked to be cleaning up this fight relatively easy, but the Omni Sash comes out. You can see the Cold Embrace dodging a lot of that damage as K1 looks to be dying again with one more right click as a double kill for Abed. But the very least for beastcoast, they will clean up several members of EG, including Abed himself.
Yeah, that was an interesting curse from Fly. I get what he's going for. It's like they wanted the bigger ticket kill in the Jug, which they did end up getting by just like I think they cursed his spin, or at the very least, it lets you get a bunch of Viper poison onto the Jug, so that way when he comes out of the what's it called, the Wyvern ult, like he's just gonna feed. So. But it does mean that they lose Abed for that, because it delayed a little bit too much. When they could have just killed the Clockwork at the start of that fight there.
I have to see that again to know if it would have made a difference or not. This hook shot comes in. Stinger gets the cogs off on the Fly, who's just completely separated from his team. So all Nightfall can do is get the axes off as the Shackle connects onto C-Smile. See the Spirit Vessel completed on the Veno. Maelstrom on C-Smile as well.
Dire's top tower has
And
some radiant shape
BKB looks to be next on his list. Oh, a Blink Dagger for Whisper next, it looks like. Interesting.
All right.
Going for some Blink Poison Nova action.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Poison Nova, I mean, Poison Nova is an insane ability. If you get, like, Sanjin Kaya plus Aghanim Scepter, eventually it does legit like 130% of the enemy team's HP and damage, percentage damage is wild. As EG, they really want to invade this triangle.
Oh yeah, Nightfall gets off the roar. It is mid-spin, but you think they have enough damage to work with here because there's no Omni Slash at all for K1. And that is another death for him. 4 deaths overall. And Crit could be the sacrifice here. Spirit Vessel can't really do much here. Yep, hook shot. We'll get the Clockwork potentially killed.
Never mind, it wasn't a nice hook. It was off camera.
Double kill for Abed, 2 for 1 in favor of EG. And really the story is that the Juggernaut not able to farm now, and they're going to try to turn this around again. So Arteezy actually joining the fight. He's going to get Gale though, so he's slowed to a crawl. No way to really catch up for him particularly. as the pause
It's
comes
going
out.
to be a crash situation. C-Smile, of course,
Right.
sporting the orange text.
How do you do that?
I don't know. He's always had that, though.
Really?
Yeah, he's a script abuser, but only for text. He's a text script
Very,
abuser. Yeah.
very important abuse there.
He's got that HTML knowledge. My boy, C-Smile.
Is that all it is? HTML?
I think so.
You just put some brackets?
You put some sort of brackets, yeah.
Actually, it's the carrots, right? Not brackets.
Carrots.
The carrot symbol?
Curly braces, you mean?
No.
Carrots.
This, I'm going to draw it for you.
No, carrot.
The
is-
greater than, less than.
Carrot is the hat.
Oh, yeah, carrot is up.
Carrot's the up
So what's
hat.
greater than, less than called?
Greater than, less than. I think that's what it's called.
No, that's not.
Tags. It's like HTML tags, but that's
Yeah,
not what those would be
are
called.
tags.
Those would be like the start of the tag and the end of the tag.
Very important
That's
conversation
just
to be
gonna go in
having.
the top
Yep.
5 with that other conversation we had.
Yep, this
all
is
time, yeah.
top 5 or bottom 5, depending on your perspective
Yep,
here.
that's right. That's right.
But what does Arteezy have on the old Medusa? He's got his Dragon Lance, Yasha going straight for the old Scotty.
Yep, so this would be the exact same build he's done always.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about muscle memory of
Medusa.
buying items. Yeah.
Medusa. Yeah.
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 I'm sure his hand just like while he sleeps just gravitates toward the location that Scotty would be.
That's probably right. That's probably right. Very nice ward on the high ground there that we can see. That's the Arteezy ward.
That's where he will be later, and that's
where he'll be,
what
yeah.
his face will look like later.
Surely he is Medusa, and without a 4-staff, he will be on a high ground. Maybe he can get the spider legs, but I think that's the EG curse.
Yeah, if you don't get the spider legs, then you might need to build a Hurricane Pike to combine into the Dragon Lance. Or you can just have the... I mean, you have the Horsey. Why not just have that in his stash, like, for every game that it's
Backpack it.
available?
Yeah, backpack it.
Just...
That's
in
the
case.
other team. Does EG also
Yeah,
have
they
a
do.
Horsey?
It's
There's-
on Abed.
Abed's using... Oh, I can't see it for the... Okay.
Oh, well. Need to learn to swim. Whatever the hell that means.
We've lost it at this point, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is game 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Very tough schedule for
Yeah,
us.
that's good. You know, I went to a casino with Chris Luck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is this a good story?
No, it's not a great story.
Okay, please continue.
The BSJ and Chris Luck, actually. And Chris Luck was being coached by BSJ on how to play
gambling?
blackjack. Yeah.
Okay.
And, of course, I refused to be coached by BSJ because he's a plebeian.
Okay, of course.
And I did end up losing all of the money very quickly. There's an all-in situation that happened. But Chris Luck was very good at it.
Oh.
He had no idea how to play. He learned. BSJ was teaching him, oh, here's what you should do in this situation. And then he actually picked up on it really quickly. And the dealer was like, wow, you're actually good at this. Like, do you play? And he's like, no, it's my first time playing.
Beginner's luck, as they call it.
No, he's just a gamer.
Or he just counts cards.
He's just a gamer. He might count cards.
It's possible.
Smart guy. He's a smart guy.
And we have a reconnection just as this conversation was about to end anyway.
Go try.
Right.
My gratitude
So
is
EG with the slight lead right now. You can see Beast Coast hightailing their way back to the base as EG has come out on top in several fights now, but it hasn't really given them a big advantage by any means.
No.
But of course, they do have the I mean, how is Medusa like against the Juggernaut, would you say?
I actually
dies?
think I think Jug is actually pretty good against Medusa. It is one of those things where like it's pretty easy for Medusa to get an item lead though, because I feel like Medusa just takes these huge jungle stacks well before a Jug can. Or like a Jug just doesn't really do that, and Medusa takes these like big ancient stacks. So oftentimes you'll see Medusa just one item lead, but if they're even, I mean, this is a Hector Jug, right? Like he's gonna keep up and farm. If it's
Midas.
If it's 1-to-1, yeah, he shocking me with him. No Midas. Not a fan of the trend, it seems.
Yep, some players are just hipsters, right? That's
Yep.
how you innovate,
Yeah.
and that's also how you lose tournaments.
K1's always
Finland.
had it. He's always had his own builds. As we can see, he's going for the Lincoln Sphere, which he's been a massive fan of for the last few tours. He just thinks this item is like inherently broken. In fact, I think all of Beast Coast generally thinks the item is good. It's very cheap, very value. Gojira breaks the smoke.
Oh, we got the dispose initiation from Crit. This looks to be an easy pickoff on Stinger. Can EG find more? Like that's not the case. The Helm of the Overlord online for Nightfall. And he's got the big black dragon that looks like Goofy. Very stupid face for a very powerful creature.
It's quite ugly, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Got this
attack.
walrus
Dire are
tusk.
scanning
Yeah,
for
it's like
enemies.
a combined creature of sorts. Is probably something else from your nightmares, night terrors, I should say. The tier 2 tower does drop, and we can see that is the black dragon.
That actually looks more like my night terrors. Like if I have like a coat hanging up.
Oh,
Okay.
Gojira is dead during that roar. We're just baiting the observers here. Sorry about that. K1 trying to spin his way to take out some of these creeps, but he's going to get Viper struck in the meantime. And the Focus Fire actually depleting a lot of Arteezy's mana. He's got to use his Stone Gaze, and Stinger actually hook shots in successfully into Abed, but it's going to cost him his life. That damage coming out from the Black Dragon Fireball, whatever the hell it's called.
It's actually a lot at this point. I think it does 10 more damage. I'm pretty sure.
It's actually called Fireball.
Yeah, I think it does 10 more
Dragon
damage.
Knights is called Fireball.
It is, but this one does 10 more damage, I'm pretty sure. And maybe the radius is even bigger now that there's the nerf. This one might be better.
Why can't they come with a different name?
Well, because they're both dragons.
So? They
It's
have
not
this-
a different fireball.
It is, if it does different damage.
No, it's just somebody has a more powerful breath than the other. You have these monstrous belches. I don't.
Yeah, so you can call
Yours
it
would
like
do more
S tier.
damage.
Whatever.
You want to call it an S tier fireball? You
Yeah,
wanna
S tier Fireball.
bring the shellacking tier list into.
Yeah, Whisper can go for his Blink Dagger, but holding on to his money for now. And Ember almost done with the Veil of Discord.
Okay. They're really maxing out on this this magical damage.
Yeah, you can see EG again with the initiation from Crit, the rebound after the dispose, Viper Strike,
Dominating
attempted
performance.
TP ain't happening.
15
'cause that
seconds.
15-second BKB.
Every single time.
Does this open up Roche? Is that enough?
Yeah, their heroes take it very quickly.
Yeah,
Viper
they
Beast.
have the Inner Beast aura. You got Marcy ult, which you're not really going to use in the game normally. Not even for Roche, apparently.
No, don't need that ult. She could be 2 abilities and still get it.
Literally. If she had 2 abilities, she would almost no difference.
Yeah.
All right, EG gets the Aegis on Arteezy. He's going to use this to farm. And get the old Scotty. No doubt about it.
He did Abed. Is Abed going for the shard? No, he's not. They don't want to end this early. That does make sense. They got the Medusa. So, of course, they're going to wait. BKB on Whisper. I do like this more than the Blink. I don't feel like the Poison Nova is that effective against Medusa, considering the.
It takes so long for the damage to set in.
It does. It really does. It does almost nothing to her. So, I think getting the BKB to just survive Viper, Wyvern, Marcy, like sure against Beast and Medusa it's not that effective, but like what else is he gonna go? He just needs to survive the fights.
Yeah, EG take the tier 2 top, which is kind of unusual, I want to say. Usually that's like the last tower to stay up for a long time, especially when the mid tier 2 is still available.
Yeah, I suppose it's because if you go to a side lane, you know the enemy team is gonna mirror and go to another side lane, the opposite one. And so if you go mid, it's easier for like beastcoast to mount a defense, because then they're not splitting into like opposite lanes. As of course Arteezy TP's bot to farm.
Well, he's close to the secret shop, so he can get
that's
Scotty
good. Yeah, he can sell that
personally.
wand.
He doesn't need his courier
No.
getting killed this time of the game. And the scan does come out.
Is he not gonna sell the stick? Is he really keeping the stick because he's Medusa? God damn it, Artur.
Well, you still have Aegis, so
I know.
you're gonna need an item slot there.
Yeah, I know that's why he's doing it. It's just such a carry player
Oh,
thing.
Gojira does get out this time. He's so slow, though. And obviously not that many remnants to deal. I mean, he's, what level is he, 11? I mean, this is a support Ember, so a lot different than what we're used to seeing. There is the Scotty from Medusa. 3 minutes with Aegis, expecting them to take the tier 2 mid, although they are already bottom, so maybe poking for the high ground here.
Or forcing them back, I suppose, like maybe for like a Marcy jump.
No, Arteezy can just siege from afar. Veil of Discord applied. Shackle does connect. And the fact that it continues on when the creep dies is strange, to say the least.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And there's a fortification, so that's what EG was waiting for.
Oh,
But they can
they're
still
sticking
continue.
around,
Okay.
yeah. They want to go back in.
Waiting for the next wave.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
And they're scanning behind them, and you can see that Beast Coast are in the area, but they're not inside the scan zone right now. Actually, that's a scan from Beast Coast. Arteezy is going to get stunned for the time
Nice
being. Has
wraparound.
yet to use his ult, but there's the focus fire from C-Smile. He's going to get instantly Primal Roared and likely brought down swiftly. Pops the BKB, though, has the evasion to work with, but there is the curse from the trees, and C-Smile will be dropping eventually. So that was a really good attempt, but they were ready for it.
Stinger TP'd out right in the middle of the fight. That's funny. I mean, I like the wraparound idea. It's just they couldn't catch Fly to start.
Yeah.
They caught crit with the Shackle. I think they had to Shackle Fly and kill him.
Yep, sidekick keeping Arteezy quite healthy indeed. That is the third skill for Marcy, in case you didn't know. She does, in fact, have more than 2. There you go. A lot of lifesteal. And they're going to be happy with the tier 3 tower. Aegis for another minute and a half, so a little bit... I mean, what do you think is the plan then? Do you just wait out the Aegis at this point? Because you're getting a little bit too close.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Beast Coast, there's always an opportunity to play on the enemy team's like aggression that you know they're going to have with the Aegis and see if they make a mistake. Like as soon as it despawns, they can maybe hook into Shackle and then get an Omni Slash on Arteezy.
Yeah.
That's
So
always a
Arteezy
good
trying
play.
to take advantage of this timing still to get this tier 2 at the very least. And yeah, I think it's enough time that they don't have to worry about getting jumped in some weird shenanigan play.
Yeah.
So they get the free tier 2. And now the question is, will they just completely reset, get map control, 7k lead on their side, and then as usual, just wait for the next rush.
Yeah. That's right.
We've seen this a time or two.
Yes, we have. Yes, we've seen this a lot with EG. They do this against everybody, including the cut.
That's right. They could be so far out of somebody's league, they'll still do the same thing.
That's right.
They'll be up 40k and waiting for the second
You gotta
rush.
respect it. You gotta respect it.
That's one word for it.
Yeah.
At least they're consistent.
They're very consistent, yeah. Abed.
All right, Aegis is gone. So Beast Coast, is this enough of an opening? Because they are at the disadvantage from net worth side. The wand still in the backpack though for Arteezy. Looks like he's delivering some, probably a Crystallis, I guess. No. Yeah, there. Oh, it's an MKB. Okay,
Oh, that's
all right.
juicy. That's
Just for that
juicy.
Windrunner.
Yeah, they can roar him and then kill him with that.
All right.
I feel like C-Smile has actually been a bit of a pain, like having to commit curse always to kill him. Even like he was surrounded by nothing, like just to wait out the wind run. That means that there is an evasion problem. Hector, by the way, has not shown up to anywhere near EG for the last 15 minutes of this game. Does almost have his Lincoln Sphere or his Mjolnir, depending on which one he wants to go for. He's actually pretty huge, so I do feel like if Beast Coast can take the right fight where they're kiting Arteezy, like Hector can kill everyone else, or if they can isolate Arteezy, he could Omni Slash and kill this Medusa. It's not an impossible task. It's just that it requires you to like cogs him back, and then the rest of the team's on the other side of the cogs or something like that.
So at this stage, we're just waiting for Arteezy to
That's
finish
a mass
farming.
TP, bro. That's a
Yeah,
mass
that's
TP.
a lot. K1 in the area, but the Blade Fury is going to prevent the Dispose for now, but he's not really that much faster than Crit. Is the Dispose in range? It is, and there's the Roar, and there's the death for K1. So nice mass TP from EG, and let's see if Arteezy goes back to farming that MKP. He's pretty close to it, though.
That's
Probably just get it on the wave here.
That's a keen optic on Crit, by the way.
Oh my
another
god,
one.
the Dispose.
Another
Is he
one.
actually on the high ground? He has the jump pack ready to go. Okay, he's inside the cogs now. Is Crit. He's going to get saved temporarily from Fly. Stinger wants to finish off Crit, but there's the rebound onto the high ground himself. So purposefully putting himself on the cliff as Nightfall forced to BKB, but Stinger does get out.
Oh,
So
all right.
Crit does die on the cliff, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Now that will be back to farming. Yeah, I mean, I really like that Crit is keeping the keen optic instead of going for a lot of these. Like, he could have he could have a Brigand's Blade, which obviously is that's incredible. On,
Brigands.
that's right. It's incredible on Marcy, but he sees his job as just catching people out. And, you can see the effect of that on the catch on Hector. It looked like she was, once again, Marcy, typical stuff, global range, grab, but that's because he has the keen optic.
As they always do, apparently.
As they always do, yeah.
All right,
always...
MKB for Arteezy. Roche will know in 15 seconds.
You're doing a southern twang. I don't know.
Did I do a southern
You did
accent?
a southern twang, yeah.
What did I say?
You said Roche in 15.
Roche in 15 seconds.
Roche.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the Arlington Major after all.
That's true. It is.
As a Lincoln Sphere onto K1, so super defensive build. Gonna prevent the roar, obviously, the dispose, Viper Strike.
Cold Embrace.
No, that's not one of them.
I was testing you. I was testing you.
Thank you, I appreciate
It's the
that.
Winter's Curse.
Yeah, so there's a lot of single target abilities that he can dodge.
Yeah.
But will it be enough? Because this is an ultra defensive build. I mean, it's Manta, Maelstrom, Lincolns. It's not a lot of damage.
No, it's not. But his net worth is high enough that at least the stats from these items, I do think there's... Once again, if Arteezy is isolated, then they can kill him. It's just that it's very difficult to isolate him because he's got a Marcy that's giving him move speed.
Is he actually going SNY?
You can disassemble the Dragon Lance, so maybe that's what he then again, Dragon Lance is very good in this game, just in general. Go for a Pike. Let's see. The SNY, I suppose, against Veno.
Is the Manta just not useful? I mean, you don't really care about being slow because you're already kind of just stationary target, like a siege tank, but...
Eventual Satanic is better with the SNY, for sure.
Okay. Interesting. I like to see SNY kind of make a little comeback here.
Also, Winter Wyvern is buffed by SNY.
Oh, we got the dispose into the roar again, and this time it's going to find Gojira, but he does have buyback on this support Ember Spirit. And we can see that Roche was actually a relatively late spawn, so still a full minute to go. So Beast Coast will have everything at the disposal at that point. They're going to smoke up, so might be looking for some aggression, potential buyback from Gojira play here. I don't think he has a remnant anywhere close, so he had to TP the old-fashioned way. Arteezy's going to show himself. And Beast Coast going to try to wrap around here. Still in the cover of the smoke, although they are going to show now with K1. But both Whisper and Stinger repositioning to the other side. Trying to get some backstab going. As the SNY is complete. On to Arteezy. There's a hook shot from Stinger. But Crit able to get out of the cogs pretty quickly. And EG and Beast Coast basically on the opposite sides of the map now as Stinger's caught out by the dispose. So that's a quick kill on the side of EG. And you can see K1 just forced the Blade Fury run away. It's not like he has a ton of damage to work with anyway. Roche will be spawning in 6 seconds. And Gojira, very low, actually does die. So 2 dead for Beast Coast. They both have buyback, although Clockwork's going to be back relatively shortly anyway. And EG looking for another pickoff. They know that Roche is up. They've had a Hawk there for quite a while. Crit! Ooh, that was close. Almost got the Force Staff disposed. But into the Roche pit they go, knowing that Ember Spirit's dead for 30 seconds. And this is the old Roche with the Shard, which, honestly, is probably better on Abed, but we'll see if Arteezy takes it.
He probably will. He's the carry player.
I mean, Nightfall could all... I think Nightfall is pretty... Wait, does he have his own?
I think he probably has his own. No, he doesn't, actually. He's not a Shard yet.
Right. Abed is taking it. So that's, I mean, it's really good. Poison attack on buildings and the minus armor. It's crazy, crazy good.
Yeah, and he's got the attack range neutral item, too. He's got the Grove Bow, so even more attack range, magic resistance reduction on the tower. With also your own magic resistance reduction. Like, yeah, the Ag Shard on Viper is insane in this game. You get a Grove Bow, you can hit tier 3s from outside of the range.
Pretty nice. C-Smile has a Lincolns of his own, so you can see Beast Coast definitely itemizing to try to prevent these single target spells, but do they have the damage to stop this? Shackle. Arteezy still attacking the tower from ridiculously long range. And this is going to be a freebie, although the fortification is finally activated, so EG resetting slightly. Speaking of slights. Sleight of fist.
That's
right.
That's right.
And Arteezy with the side kick. Looking to finish off the tier 3, and he does so. And onto the high ground they go. This is still an Aegis on Arteezy, so he is not scared at all. Shackle not latching there.
It feels like beastcoast, they just can't do anything.
Yeah, Stinger trying to position from the other side to get a good hook shot off, but we've seen that happen before where he just dies instantly. So maybe it's a good idea for them to just give up a rack.
Look at Fly's positioning. He is so far in the
Yeah,
back.
jump pack, but the roar keeps Stinger in place, but he's in kind of an awkward spot in the map. But they still find him in the end, and there's the blink with Whisper getting that Poison Nova off. He BKBs, looks like he'll get out just fine, but nope, cursed at the last moment. So the right clicks from Arteezy and company should be enough to take out Whisper in tow. As C-Smile not able to really win run to full effectiveness because of this MKB from Arteezy. We'll see if they continue on because the Aegis still has 3 minutes, so Arteezy and company could just literally go heal in the fountain as he's ticking extremely low, trying to dodge out this power shot. Is there a side kick anywhere near?
He actually survived that, just barely. Paladin sword. OP.
Yeah, looking for the heals from... Okay, did he misclick? Okay, he's actually going to go back to fountain. Makes sense.
Yeah, they're
so EG with a full reset.
Out.
I mean, they have plenty of time on this Aegis.
Yeah, they don't want to waste it.
All right, K1 with his first full damage item now in the form of a Mjolnir. So that is nice.
I can't help but feel that for Beast Coast, you can't go for Lincoln Spheres when you're behind. This is like a great item when you're ahead to just never die. But it's like EG's so far ahead that they don't even care if they can't kill you. They're just going to run out your buildings. Then eventually you will die or you'll lose your buildings. So yeah, I feel like Chris Luck needed like a diffusal or like MKB or something. He's just dead anyway.
Yep, Dispose sets up this potential kill. He's going to pop the BKB, but Arteezy's right clicks are too much to withstand. And C-Smile is dead. Does have buyback, although K1's the one that has to be a little bit careful here. Blade Fury is not going to keep him alive either. Double kill for Arteezy, no buyback on K1 because he just finished that Mjolnir. This should set up another set of racks for EG. And remember, I believe that tower in the bot lane is still dead, so they can easily get mega creeps here. No position 1 Juggernaut for quite some time.
Yeah, minute and a half for the entire duration of Hector being dead. This is going to be an Aegis Medusa that has full mana. They're playing against Megas. There's no way they defend this.
Yeah, Dispose, another setup kill onto Veno. This skill is absurd. And Arteezy looking to get the mega creeps, has the Daedalus now. He is so freaking farmed. And there we go with the mega creeps. They can just continue on. I mean, the fact that they got mega creeps, they know that Juggernaut does not have buyback, so no reason to really go back any further. 55 seconds on Aegis, and you can see Abed with the right clicks, the minus armor onto the towers, just makes them push that much faster. Beast Coast's gonna have to fight before this Juggernaut's even up, and the Dispose, and there's the Poison Nova coming out from Whisper, but he's already lost his teammate. He's gonna get roared into oblivion. That's a double kill for Arteezy. Hook shot into the back line, as Stinger's like, get the hell out of here. I'm not interested in this fight whatsoever, as the GGs are called. So EG, kind of as expected, after about 10 minutes, take their sweet-ass time to finish this game.
Yeah, they did. They did. They kind of had this game. I feel like for Beast Coast, the Lincoln Spheres were like they could have had a way back into the game if they went for some itemization. Other than that, I really do like from EG, like the early game. You know, we joke. Obviously, they probably could have ended the game earlier because if they with a little more risk associated with that. But the way that they kept smoking back into Beast Coast and retaking areas with their Beastmaster, I think was really good. Like they got pushed out a few times, but they still were able to like strategically maneuver back into the exact same position that they were with the extremely good laning stage, which is typical of EG. But it's like they had a good laning stage, they owned, they lost it, they got it back, they lost it. What are you?
Has your shirt been tucked in this whole time?
Are you serious? Yeah.
Is this new?
What? No.
It's been tucked in this whole time.
Yes. How is this relevant?
I haven't. I mean, I don't care what you're saying, but
okay.
Haven't noticed it's been tucked in. That looks weird. That looks awful.
Yeah.
So sorry, what were you saying?
I don't give a shit.
All right, so that's game number 1 going to EG. We'll be back after this quick break.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 2 for the PGL Arlington Major group stage between Beast Coast and EG. EG takes game 1 with a Medusa pick. What could they possibly think of next? Maybe a Terrorblade is in our future, Jenkins.
That's right, Suns fan. They could have won 10 minutes ago, is what we said at the end of the game. And that's what we'll probably say at the end of this game, if EG wins. Of course, we're used to this, as are all of the EG fans, or losing. So this is it.
Let's get into the draft because it's already begun.
10 seconds.
All right, so what do we have here? We got the old Kunkka Shadow Shaman opening from Beast Coast.
Yes, we do have Kunkka Shadow
And a Puck
Shaman.
Death Prophet from EG.
Anyway.
That's
So
right.
a little bit of a switch
That's
up
right,
here.
Shan, man.
So the difference is Viper is banned this time around. Marcy was kept until second phase, so it makes it the second phase ban, surprisingly enough. But I think 3 of the first 4 bans are the same, right?
You know what?
10 seconds.
Ignoring totally what you just said.
Yep, sure, of course.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think
5 seconds.
playing Viper is like why Abed played Viper last game. It's this like insurance policy where you show teams that you're willing to play it, so that way they have to ban it. You don't want to play it, but it's like you have to get in the occasional like Viper game so the enemy team feels like, okay, we have to ban it out. And it worked this game. Beast Coast did take it out. What was your question?
Just
I didn't really have a question, but Puck does make it to the first round. Was she banned last phase or last game? God, it's so hard to remember. There was one difference because the Viper got instituted in the first phase this time around. I don't remember Kunkka, Rasta, or DP being banned first phase, but could be wrong. Either way, we're going to see the Abed Puck, so it's pretty much like kind of straightforward.
Puck was banned.
We assume that Death Prophet will be played by Nightfall, although it could be a
10
support,
seconds.
I guess. I mean, does Crit ever play this?
Nah, there's no way Crit would
5
play.
seconds.
If anything, it's Fly, but I don't know. I
So
feel-
pretty flexless lineup
yeah,
for
pretty
EG.
flexless. Yeah, which
It's
would
Radiant.
be, for the most part, EG's mantra. I feel like it is a good DP core game because you're playing into Kunkka, even Shadow Shaman. You can like interrupt his
Direction
shackles
is
from
right.
far away with the silence that she has.
Mm-hmm.
Even very good against Tiny. Percentage HP damage against Tiny Kunkka. Very strong. It's a super good Death Prophet core game. And Puck, I mean, Puck just doesn't play any other role. But Beast Coast, they let the Puck through because they counter it with the Kunkka, which is going to beat it in lane, and then Shadow
10
Shaman,
seconds now.
which beats it in game, and even Tiny, which beats it in game,
Wow.
even as a 4
5
position.
seconds.
So they're like, this is 100%. Like, we know that EG is going to pick Puck if we let it through because it's Abed, and they let it through, and then they completely hard counter, and that seems to be the strategy that they're going with here. I think another hero to hard counter is maybe doubling down a little too hard. This is probably going to be it for the Puck counters.
True. Nature's Prophet is available.
That's true.
That was a second phase ban last time around from Beast Coast. So Arteezy has, I mean, they banned Terrorblade themselves. Like they don't want Arteezy playing that apparently. So we got the Medusa still in play, of course, as always. Nobody ever wants to ban that for some reason. And still that Nature's Prophet,
It's Dire's
but we'll
turn to
see.
pick.
Enchantress, so that's a fly hero. The fact that you just know what these heroes are going to be played, who they're going to be played by, surely there's a way to take advantage of this.
Yeah, probably. I believe the next pick will be Crit Tusk.
10
Okay.
seconds.
I'm not mistaken.
So then that'll leave
5 seconds.
an Arteezy hero.
Yeah, to lane with Enchantress. What is an Arteezy here to lane with Enchantress? Let's see.
Well, CK's banned and Terrorblade, two heroes that he has
It's
played.
Radiant's pick.
It will be the
There's
Tusk.
Tusk.
Okay, so maybe we should be coaching.
God damn it. I think it'll probably be Alchemist if Alk is not banned.
Okay.
And of course, you know, naturally, if we can come up with this, so can Beast Coast. So they'll definitely be
10
banning it out. Or
You know, there's always that
Allow-
Medusa,
yeah,
Jenkins.
you're right. There is always that Medusa.
But you do have 2 bans. So if they got rid of both of those heroes, then what's left for Arteezy?
You know, I
Nature's
think-
Prophet still.
I think, yeah, of course. I think Alk is fun, at least. Like, I think EG plays really well around having an Alk. It's like a Medusa, but active, which is cool. I would enjoy to see some sort of Alk action.
Yep, I agree. And then from Beast Coast side, you said the Kunkka's mid in all likelihood.
I feel
These
like
are
for
probably your
them,
2 supports.
If I had to pick, if you threaten me with violence, I would say, okay, this is going to be a Batrider offlaner to play with the Tiny. It's pretty good when you have a Kunkka mid because you already have a tanky hero to run in and set things up. So you kind of already have a hero that fulfills the traditional offlane role.
Keeper of the Light.
Okay.
Is there a flex position here with Kunkka playing 1 and Keeper going mid? Or perhaps, I mean, I guess Kunkka can't really flex anywhere else. You don't see him off lane all too often.
I don't think
10
I've
seconds.
ever seen Hector play Kunkka before, so I would say probably
5
not.
seconds.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a call here and say there's a Whisper Coddle off lane. I feel like that's the most Beast Coast thing to do. He's usually their weird hero player and just a Chris Luck, Chris Smile, Kunkka. I mean that's like his favorite guy to play. One of them. So yeah, I'm gonna say there's a Whisper Coddle off, or maybe it's just maybe it's a Whisper Tiny and the Coddle is just a support to lane with the Tiny or Shadow Shaman with Tiny. They're both good. They're both definitely fine.
Okay.
If you run the Coddles as a support and you run Tiny off lane, Whisper Tiny, then you can it's like Bristle you can pick, Ember Spirit side lane, some good combos with the Coddle.
Okay, so a little bit open for Beast Coast because obviously Tiny. Well, I guess position 1 is if you're saying that Kunkka isn't played by K1. Then
I think it's more likely that position 1 is yet to be picked, and it's going to be Whisper Tiny offlane or Whisper Coddle. My gut says Whisper Coddle just because I feel like Beast Coast, especially Whisper, is just such a weird dude that just likes playing this weird stuff. And they banned thank God they banned the Medusa. Thank goodness.
So
Okay.
still Nature's Prophet and Alchemist on the board.
Yeah.
So they're going to get one of them unless they ban one themselves, which
Could happen.
EG have been known
They
to
have
do.
they have done that. They have done that
10
before.
seconds.
Yeah. And then they win, which is always
5
Yep.
seconds.
They have had, I mean, other than yesterday, they have had a very easy DPC thus far. They lost to Nouns early on in the season and then just crushed everybody else,
including Nouns in the tiebreakers.
including Nouns again. So Juggernaut taken out, so K1 won't be getting that. EG pretty convinced that this will be a position 1.
It's
So
Radiant.
CK's out too.
Troll Warlord.
Yeah, that's
wow.
that's another K1 hero.
Okay.
I mean, not much left for him. Wraith King is the only one that I can
Dire should pick now.
really think of, but I don't.
I know he plays, or he has played Lifestealer, but this doesn't look like a good Lifestealer game at all.
It's Radiant's turn.
Okay.
Templar.
TA.
Oh, that's the other one. That's
Okay.
the other one. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
It's a pretty fine TA game. I mean, Shadow Shaman can peel through the refraction. Tiny can also. Kunkka Torrent, but they're not. These are not really that great methods of tearing
10
through the
seconds.
refraction. It's like TA could like
5
any
seconds.
one of these TA can blink out of pretty easily. I think he is pretty confident that against a Coddle Tiny, which it's most likely going to be, that he'll have a free lane on TA, and that's why I wanted to pick. It's also really good with Tusk, really good with Death Prophet, combination of physical damage minus armor.
And Beast Coast carry will be Luna. It has been a hot minute since I've seen her.
All right.
Okay, feels
Whisper
like
Coddle, baby. Okay, I knew it. This guy's too next level to do some previous level Tiny offlane. And of course, you've Gojira. Like, this guy wants to play the Tiny.
Yeah, he is very good on Tiny for sure.
There's no way that Stinger takes Tiny. I was gonna say that would blow my mind if Stinger was.
All right.
I'm
So
Tiny this
other
game.
than the Keeper of the Light positioning, everything else seems to be as expected.
Yeah.
Whose lineup would you rather have? I mean, I don't even know what Luna does anymore. Like how good she is. Like when she last was like super popular is when like right before they nerfed her shard.
I do think she's a bit underrated. I really do like the Ag Scepter ult. I think that's really good. I know there's like a really late timing, but if you can get the Ags from like a third Roshan, it can like instant win the game. Even just as like a 4th, 5th item. A lot of the times, like when you're talking about 4th, 5th items, like this stuff wouldn't matter for other roles, but for carry, like you actually get to that point. And so, like, being able to go above 6 slots on a carry is actually valuable. TA also has a very valuable Ags. Like, some carries are good heroes. Like, they're good. Like, they're good carries, but their 7th and 8th slot are just useless. Like, a Moon Shard is bad on them, or like the Ags is bad. Maybe the Ag Shard is bad, and so like their scaling potential isn't that high. But I feel like Luna has one of the best Ag Scepters in the entire game.
Yep, the ridiculous Eclipse. But it's definitely not something they'll focus on early. Like
No,
you said.
you never get it early, but you do eventually get it. And 2 ancient farming here carries on both sides. Like I feel like TA and Luna fulfill a similar role where you often beat a lot of these more like traditional melee carries because Battle Fury is not really a thing, and these heroes like have a built-in Battle Fury.
Right.
Other than Sven, like these heroes and Medusa, I suppose, these heroes can just out carry another carry by having more farm than them.
Okay. Which lineup though would you rather have?
Probably each. I'm not a huge believer in the Coddle off. Anytime that I've seen this competitive, I saw it a bit. To be fair, it was the boosters, and they were obviously the like weaker team at that tournament.
That doesn't happen again.
But the Coddle offlane is just like you can lose, and then still certain hero roles can look good.
Yeah.
Like while they're losing, like the boosters had a couple of those. They had an Elder Titan offlane that actually looked pretty good. The Coddle offlane looked horrible, and it always has. But this is Whisper. This is a different team. They know how to play around his goofy stuff. I'm not a believer, but I'm super open to being proven wrong about this.
Okay. Well, should be an exciting game number 2. As Fly, his smoke pops, and they're not going to go high ground as a result of that. So K1 not able to take full juicy advantage of that. But EG up 1-0 in this series, and they have been really hurting for wins until today. I mean, they're 3-0 today after being 0-4, I believe, yesterday. Beast Coast, on the other hand, they came with the exact same record as EG into this series, so they're pretty desperate for wins as well. Both of them coming into this were tied bottom 2, which would be elimination. I think in this group, there's only 2 eliminations because of the lack of one team, who shall not be named because they canceled.
That's right.
Yeah, very weird.
All on
Very
them.
strange.
All on them for sure. Yeah. Got America. Get them visas.
I mean, they're kicking that guy anyway.
Now the battle begins.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. They're replacing the guy that couldn't get a visa, and they're going through the last chance qualifier. Because even if they had won this major, they wouldn't have had enough to go to TI. Toss into the shackle. This could set up first blood as Fly gets off the Nature's Attendant, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to kill. In fact, might be impossible as the Illuminate comes out. Fly still relatively healthy as Gojira with another toss back. You can see that crit is on his way, and Fly looks to be taken down here. They're trying to give the last right click to somebody in particular. Certainly not supposed to be Stinger, but he'll take.
Yeah, it's a pair of boots he'll get early, you know. Yeah, they're really wrapping around on old Teasy here.
Now, what do you think of Arteezy being in the off lane?
Yeah, that is... I believe... Okay, so what does this leave?
They're tri-laning right now.
Okay, so this leaves Hector versus a Death Prophet. I don't...
That's a little odd.
A bit weird. I feel like Death Prophet probably wins that.
Oh, yeah.
You just run down the lane, Spirit Siphon. So, I mean, if this is the matchup you get, I think EG's happy with this.
For sure.
I suppose like EG's trying to match the lane of the TA versus the Coddle, because you can just never peel off these refraction charges. Coddle can duster a lot of other heroes in lane because of the blast, and it's just never going to happen against a TA. I've seen TAs deny like entire creep waves against a Coddle. So shockingly, I've actually seen this matchup in a side lane, sadly.
Sadly, why?
No, it's just a goofy thing. It's like you'd think that you don't see this, but on US East, I have seen it.
Yeah, just USC stuff.
Yeah, just US East.
All right, Puck versus Conka. You said Conka gets the better of Puck, but it's not like overwhelming, I'm sure.
No.
I mean, Puck is just one of those heroes that's always going to be okay-ish as Jackal bot lane, but it is going to be canceled as Arteezy is going to drop. So that is to the right click of the Tiny.
Okay.
So Gojira getting the better of Arteezy here, and the question is, does EG stick with the tri-lane or not?
Yeah, so Beast Coast in this scenario, they got the level 2 timing between Gojira and Whisper, and they punish Arteezy. He's level 1. TA, oftentimes in these side lanes, you get a lot of solo XP. You can't really do that in a tri-v-tri, so he's only level 1.
Yeah, they are going to give him solo XP to a full wave now, so catch up a bit. And it looks like they're committing to the tri-v-tri. To start this game.
K1's got the wave top.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I mean, it's a 6-0 advantage versus 12 and 6. 46 denies from Nightfall. And something that people forget is Nightfall used to be position 1. His mechanical skill is like on par with anybody in the world. So in a 1v1 matchup, I would give him the advantage most of the time.
I worry for Hector. He sent out a Band of Elephant Skin, which is a very carry type mentality. No regen. How the hell is he gonna lane against a Death Prophet? 6 wand charges? That's not enough. She's gonna siphon you. You're dead.
Yep. Well, we'll see if it happens. I mean, they are keeping off the map here in terms of just the vision, so Nightfall might be expecting somebody to abandon the tri lane in the bot lane for Beast Coast and accompany K1 top, but not yet actually happening, as K1, you can see, he's still quite low.
He's kind of unsafe to even grab this. I feel like Nightfall can just pull over. Yeah,
he's going to take one creep for himself, and I mean, K1 is getting some farm, but this is 100% free for Nightfall. He is having no issues.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I feel like on paper, getting a Death Prophet off to a better start than a Luna is going to have more snowball potential.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. Early level 6 can rotate to this tri lane, take the tower.
Up, Shackle. Snowball to cancel it, though. It looks like EG want to commit onto a kill, but Gojira gets a nice triple avalanche into a huge Illuminate, and Fly drops. So EG, again, not able to claim another kill here, as Crit did want just enough to stay alive. And the question remains, does EG stay here? I mean, again, if they're fine with Nightfall crushing this top lane, then...
Oh my god.
Look at these gloves of haste.
It's like, dude, where's my support to give me regen, bro? That's what this is.
Wow. That is quite greedy.
That's extremely greedy. He's 13-0. I feel like if he sent out a Salve, he'd have double the CS. But, of course, Hector's getting a lot of XP for this.
It feels good to be this good.
Yeah, Fly has abandoned the tri lane. And the question is, I mean, does Arteezy end up coming up here at some point? Because Nightfall has gotten enough levels to be able to sustain himself in bot lane, but...
Maybe Arteezy starts, like, he goes to mid, and Abed rotates out. And then Arteezy also takes the triangle. I feel like coming top, maybe for a bit.
He's got the Pine Cone. Nightfall's there with the Spirit Siphon. He's going to get linked up by Stinger, who's now going to take heavy damage as a result of this positioning. Either of which will die, but EG just bullying this top lane every single time someone comes close to the wave.
Yeah, this top lane is a disaster. Bot's kind of bad for EG too. I feel like bot is just bad because Gojira is playing extremely well. Like the 3-man Avalanche, he's so patient on Tiny. He's the one guy that can make this hero look good on any patch. It's like him and Matthew are just so good at this hero.
Oh, K1. K1. He has been struggling from the beginning of this game. Obviously a very tough matchup as Nightfall... I mean, it's 9 more CS, but it's more about the XP, I feel like 17 denies. As Whisper getting gone on by Arteezy, but it is a 1v2 at the moment, so Arteezy does have to be a bit careful.
When it's not a tri-lane, Arteezy's a little happier with dealing with this. He can just refract in the blasts if he gets caught in them.
So 3-0 advantage to start this game for Beast Coast, but doesn't really tell the whole story, it feels like. This K1 is jungling now. This is just getting worse and worse.
Oh my goodness. I gotta say, he griefed himself with the build. He griefed himself.
Exorcism from Nightfall in the top lane. And you can see multiple TPs coming in from Beast Coast. It's going to cost Stinger his life, as Fly might be the trade. And considering the amount of TPs that were forced here, I think EG is going to be A-okay with it. In fact, the Exorcism almost enough to take out Gojira. Gracious me. And even, Abed. He's looking for the kill on the way back, but I think they have an idea this is happening. Going for the wave instead. Okay, he's already used his phase shift. Okay, he waning risk to the other side. He's going to get the kill. And all of the spells from Kunkka. Did he not X? Because that did not look like he did. Either way, though, this might end up being a kill anyway to Abed, because Beast Coast have come in numbers. So he gets punished eventually. Looked a little hairy at first.
Yeah, that's definitely a good trade for Beast Coast. Getting Abed there. He's top CS in the game. He's a big boy. His first rotation kind of... Was that his first rotation? Yeah, it was. First rotation of the game. Did not use Coil. Still has Coil for when he respawns.
Arteezy is not farming for once. He's in meld form right now.
Yes, he's having a good time there. He's praying. He's praying to Gaben that somebody comes down there.
Yeah, well, Fly's showing himself. Gojira
here we go.
making the slow walk.
Here's the victim.
Man, he is really patient, isn't he?
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Oh.
No, that's...
Juicy Gojira.
That's not enough.
Oh, here we go.
Fly baiting a bit. Arteezy from the other side gets the trap off. He's silenced thanks to the Waning Rift and deletes Whisper. And it looks like Stinger is going to be next as Nightfall has joined the party as well. Even Crit cutting off his one exit. So 2-0 for EG as the chase continues on Gojira. Waning Rift and still the coil expended here. So lots of spells at the disposal of Abed and company. And he actually breaks it just to have some say in how he does die. So nice exchange here for EG. 3 for Nada.
Yeah, great rotation from Abed, but it did also cost EG literally all of their heroes. So during that time, Hector's been getting a bit of catch-up room. You know, he's got his Band of Elven Skin, he's got a Power Treads. He went greedy, efficient items. So did Arteezy, actually. Same items.
Yep, true.
Exact same inventory. Carry players, man.
Yeah, they got one mentality, that's it. One thing on their mind, that's the gold.
That's right, that's right. Digging for gold.
Dragonlance basically done for Arteezy. As haven't really talked about Nightfall too much, but you can see he is still doing quite well. So we're going to see a sheep immediately used from Stinger, but he's surrounded here by both Fly and Abed, trying to deny himself to the creeps, but the Waning Rift will reign supreme.
Nightfall pings mid. He's got that Exorcism ready. I think with an Enchantress creep, they probably can get it. It's Whisper's got to be set up already to defend this. He TP's in. He's got those boots of travel, actually.
Okay. Pretty quick. The Exorcism forces out the fortification. Not able to blinding light into the Illuminator's Crit does find Gojira. Abed with the Waning Rift and the block off nicely done from Crit will lead to another kill for EG. I think they started this game, wasn't it 5-0 Beast Coast? It's
something like that.
7 in a row from EG, I believe.
Yeah. It's kind of spill over from the top lane. But Nightfall runs bot, runs mid, gets kill in both locations, gets the tower. Abed also had a very solid game. And Chris Lux have an amazing game as well, too. Top net worth. He hasn't really done anything with it yet.
Abed looks like he's going to be fine. Actually goes to the mid lane as the 10-minute rune was already taken. It was an arcane.
Yeah.
So no bottle refill for Abed.
Yeah, that's a big rune to get on Kunkka. You can just like throw out your cells and have another round of them so quickly.
K1 trying to play the catch-up game. You can see his farm just right slap dab in the middle. And despite the awful start for Arteezy, I mean, he's top net worth. So
dude,
it's pretty incredible, actually.
I guarantee you the K1 called for Stinger to tank the Ancients like that for him. That is absolutely the sort of call that he makes in a game. He'll be like, come tank this for me, come tank this for me. He doesn't care if it ruins your game. He calls for which always means that he does, like he will, I guarantee you, he will come back this game. Like he will. Because that's what K1 does. But
right, still bossing around the Shadow Shaman.
He is absolutely bossing around Stinger.
Yeah, and you can tell it, no high ground vision for beastcoast. Going to cost them 1 kill, maybe 2, as K1 very slow. He's going to get snowballed and brought down. Double kill for Nightfall. That is an absolutely punishing play from EG, who continue to just rack up this kill streak.
Cryptstorm Max on Nightfall. I like this build when you're really leading. You can just send a bunch of regen and constantly spam it on people. And as we saw there, Alda, who has kind of low HP at this point, it's a lot of nuke damage. Tons of magic damage on EG, actually. Tons of damage in general. They're feeling very good about themselves right now.
We'll see Smile working on a BKB. He's going to get the Hex, or not the Hex, the X onto Fly, who turns into a little piggy himself. He's going to get boated, and Wand with the Nature's Attendants. Arteezy not willing to help out his comrade. Well, he will trap down just to be able to say that he tried to help.
Oh, they tried to give it to Hector.
They tried, but C-Smile was really itching for that kill.
Yep.
Abed is going to get a haste rune. So finally a bottle refill for him. He's getting close to the Witchblade. And for Nightfall, has the Treads and almost done with the BKB himself. He's going to pop the Exo just to be able to secure this bottom, or the top tier one, I should say. Surprised he actually popped the Exo for that.
Whisper's got his full vessel. He's looking for kill.
Yep, crit might just provide for him. But he's going to be coupled up with Abed, and they're going to delete Stinger right off the bat. And Abed's going to be A-OK. Crit might be the trade, though. And again, he's winning a lot of time, especially with his taunts not making beastcoast feel very good. Makes them walk around the ice shards. He's going to get X'd. Taunts again. And the kill will go to K1.
Vessel charges. That's really big for beastcoast. By the way, Whisper's going for a Witchblade next. That interesting build.
Huh.
I think it's pretty cool. It's like people will go Dagon on Keeper of the Light because of the magic amp of the second spell. Kind of in the same line of thinking, and it gives them a bit of tankiness as well. It's something for peeling through the refraction charges as well in the TA. It's kind of cool.
Okay. That is interesting. I don't think I've seen that one before.
No, I've not.
Right, a lot of these South American teams do have like really cool builds. Sometimes they really don't work out, but other times they really do. They certainly have the power to start metas. Let's just say that.
Yeah. They started a tiny thing. They destroyed it the last major with it. Now everybody's realizing the strength of the hero.
Yeah, but EG with the 3K lead, and now that Arteezy's on top of the net worth, you expect that to stay the case for quite a while. Fly's getting caught out though. Avatos, will they get off the Nature's Attendants? No, burst down. But he's gonna get the Illusion Rune. Be careful, Waning Rift to the high ground, no vision up there, so pursuit will end for beastcoast. And crit, about 1,000 away from Blink Dagger. Deso online, okay. So, I make it sound like it's a surprise. Yeah, so the Dragonlance Deso is done. I wonder if Blink is the next item here for
BKB
Arteezy.
might be on the menu tonight.
I think it's a Blink indeed, as we have the boat coming in, just providing that rum buff for C-Smile. He's going to get locked inside this mid lane. He's surrounded by EG members, and nobody can help him. Nice kill from Abed. As again, the kills continue to get racked up from EG.
That's a Chris Luck classic right there. Just running up the mid lane by yourself, getting coiled. Of course, you never know if the entire Beast Coast lineup is behind him or not. In that case, they were not. But sometimes they are, and they bait him. He's their wild card.
Arteezy, Avatos, there was no refraction charges there. He takes the full Illuminate damage as well, but they're kind of out of gas. As 2 heroes dead right off the bat for Beast Coast. And Arteezy will somehow live. Ujira trying to find an angle to potentially finish off Arteezy in a little surprise fashion, but they can see him. And attempting to TP out, he might be successful actually. Yeah. But either way, EG does get the tier 1 tower, 2 kills, and Arteezy lives. And now we're getting to the point where a Roshan is getting closer.
Yeah.
And obviously, I would say EG have the far superior Rosh killing team. Exo, Deso with TA, and you have the traps for the vision, so just...
Tusk is insane for Roshing.
Tag team is really good.
Yeah. So next time that happens, also taking the mid tower just now means that there's not great TP location for Beast Coast, especially because they're Radiant. It's a lot harder to get there. Yeah, they're very worried about it. Oh, they're just gonna solo. With
all right. Yeah, Rasta wards, you're missing one, but these things do a ton of damage to Roshan. And PG have an inkling that this is happening. Have an idea, but can they contest this early in the game? This is a really pivotal moment, in fact. Silent comes out from Arteezy, or from Nightfall, I should say. They're going to scout this out. Nightfall into the pit he goes. Eclipse it to the BKB is going to mitigate all that damage. Who gets the Roshan? Snatched by Nightfall. So Roach technically goes to Beast Coast as the Torrent connects onto 2. And that is the death of Abed. And now Seesaw with that BKB, not fearing anybody because Nightfall doesn't have X or anything to work with right now. And Arteezy trying to limp away. Snowball's going to save Nightfall for the time being. Going to try to turn this around to C-Smile, but Nightfall is just getting kited left, right, and center. Arteezy buys back after his death. And they will find the kill on Gojira, but not sure what the buyback is about. The C-Smile will TP out in face of danger. Very interesting development here. He just wanted to farm, it seems.
Wow, that was yeah, that's a strange buyback from him. That was cool from Beast Coast. I mean, look at the net worth. Like, that was great for them. Really cool play because they know there's no Death Prophet Exorcism. There were no spells, nothing from EG.
Yep, we're going to see a coil from Abed, only onto 1, but it's a very important target in that chunk. He actually dodges the avalanche, really nicely done, but now Abed kind of on the run because they've already lost the toss.
Nice toss. That was nice.
Toss back, flop, Spear Vessel applied, trying to heal through. Looks like it's getting real close, real dicey here. And in Arlington.
Abed just about griefed him by serums, so the little wisps were healing Abed too. It would have been really funny if he died, but now they calculate.
Well, he's going to die anyway.
Okay, I was
all right.
Speaking a little too soon there.
Yeah, it's all good. So 2 deaths from EG after they've taken the old Roshan. Well, they the Aegis. So
yeah, I mean Nightfall. You know, this is the classic EG at this point. Nightfall is the true carry.
Yep.
Of the game. Slowly but he's walking up because he's got an Aegis.
Yep, still 3 minutes, so not really fearing too much at the moment. Stinger looking for the shackle. Oh, Exo's actually forced by Nightfall. He's inside the wards, but you can see the ice shards blocking off Stinger's pursuit. So they have to take out the wards to be able to maneuver out, but Abed is taken out by Whisper. What in the world?
What is going on with EG? What are they? He didn't expect the Orchid from Caudle. That's what it was. Whisper.
So he switched it up.
He did. So he's going, he's going Orchid, Octarine Core, Blink, which is the long range. I will press single target buttons on you build. It's a good one. And probably a sheep stick after that.
Fly prematurely pops that nature's attendance, and he's just going to get bursted down, but it looks like EG still want to fight. Stinger is here along with Arteezy, punched into the air. That's 1 kill, but the Eclipse, actually a lot of the damage going to the neutral creeps as Arteezy looks to be mega fine, but Nightfall not so much as the triple Centaur stomp from the neutrals will spell the end of the Aegis. Now that Abed is on his way, you can see the Torrent just slightly mistimed from C-Smile. Nightfall's going to get the silence on Gojira, and it'll look to be the death of him. I mean, the Walrus punch on the other side, so Crit trying to set something up on very deep in the jungle here. He's going to take a Shark into the Illuminate. Looks like he's fine, though. Arteezy,
he sniped
assassinates Whisper with the Blink Bell.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he's got the Brigand's Blade, too, so he's doing a ton of damage to this 20% HP Whisper. Even more than just a normal Mel Strike. And that was close, dude. Arteezy almost went down there, and he bought back. That could have been disastrous.
Yeah, the neutral camps probably tanked up a good 5 beams from the Eclipse, I want to say.
Yeah, that was not like that.
That was unfortunate for Beast Coast.
Not like the Omni Slash from earlier that we saw on one target when surrounded by about 5 or 6.
Indeed.
Sometimes it does happen.
That's why you get Aghanim Scepter. Then you just have so many beams, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's true. You'll eventually get that. Might not matter at all.
Maybe in a pub.
Yeah.
Not in this game.
Well, let's see.
What is it queuing up right now?
No, that would be the Scotty BKB Hurricane Pike. So pretty normal stuff on the Luna here.
Maybe we'll get to 3rd Roche.
Yeah.
2nd one we won't know for 3.5. But I mean, I really like the fact that Beast Coast tried to take that first Roche, and I mean, they did take it, I guess, technically. Just not able to secure the Aegis.
Yeah.
Knowing that EG's lineup is so ridiculous at taking it, taking the initiative in that case, I think is a good move.
Yeah, that was hugely game-winning. If they don't do that, I think that EG takes the next Roshan when they have their abilities up, and they just win the game. The game looks like the last one, where they just slowly pressure and win. I don't know if they want Gojira. They want a big kill here. C-Smile would be the primest of meats.
I think Beast Coast have an idea. What's happening? Crit with the Walrus Punch. He gets silenced immediately with that Orc and then brought down to his knees. Nightfall with the Exorcism and the BKB, focusing on Gojira for now. Looks like he will go down, so it's a 1-for-1 for effective position 4. But Exo is a Huel down, so Beast Coast could potentially still fight. I mean, you got Boat, you got Eclipse.
Okay, that's a 4 position for the 4 position. Nightfall just thought that fight was bad. He goes in and kind of zones for his team to walk away, which is pretty cool. TP's out with the BKB on while still killing the Tiny with the Spirit Siphon. I mean, it's probably the right call. Like a fairly disastrous start for EG. If you get a bad jump like that, where your Tusk goes in and gets immediately silenced, it kind of feels like, why don't you just take the next fight where that doesn't happen? Like that sort of garbage initiation or garbled initiation, like that doesn't happen. Maybe like this one. Break the smoke.
Now Abed is going to dodge the Illuminate and blink out to TP.
Nice little smoke break.
But still very even game. And I mean, we're getting to the territory now, once some more items come online for Luna, that she becomes quite fearsome. Because right now, for the most part, it's been an Eclipse. But once the right-click items come to fruition, this type of stuff right here happens.
Yeah, if they can get Arteezy disabled, I think Luna does tear through a TA.
Oh, we got the snowball coming in, and they are going to just absolutely demolish Stinger. And it looks like Gojira's next on the list, so EG with 2 quick pickoffs. And they even defend the tier 1 tower. Still with the coil, it's going to be expanded onto 2 with the silence to follow from Nightfall with the BKB. Buyback onto the Shadow Shaman, though the Eclipse comes in, but will it do enough damage? K1 is very healthy. He's going to get kills here as EG now on the retreat. Looks like Fly is likely to be the 3rd to fall as Arteezy secured himself a triple kill. But it's going to be basically the same amount of kills going the way of Beast Coast and the tier 1 tower.
I think that's probably the biggest deal here is getting this tower for Beast Coast. This tower's been a thorn on their side for so long. It basically let EG defend that first Roche, and it would give them access to the second one as well, which I think does that mean it might respawn in 14 seconds? And then the yellow is when, of course, we're not experts in this.
8 seconds, we will know when Roche will spawn.
Of course.
We've had this discussion.
You studied that after.
Yes, we got called out once, and now I know surely 2 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, the last time this happened, we got really excited when it was the golden timer.
We thought it was the instant rush. We're like, oh my god, it's instantly.
Just pathetic. To think that we get paid for this is just
quite disgusting.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Sorry about that.
So EG versus Beast Coast again. EG had the 1-0 lead right now in this 2-game series. Beast Coast desperately need this win, and I mean to some degree EG as well. Both on the bottom of the group at the moment. Smoke from EG. BKB on Arteezy, ready to go. Even a blink on Whisper.
Interesting. Gojira. Nice little smoke break there. So they know EG is smoked.
They do.
They don't see where the heroes are, though. Not yet.
Fly going in first, as always. Pops the Nave's attendance. There's the Walrus Punch. Instant Orchid onto Crit. C-Smile with the BKB. Instant BKB now by Arteezy, but he was disarmed thanks to the newly picked up Halberd. I'm not sure who that's on right now, but it actually wasted pretty much the entirety of the BKB on Arteezy.
Yeah.
Looks like it's on C-Smile.
Another botched initiation by EG, and it's not because Crit's doing anything wrong. It's just Beast Coast being on point, knowing that the smoke is coming. They first put the smokes, they know it's coming up to that high ground, and then they position it away that Kunka's the target that gets gone. He's got a Halberd, he's got BKB, he doesn't care. And then they get the silence as well. Whisper's been instant silencing onto the Tusk, so he can't get a snowball off. Two really good defensive plays from Beast Coast has put them back to even in this game.
Yeah. So we talked about the blink briefly on Whisper. There's now a blink on Nightfall. So he's kind of sick of popping that ult and then Beast Coast disengaging.
They run away, yeah.
So now he has some ability to catch. See how that works out for him.
And he feels like he needs a plate mail against the physical damage between the Kunkka, the Luna, the wards.
Yeah.
It does feel like this when you're playing Death Prophet. It's a hero that wants to be tanky, but of course you're an int hero, so you don't have that much agility. You don't have a crazy amount of base armor, so getting that plate mail really does make you a lot tankier.
Stinger punched in the air, crit. Gets off the nice initiation, and it's going to be, I thought it was going to be a quick pick-off. He does go down to the Crypt Swarm, spawning soon. Abed with the coil, only on, it is on Gojira. The Spirit KB, they're going to ensure the double kill for all. But Abed getting quite a illusory orb out. The buyback down to the Lucent Beam being applied to Fly. He does have buyback if they want to try to contest this Roche. Arteezy waiting behind the tree in meld form.
I don't know if that's the right target, though.
Okay, they know they don't have vision.
Yeah.
At the very least, so Arteezy's going to be here for quite a while.
Oh, that's a juicy one, though.
That is a dieback for Gojira. If he goes down, there's the Mel Strike! Oh my god, it was a two-shot! Arteezy with the Crystallis Deso combo. And I believe that was the double meld as well.
Yeah,
disgusting damage.
Right at that Roche spawn,
wow,
too.
that was sick.
No.
And into the, 4K damage.
4,000. Okay, no, that's wrong.
No, that's
16.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, still.
We'll just stick with 4K.
4,000 damage.
All right, going for the double meld again, this time in the Roche pit. They can take this really quickly. Remember, Exorcism is still available for Nightfall, which I assume they will use for this. But at the high ground Fly, he's dead. He does have buyback. Will likely use it TP to the outpost here. As K1 was linked up, but the BKB is going to mitigate all that damage. Double kill for Whisper as EG buying back in full. As Whisper taking more damage, and he is going to drop to the right click of Arteezy. C-Smart force the BKB TP. And this should be Roche for EG. They're really trying to catch up to K1. It's going to be a little bit difficult. He's actually going to get the Eclipse, but the BKB was still there for Nightfall. So they'll take the trade any day of the week. And surely Roche is going to be EG's for the taking.
Dude, what was that meld strike hit on Whisper? I feel that was such a long distance. I had to check to see he had like Grove Bow or something like that. He didn't. It was just max range.
It's like a dispose from Marcy.
Yeah. Sometimes that goes in Dota. And now he's got the silence on those traps. Very nice. That's extremely good against the Shadow Shaman, who will be usually using the stuns from long range.
We'll see another replay here. I mean, I think the difference in this fight is the fact that the outpost is still in control of EG, so they can just buy back TP.
Look at this meld strike. Look at this.
And yeah, that's not even close. That's not even close.
Excuse you. This guy's been drinking some nectar.
Some
Gavin's nectar. My God.
And he's got a Daedalus complete now. I mean, he's so fat that his Dragon Lance is in his backpack right now.
Right.
And he's keeping the wand for some reason. Could have sold that.
No, that's an Arteezy classic. You never know when you might need it.
Is that just, like, if you sell it, is that, what kind of gold is that?
It would be unreliable. It would be unreliable gold, so.
Okay, so there's no point in selling it until you need to.
Yeah, technically.
Okay.
You could lose the gold if you sell it. If you keep it in your inventory.
So it's better to keep your item on your courier at base, theoretically, and just sell them when you're ready to buy something.
No, because technically also your net worth would go down because you sell the item half. So your net worth would go by half of what the item is.
I see. Oh, Coil. Rasa trying to get away with a little cheeky move here. Actually, we'll find a little bit of this, but Nightfall using the Blink Dagger to full effect. Ghost Scepter TP is going to be fine.
Nightfall does not have the shard. Punished for that decision.
That's true.
Look at that. The tower's almost dead.
Arteezy and company crit want to focus down Gojira. They'll get, but this is going to cost them the Aegis at the very least. So EG trying to split the map kind of. Crit's gonna die, and Arteezy's gonna have to BKB out.
Wow. Okay.
That's a big fight for Beast Coast.
Yeah. That's really cool from Chris Smile. Like, you could see that Beast Coast did not want to commit to the Aegis as Arteezy was respawning. But the way that C-Smile positioned made it look like Beast Coast was going to commit to it. So Arteezy has to put the BKB to get out. That was super nice, and obviously set up by Stinger's nice little rat play that he did on the bot lane. That just, what a well-executed like minute of Dota from Beast Coast. That was nice.
And they have continually kept this game really close despite the first Aegis being stolen by EG, second Roche going to EG in full. But still dead even right now.
No.
And Arteezy, I mean, how much more room does he have to grow? He's going to go for the BK or the MKB into the Swift Blink. What is MKB? I guess you get rid of the Dragon Lance? Oh, wait, you have a ball. Oh, wait, you get rid of the boots, maybe. Well, the wand is already gone. The wand is not going to be able to build anyway.
The 3 clarities can probably go.
Whose bottle is this? This is Abed's then,
yeah,
right?
that'd be Abed's. You know.
I mean, I guess boots, maybe if you have Swift Blink, doesn't really matter anymore, right?
Oh, Nightfall's looking for it.
Yeah, Silence coming out, trying to force this BKB, and the Snowball's going to do just that. K1 to get off the Eclipse. There he does, and it's going to cost Rasta his life at the very least, and the right-click damage coming right in the trees. He's going to survive as K1. They're trying to focus him down with the Exorcism. A nice block from Crit, somehow survived throughout all of that. Abed did drop, though. And you can see Tusk goes down to the Illuminate.
Wasn't he in the snowball?
He was in the snowball and get popped right away for some reason. Might have been a misclick there. Double kill for Whisper as they kind of turn this around. So it's a 3 for 3. But Nightfall and TZ both survive for EG.
The gem go. Who got the gem? Oh, Chris Smile got the gem. Okay.
It looked like an instant snowball.
Yeah, that was weird.
Like he didn't hold it. I think he was just spamming it maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But Arteezy with the double damage, applying some pressure to tier 2 here. Will be forced back.
I mean, technically speaking, like if you look at this game, C-Smile is the offlaner, and Abed is the offlaner, and Whisper's the mid, and Nightfall is the mid of these teams. So that fight, based on that, favors EG. Other fact that they lost the gem. That's probably the bigger deal.
Okay.
Of course, that depends on the cooldown of their gem.
Nightfall, very sick of using Exo and then not having it available for fight. So
he's
refresh.
A second one, yeah, getting a second one.
Of course, knowing his luck.
Okay, so they can buy the gem. Cool. Yeah, that was a pretty early gem, so he will be sacrificing buyback for that for the pressure components. He's not
really dying.
Yeah, it's Octocore Whisper. This is a Chad build. Probably Hex next. This is his go-to. Yeah, he's gonna go for Hex. I mean, that range is just insane, and I feel like it's not for Abed. It's for Arteezy to catch Arteezy. Abed is just dying to the crossfire at this point.
Yep, there's the Swift Blank now for Arteezy, so opting not to go for. Wait, what did he have queued before that? He had something. Oh, he's still going MKB, just a little bit later.
MKB Swift Flank.
And Luna, Assault Kuros with the study coming soon to a Dota game near you. 35 minutes in, dead even. And as usual, Jenkins, what am I going to say?
Roche.
Yeah, Roche number 3.
That's right.
In 2 minutes, we'll know.
And you laughed. You said, Jenkins, you loser.
I say that a lot.
You big jowls, and you're a loser. And you said that Luna is going to get the Aghanim Scepter off Roshan, and that's going to determine the game. I'm going to be right about that.
No, because usually the refresher shard is the one on third row.
I know, it's so boring. It's the more
boring, and it's not 50-50. I refuse to. It's 50-50.
Yeah.
It's like 7-30.
I'll die on that hill with you. It's not like that.
I wonder if we could get some stats, actually.
Yeah, get some stats.
If those stats exist.
In
the Dota API, I don't know if it actually exists.
No, because they don't want people to know that the conspiracy is true.
Yeah.
That's like the god telling you that they didn't land on the moon, that they landed on the sun.
Oh, wow. You have a
Yeah.
sun.
Yeah.
It's a tough place to live these days.
Yeah.
Those solar flares really get you. Damn, that's a tough one. Somehow the southern accents just continue to come.
Yeah, they do. And so both sides of
I'm sorry, what?
I can't transition that. I just jumbled over the words.
Yes.
These players, these teams, they're fighting for the mid lane. This always tends to happen at this point. The map of Dota is not really split around the river. That's another lie. That's another conspiracy. The map of Dota is split over the mid lane, especially the later and later the game goes. But I think where we'd much rather be positioned is top. That's where the Roshan is.
Indeed, tier 2 tower is going for Beast Coast as the assault is finished. K1, there's no way he'll back after that, surely. But neither does Arteezy. They're thinking about poke bottom, but K1 should. And it's going to be swiftly taken up.
You know he can't resist.
Roshan number, is it? Oh, it's the 30% is real.
That's right, baby. That's right.
All right, so Luna Ags is who you want to give to Beast Coast. We're going to talk about the other option because you're doing a nice job of anticipating this. He gets the Avatar immediately. Fi does not die to it, though. Gets off the Nature's Attendant. Nightfall with the BKB on the bottom side screen. Looks like he's pursuing somebody else. As Stinger gets crit into the air by the crit from crit. Very confusing indeed. But Whisper ends up netting himself a kill. Double buyback from Beast Coast, and Tusk, Mr. Crit himself, does not have one to get back into this fight. So likely EG fall back.
Nightfall still has Refresher though.
Yeah, he does.
So he could go back
I
in.
feel like the Roche fight is what you gotta save for. If there is one.
That's probably true. Crit bought out. So he technically did have buyback. Gold. It's just that he bought the halberd, but he didn't have it in that fight.
What, is Arteezy doing the same thing again?
He's doing it, but he's on a ward.
He's
on a ward.
Oh, but Whisper's there, and one shot, two shot, it's not enough. But Abed comes in to clean it up. And that's a buyback now onto the Coddle, and you see the puck using coil onto two, but Arteezy focused from above. K1 with BKB, and the Eclipse as Nightfall taking a lot of the damage. He's going to take it off with the BKB, attempting to teleport out. Will be successful. Fly likely to get tossed back into the fray. And EG, big blunder. It worked the first time. Fool me once. Something, something, fool me twice, something, something. Into the Roche pit,
right.
Beast Coast goes.
That's what they say. We're going to get that Luna Axe.
Yeah.
It's probably going to go to Kunkka, actually.
I don't want to.
That's
No.
pretty
It is
pretty
good,
beefy.
but it's not good enough.
It's going to him.
Oh my god, he just stay in the pit. Aegis goes to Whisper because he used his buyback, and C-Smile with the Torrent Storm.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's a good Axe. Dude, TZ standing up on that high ground, that was crazy, because C-Smile has a Hex. So it's like, yeah, Stinger's dead, but it's not the only Hex in the game. You got one on Kunkka. He didn't even get it off, and still Arteezy goes down, because it was just very, very aggressive.
Yep, Arteezy does not have buyback, dead for a full minute, and we've seen this story before. Once this first tower goes down,
that's a Luna.
Yeah, Glaives will decimate your base. So top Ceteract goes the way of Beast Coast, and they're looking for more. In fact, they're looking for potential throning right now. All right, Gojira not able to get the Avalanche to connect. These tier 4s are already taking massive damage with the roster wards. In addition, the buyback still available for a couple of these heroes on Beast Coast. And we can see Eclipse still not ready as Fly trying to dodge out these Torch Storms, but Nightfall is kind of left to his own devices. Has the BKB initiated right now, but will have to Spider Legs back to his base. As the Ancient is completely exposed right now. Abed bide after he dies here, and the Ancient already at half probably just focused the throne now. You can see him getting extremely low, but still focusing down. He's getting killed by killing the throne itself, and Beast Coast somehow even this series 1-1.
They did it? Well, I gotta say, I didn't believe in the offlane Coddle. Don't know why I'm doing a southern twang. That would be we didn't have time to move back to our positions because it just ended. It just ended. People were just
ended
dying
quite abruptly
to throne Glaives.
Oh my goodness.
I gotta say though, it's funny that these guys come in and they're like, all right, both teams. Here's where we get a good record. here's where we start really, get a 2-0 here. They just go even. They're tied still in terms of record. But Beast Coast with that last game, they looked great. There was like those two like ganks that EG did where Beast Coast just sniffed it out. Like there was the one where Gojira broke the smoke, and then Chris Lux stood on the high ground, and it was just a disastrous initiation from Crit. It was strategically very good for Beast Coast, which is great to see because I feel like that is sometimes where they can come to majors and they can struggle. It's not like mechanics. It's not their team fighting. It's sometimes like their strategic plays.
It felt like EG just could never take a fight. Exorcism pop, Beast Coast is gone.
Yeah.
Refresher's there. They lose all their heroes. That Arteezy play. I know he's going to get a lot of shit for it. It worked the first time. Trying it a second time in that same spot, essentially, that was a big turning point because he didn't have buyback.
No,
they just went and thrown him the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, he was really banking on a lack of a sentry ward there. And I believe there's also a gem in play, so very risky. But at that point in a Dota game, I mean, yeah, everything is risky. That is the case.
Okay, so after all that, it's a split 1-1, EG and Beast Coast. I haven't looked at the updated standings, but they were bottom 2 of the groups coming into today.
They might still be.
They might still be.
They might still be.
Not sure, but at the very least, they both have some wins on the board now. But yeah, that puts us at the end of the day for the B stream, actually. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.